As darkness descends upon the city, Kim Dokja receives a cryptic message warning him to flee from Dongbuk University Station towards the monsters. An unknown entity appears, offering crucial guidance, runs straight ahead for them, and instructs Kim Dokja to search the wall on his left before charging into battle. The air is electric with tension as Kim Dokja's world begins to unravel, his voice trembling with panic as he exclaims, I hate in, resigned to his fate. As Kim Dokja approaches the mysterious door with an enigmatic symbol etched onto its surface, a sense of anticipation builds within him. With a swift motion, he activates the mechanism, and a whirlwind of images flashes before his eyes, revealing that this door has been sealed until now. The air is electric as the door slides open, revealing a hidden treasure trove filled with precious items. A resonant voice booms forth, announcing that the secret area has finally been unlocked, and the refuge for brave players is now within reach. As the third scenario unfolds, a crucial detail emerges: hidden green zones. Yoo Jung-hyuk's discerning eye zeroes in on specific surfaces, revealing that these enigmatic areas appear only after the scenario has been activated. The revelation sends shockwaves through the group, with Young Hee-won and others reacting with surprise and excitement. Meanwhile, Kim Dokja shares his own epiphany about the green zones, having initially believed them to be mere rooms. As the truth begins to unravel, it becomes clear that these hidden zones hold secrets waiting to be uncovered. As they venture deeper into the unknown, Kim Dokja takes the lead, his determination evident as he surveys their surroundings. Yoo Jung-hyuk queries about the hidden green zones on line number 3, prompting Lee Hyun-sun to reveal that only 2 remain elusive. The group reflects on their previous discovery of the first zone before Shin Yu-sung points out that the second must lie ahead, and they press on with renewed purpose. As the landscape unfolds before them, their resolve hardens, and together they disappear into the horizon, driven by an unwavering resolve to uncover the truth. As Young Hee-won grapples with the crushing weight of their circumstances, their emotions bubble to the surface, revealing a desperate desire to steal the room, a metaphor for seeking safety and escape from the overwhelming odds against them. But before they can fully surrender to despair, Sayam-won interrupts, offering cryptic words of wisdom about surviving the relentless onslaught that surrounds them. As Young Hee-won's thoughts turn inward, they reflect on their own resilience, having managed to cling to life despite the seemingly insurmountable odds against them. This poignant moment humanizes Young Hee-won, imbuing them with a relatable vulnerability that underscores the harsh realities of their world, where survival is a daily struggle. As Kim Dokja stands conversing with Yoo Jung-hyuk, his concerns about raising his stats begin to surface. Would it even be possible for me to increase my abilities if I spend every coin I have? He asks, his doubts evident on his face. Yoo Jung-hyuk, however, dismisses Kim Dokja's worries, citing his own busy schedule as a reason to hurry along their conversation. But Kim Dokja presses on, questioning the necessity of Yoo Jung-hyuk's involvement in his affairs, implying that someone else might have been better equipped to handle the situation alone. Despite this uncertainty, Kim Dokja finds solace in knowing that at least Dokja and Gilliam are safe, a fleeting sense of comfort amidst the turmoil of their conversation. As the weight of his own insecurities settles upon him, Kim Dokja's frustrations with working together come to a head. He confesses that he'd prefer to tackle challenges alone, admitting that sharing resources would only lead to complications and potential losses. His words reveal a deep-seated sense of self-centeredness, stemming from doubts about his place within the group. The idea that he might not be meant for heroics or salvation hangs heavy in the air, as Kim Dokja struggles to come to terms with his own limitations. Just as it seems like his fears are about to consume him, the sudden arrival of Gong Pildu brings a surprise reprieve, assuring Kim Dokja that Gilliam's fate is not sealed, bringing a glimmer of hope and relief into the darkness. As Kim Dokja ponders his uncertain future, "at least not today" echoes through his mind, a subtle hint at the turmoil brewing within him. His gaze drifts towards a bookshelf, where he seems to be searching for answers or perhaps clues to unravel the mystery surrounding the Tyrant King's hideout. Suddenly, Yoo Jung-hyuk appears, and their conversation begins, outlining a plan to infiltrate the hideout and gather crucial information. Kim Dokja's initial hesitation slowly gives way to determination as Yoo Jung-hyuk reassures him of their chances of success. With a newfound sense of resolve, Kim Dokja stands ready to face whatever lies ahead, his journey set in motion by this pivotal conversation with Yoo Jung-hyuk. As the team's hopes for success seemed within grasp, a collective cry of "We're almost there" echoed through the air, only to be brutally cut short by an unseen force that sent Kim Dokja's frustration boiling over in a single, exasperated outburst. "Damn it!" The sudden twist threw the group into disarray, their carefully laid plans now left in shambles. As chaos erupted around him, Kim Dokja's emotions got the better of him, revealing a glimpse into his leadership style under pressure, a trait that would be tested to its limits by the unfolding events. As Yoo Jung-hyuk delves deeper into the mysteries of the game, a surprising revelation sends him reeling. In a flashback to his fourth round, he converses with a younger version of himself, uncovering the truth. Jung-hyuk had previously utilized a secret green zone, sparking a growing unease in his mind. But how did Kim Dokja come by this knowledge? The question lingers as Yoo Jung-hyuk's frustration mounts, his thoughts consumed by the mystery. As he turns to Kim Dokja, a token of goodwill in the form of a kid likely Lee Gil-young is offered, setting the stage for potential conflicts and power shifts in their complex relationship. As the Tyrant King's words echoed through the air, "Give me the child," a sense of foreboding settled over Kim Dokja as he appeared before him. A fleeting glimpse into the past revealed a peasant army led by a bald leader, their determination palpable, while a demon-like figure known only as Constellation gazed upon Kim Dokja with an air of pity. As the flashback faded, the Tyrant King's throne room loomed large, his unspoken words "you would" hanging in the balance. The weight of his judgment hung heavy over Kim Dokja, leaving him uncertain about his fate as the scene drew to a close. As Kim Dokja ventures into the green zone, he's driven by a burning curiosity to uncover the truth about Reverse Inc.'s enigmatic dealings. He weaves through the streets, taking mental notes of his surroundings before approaching the imposing building labeled Reverse Inc. The high security measures surrounding it only fuel his determination to get closer. With stealth and precision, Dokja manages to sneak past the guards, entering the building undetected. Inside, he finds himself in a sleek lobby with a massive screen displaying company information and announcements. As he delves deeper, he stumbles upon a hidden room containing confidential documents and records, revealing the true intentions of Reverse Inc. As the darkness closed in around him, Yoo Jung-hyuk's desperate struggle for survival was cut short by a mysterious act of self-preservation. But what could he have possibly swallowed before being ambushed? Kim Dokja's curiosity got the better of him as he pondered the significance of this unknown entity. The conversation that ensued with Jung Hee-won, Lee Hyun-sung, and Lee Gil-young only served to deepen the enigma, hinting at a profound impact on Yoo Jung-hyuk's future actions. As the scene faded to black, an ominous sense of foreboding lingered, foreshadowing the far-reaching consequences that would soon unfold. As the eerie atmospheric lighting envelops him, Kim Dokja's worried expression grows more intense as he struggles to comprehend his predicament. The cryptic messages that emerge on screen only add to his disorientation, labeling him a ghost species with no explanation or context. With each passing moment, the air thickens with an ominous tone, hinting at the daunting challenges Kim Dokja will soon face in this treacherous new environment. As Kim Dokja's reality begins to unravel, a series of fragmented images and texts converge on the page, revealing the disintegrating boundaries between the virtual world and his physical existence. The fourth wall, once a sturdy barrier, now weakens, threatening to engulf him in chaos and confusion. A warning flashes across the screen. The effects of the fourth wall have been diminished temporarily due to increased immersion, an ominous sign that Kim Dokja's grip on reality is slipping away. Desperate to maintain his footing, he struggles to make sense of the blurring lines between worlds, but the more he tries, the more elusive reality becomes. As Kim Dokja delved into the mysteries of the spirit stone eye, he couldn't help but revisit painful memories from his past. The quote that began this chapter, hinting at secrets better left buried, seemed to foreshadow the turmoil that was about to unfold. Consuming the stone had granted him a temporary advantage against monstrous forces, but at what cost? The amplification of his deepest traumas threatened to consume him as he struggled to cope with the weight of his own demons. As Kim Dokja's thoughts drift back to his tumultuous past, a mix of frustration and regret washes over him, forcing him to confront the harsh realities he's faced. The weight of his experiences threatens to consume him, leaving him wondering how anyone else could have endured what he did. But just as he begins to lose himself in these dark memories, a sudden interruption shatters the silence. Yu appears, claiming not to be who he seems. As Dokja's world spins out of control, a new presence emerges, a foreigner with striking blonde hair, leaving him bewildered and disoriented. As Kim Dokja's thoughts wander, a series of cryptic captions and fragmented images begin to unfold before his eyes. Could she be? And who are? Flash across the screen, taunting him with secrets yet to be revealed. The scene shifts abruptly, revealing character profiles for Lee Hyun-sung and Anna Croft, their stories distilled into concise summaries. But it's not until Kim Dokja's own introspection takes center stage that the true nature of these characters begins to reveal itself. As Kim Dokja stood in stunned silence, a mysterious figure emerged before him, claiming to possess the ability to pierce the veil of human consciousness and gaze into the future. This enigmatic being revealed herself as a prophet, driven by visions that sought to reshape the very fabric of reality. She confessed a deep connection with Kim Dokja, citing their shared affinity for prophecy. Yet her words only served to deepen his confusion and uncertainty as he struggled to comprehend the true nature of this stranger and her unfathomable powers. As Kim Dokja sent off the isithus or nucleus to an unknown recipient, he couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss. His inquiry about whether the recipient had received the package was met with a surprising response. Not only did they have it, but they refused to trade it for anything except broken faith. Kim Dokja's curiosity got the better of him, and he pressed on, asking if the recipient had used the nucleus's magic power to implant the archdemon's eyeball into their eye. The truth began to unravel as the recipient revealed themselves, introducing themselves as someone who had requested broken faith and asking about Kim Dokja's name. But it was only when the mysterious figure hinted at a hidden agenda that things started to take a dark turn. As Kim Dokja struggled to understand what was happening, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease wash over him. The truth was finally revealed, or so he thought, as the figure vanished into thin air, leaving Kim Dokja with more questions than answers and a promise that their paths would cross again. As Kim Dokja's frustration mounts, he laments the precious minutes slipping away, already juggling multiple responsibilities on his plate. The chance encounter with Anna Croft adds insult to injury, a new variable in an already complex equation. With every passing moment, his anxiety grows, wondering if everyone is safe and accounted for. The third scenario, once a viable option, now teeters on the brink of collapse as Kim Dokja's mind races with the implications of this unforeseen development. As the darkness closes in, Yoo Jung-hyuk's unease grows, fueled by his troubled thoughts of Young-hyuk, Yoo, and Lee Gil-young's fate. The eerie silence is shattered by the rustling of ground rats, setting the tone for a descent into paranoia. His mind racing with possibilities, he becomes increasingly agitated, consumed by the need to uncover the truth. With each passing moment, his desperation grows, leading him down a path of self-discovery and confrontation. As he searches for answers, his anger boils over, culminating in a dramatic showdown with an unknown adversary. Standing tall, ready to face whatever lies ahead, Yoo Jung-hyuk's determination is palpable. As Kim Dokja sits in contemplation, a sense of uncertainty hangs in the air like a question mark, weighing heavily on their mind. The tension is palpable as they recall their narrow escape from the survival game, celebrating with MANHWA, but Lee Hyun-sung's words of caution serve as a stark reminder that they've only just begun to scratch the surface of this treacherous game. Despite the exhaustion etched on Kim Dokja's face, they are acutely aware that sleep deprivation is no excuse for complacency, and the weight of their responsibility as a survivor settles heavily upon them. As Young Hee-won's concerns about Young-hyuk's abilities grow, she begins to question his very identity. Her confusion is palpable as she asks why is Young-hyuk, in response to some unknown event that has left her bewildered. She wonders when he completed the task at hand, implying a lack of faith in his capabilities. Young-hee-won's uncertainty deepens as she hints at never having seen something before, suggesting a level of unfamiliarity with Young-hyuk's actions. But just as she tries to focus on the present, a distraction draws her attention away from the conversation around her. Her mind begins to wondering if someone, perhaps Young-hyuk himself, has been manipulated or controlled in some way. As the mystery deepens, Young-hee-won's questions become more frantic. What is that? And how has he? The uncertainty surrounding Young-hyuk is taking a toll on her, and she turns to Lee Hyun-sung for guidance, asking if he's sure he won't come with her as she struggles to make sense of the situation. As Lee Hyun-sung's gaze drifts inward, he grapples with the uncertainty that shrouds his future. His mind wars with the notion that leaving Kim Dokja behind would hasten his own growth, but a rebellious spark within him refuses to abandon his companion. Lucky bastard is the epithet he mutters under his breath, a mix of resentment and resignation. The weight of mortality settles upon him as he acknowledges there is no one left to bid farewell, a stark reminder that time is running out. With a Herculean effort, Lee Hyun-sung attempts to rally his strength to impart some crucial message, only to falter under the crushing burden of fatigue. As the clock ticks away, he recognizes the urgency to focus on tonight's plans, but the fog of confusion envelops him as he struggles to grasp their purpose. As Kim Dokja's thoughts and emotions swirl, he yearns for solitude to reflect on his tumultuous journey. Yet exhaustion overwhelms him, making it impossible to quiet the cacophony in his mind. Just as he's about to surrender to his fatigue, Lee Gil-young bursts into his reverie, warning Dokja to distance himself from Yoo Jung-hyuk. The sudden interruption jolts Dokja out of his daze, leaving him uncertain about the true nature of the danger lurking in the shadows. As the scene fades away, a cryptic message flashes on the screen, followed by a publication notice from Rivers, Inc., hinting at a shift in narrative direction or an unexpected insertion into the story. As Hyun-seon Lee slowly opens his eyes, the weight of his past lingers, like an open wound that refuses to heal. Dokja's gentle voice whispers him awake, shattering the fragile slumber. With a weary gaze, he inspects the condition of his thigh, the scars of war still tender and unhealed. Memories of his military days flood back as he contemplates the stark contrast between his current life as a talent scout and the chaos of the battlefield. The orderly officer's announcement, proclaiming their own authority over today's roll call, serves as a harsh reminder that even in this new chapter, Hyun-seong's past continues to shape his present. As Hyun-seong Lee delves deeper into the mystery surrounding his past, he uncovers evidence that someone has been prying into his personal history, sparking a firestorm of anger and frustration within him. The weight of this revelation settles heavy on his shoulders as Dokja suggests a plan to repeat yesterday's actions, but Hyun-seong Lee is too consumed by the prospect of an unknown threat lurking in the shadows. With no concrete information about hidden green zones spawning on the fourth day, he decides to take matters into his own hands and puts an end to the third scenario once and for all. With a newfound sense of determination, he orders Dokja to track down the landlord, a likely link to the mysterious organization threatening his past. As the stakes escalate, Hyun-seong Lee's resolve hardens, setting the stage for a pivotal confrontation that will change everything. As Dokja inquires about Hyun-seong's rest, the conversation takes a summer turn as Hyun-seong reveals the lingering trauma from his early years in the military. The weight of his experiences as a private, far removed from the prestige of an officer later on, bears down upon him like a crushing burden. Despite his attempt to downplay the difficulties of service life, it's clear that the scars run deep. Dokja's surprise at this revelation serves as a gentle prod, nudging Hyun-seong towards opening up about his past. As they begin to discuss the intricacies of military life, the air is filled with the unspoken weight of memories long buried, waiting to be unearthed. As Hyun-seong Lee's eyes lit up with relief, he breathed a sigh of comfort upon learning that the enigmatic figure known as Master was calling the shots. With this reassurance, his sense of security and protection washed over him like a wave, and he felt a deep-seated trust in the mysterious organization's leadership. As Dokja probed for answers about Master's dealings, Han Sooyoung offered words of caution, urging her to simply follow his own path and experience with Master. But when asked what lay behind this complex arrangement, Han Sooyoung's vulnerability shone through as he revealed a deep-seated concern for his own well-being, hinting at some underlying emotional struggles that Master had picked up on. As the scene unfolded, it became clear that Han Sooyoung's loyalty and dedication to the organization were only matched by his willingness to put others before himself, while his relationship with Master remained shrouded in mystery. As Han Sooyoung stood at Jumho Station, defending everyone against the Jeolju gang, his frustration mounted as he struggled to manifest his attribute. His disappointment only deepened when Viewpoint underwent a transformation instead, leaving Han Sooyoung feeling discouraged and uncertain about his own abilities. Amidst this turmoil, Master appeared, offering guidance and advice that would change the course of Han Sooyoung's journey. He revealed plans to prepare for an impending threat from Yoonhyuk-yu and Pil-do-gong, using a technique inspired by killer whales' positive reinforcement methods to boost productivity. As Han Sooyoung longed to return to his old self, Master probed his understanding of Ganjai, a skill that allowed him to better comprehend others. With newfound insight, Master asked someone to support Han Sooyoung on his path forward, marking the beginning of a new chapter in his personal growth and development. As Han Sooyoung stands amidst the whispers of admiration, Viewpoint approaches him, drawing parallels between his unwavering sense of justice and a steadfast pine tree. Lee humbly accepts the compliment, sharing a cherished memory from his military days, a song that echoes with the quiet resilience of green pine tree. Sang-da-yu's sudden appearance disrupts the tranquility, probing Lee about his motivations and vulnerabilities. The question hangs in the air: has he ever sought help or solace? With an unyielding gaze, Lee reveals his self-sufficiency during his military days, a testament to his unwavering commitment to justice. Sang-da-yu's candid admission of not being driven by the same moral compass as Lee leaves him with a quiet gratitude towards this inspiring figure. As the conversation concludes, Han Sooyoung's character is illuminated, a tapestry woven from threads of strength, vulnerability, and unwavering conviction. As Gil-yong suddenly materializes before him, Han Sooyoung's casual demeanor is disrupted by his friend's candid appraisal of his physical prowess. Accepting the compliment with a hint of nonchalance, Han Sooyoung seems to brush off any underlying tension, only to have it reignited when Gil-yong cryptically alludes to their shared past and its connection to the enigmatic organization they serve. As Gil-yong's words hang in the air like a veiled threat, Han Sooyoung's unease becomes palpable. His focus momentarily shifted from the task at hand to the uncertain future that looms ahead. As Han Sooyoung walks down a dimly lit corridor, his work as a talent scout for a mysterious organization becomes evident. Suddenly, he's confronted by an individual claiming to be Yoonhyuk-yu's lackey, who probes him about his connection to the enigmatic figure and hints at receiving assistance from him in the past. The lackey's inquiry about Han Sooyoung's experience living as Yoonhyuk-yu's follower implies a complex history between them, leaving viewers wondering what secrets may be hidden beneath the surface. With an offer to join their group extended by the lackey, Pil-do appears willing to consider Han Sooyoung's membership, setting the stage for a potential plot thread exploring his past and relationships with Yoonhyuk-yu. As Han Sooyoung converses with an enigmatic figure, a peculiar request is made to bring in a group of 11 girls. The speaker's tone conveys the gravity of this demand, urging Han Sooyoung to listen and agree without hesitation. However, our protagonist hesitates, revealing his uncertainty about this proposition. Meanwhile, the available rooms begin to dwindle, casting an air of urgency over the situation. With time running out, Han Sooyoung must weigh the pros and cons of complying with this mysterious request. As the scene shifts to a visual representation of the building's layout, including the ominous basement and first floor, a sense of foreboding settles in, hinting at secrets hidden beneath the surface. As Han Sooyoung navigates through his daily routine, he's suddenly confronted by Jae-hai Lee, whose sudden appearance leaves him reeling in surprise. He can't help but wonder how she managed to sneak up on him undetected, given his exceptional training and awareness of his surroundings. Is it possible that she employed a skill like the ghost walk ability to move unseen? The conversation quickly turns to their troubled past, with both parties recalling previous encounters and the reasons behind their current allegiances. Han Sooyoung presses Jae-hai for answers about her dealings with their enigmatic employers, but she remains tight-lipped, leaving him frustrated and concerned. As tensions rise, Han Sooyoung demands that Jae-hai set aside her weapons and engage in a candid conversation instead of resorting to violence. The air is thick with underlying tension, hinting at the complexity and depth of their relationship, which threatens to erupt into chaos at a moment. As Han Sooyoung Lee ventures into a restricted area, his determination is met with a sudden halt by a mysterious woman who seems to know exactly what she's doing. Her piercing gaze demands answers as she questions Lee about his intentions, her skepticism palpable in the air. But Lee remains steadfast, insisting that he was sent by Master himself, only to be met with a stern warning: no one, not even him, can pass without permission. The tension crackles as Lee refuses to back down, his confidence and courage in the face of adversity on full display. Han Sooyoung Lee bursts into a meeting with a sense of urgency, his hasty approach hinting at a delay or setback in his plans. With a crucial mission on the horizon, he reveals that he needs the help of this enigmatic figure, underscoring the gravity and complexity of the task ahead. The target, none other than Pildu and his goons. As Han Sooyoung Lee outlines his plan to take them down, the air is thick with anticipation and foreboding. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure's response suggests a deep understanding of the situation as indicated by their cryptic message. With this uneasy alliance in place, the stage is set for an intense confrontation that will test Han Sooyoung Lee's leadership and strategic prowess. As Han Sooyoung Lee confronted the mysterious woman, he revealed his impulsive nature by approaching her without hesitation. His leadership skills were on display as he proposed a way to achieve their goals together, but his warning that most people in the scenario would die if she refused help was a sobering reality check. The woman's response, asking if this was what Yong-hyuk had told her, implied that she knew more about the situation than she was letting on. Han Sooyoung's emotional scars were also exposed as he recalled killing his classmates in his first scenario broadcasted on the subway, a traumatic event that still haunted him. Han Sooyoung Lee stands alone, his mind racing with thoughts that only he can hear. But soon a sense of urgency takes over, and he confronts the person before him with an air of menace. "You'll regret your decision if you don't help me today," he warns ominously, his words dripping with threat and intimidation. As he speaks, the stakes escalate, painting a picture of a desperate individual willing to take drastic measures to achieve his goals. The other person, sensing the gravity of the situation, ultimately agrees to comply with Han Sooyoung's demands, setting in motion a chain of events that will have far-reaching consequences. As Han Sooyoung Lee sat in his living room, he was suddenly captivated by a news anchor discussing an enigmatic phenomenon called repose X EBS. His curiosity piqued, he switched channels to learn more, stumbling upon an interview with someone claiming to hold the key to unlocking its secrets. The person revealed that repose X EBS was a hidden broadcast accessible through a specific frequency, sending Han Sooyoung's mind racing with questions and sparking his drive for knowledge. With his investigative skills as a talent scout honed, he became determined to uncover more about this mysterious phenomenon, potentially uncovering a deeper connection or significance that could lead to future plot developments. As the clock ticks away, Kim Dokja declares that it's a battle against time, setting the tone for an urgent and desperate decision-making process. With the landlord coalition closing in on their plan, Kim Dokja knows they must act quickly to stay one step ahead of their adversaries. He assigns tasks to Huiwen and Sangha, instructing them to escort Gilliam to platform number 4, a move that could prove crucial in their impending battle against time. Meanwhile, SS appears with a cryptic message, warning others to either stay away or draw near, leaving the group with more questions than answers. ZZ's regretful statement, "E really sorry," hangs in the air, adding to the sense of tension and foreboding as the stakes continue to rise. The fate of their plan hangs precariously in the balance, and it's unclear what the consequences will be if they fail to act swiftly. As Kim Dokja stood at the forefront of the operation, a wave of self-doubt washed over him like an incoming tide. Yoo Jung-hyuk approached him with a reassuring smile, addressing him by name and exuding confidence in his leadership abilities. But Dokja's inner turmoil was far from silenced, as he confessed his deepest fears to Jung-hyuk: the crushing weight of responsibility, the overwhelming expectations of others, and the nagging uncertainty that gripped his very being. Yet Jung-hyuk remained steadfast, offering words of encouragement and reassurance that bolstered Dokja's flagging spirits, gradually steadying the tempest within him and allowing a glimmer of confidence to rekindle in his heart. As Kim Dokja shares his deepest desire to hear more about Hyun Sung Lee's story, the latter opens up about feeling an unusual comfort in their conversation, as if they've known each other for years. But Dokja quickly apologizes, clarifying that he didn't mean to imply a deeper connection between them. Undeterred, Hyun Sung Lee introduces himself as Young Hee-won's friend and asks if the two of them are truly alone or if there are others watching over them from the shadows. As tensions ran high, the air was thick with unspoken words and unmet demands. Yoo Jung-hyuk's frustration boiled over, his gaze fixed on Hyun Sung Lee like a challenge. The latter tried to placate him, but it only seemed to fuel the fire. Suddenly Kim Dokja burst into the midst of this emotional storm, his cry for help piercing the silence like a ray of light. But his interruption was met with hostility from Yoo Jung-hyuk, who demanded to know who this stranger was and why he dared to intrude upon their dispute. As the atmosphere grew more volatile, whispers of Gong Pil-du's name seemed to hint at a darker truth lurking beneath the surface. And then, just as quickly as it began, the scene shifted, leaving behind only the faintest echoes of what had transpired and the promise of new conflicts on the horizon. As Kim Dokja sets his sights on maximizing his stat growth, he begins by making a series of calculated investments in the game. With 1,200 coins at his disposal, he decides to bolster his stamina, increasing it from level 15 to 18 with a single strategic move. The system promptly announces the upgrade, and Kim Dokja's efforts are rewarded as his physical capabilities are enhanced. As the scene unfolds, a flurry of activity sets in motion as multiple characters scatter to escape an unknown threat. Kim Dokja, Yoo Jung-hyuk, Young Hee-won, and others are seen frantically fleeing for their lives, while Lee Hyun-sung is caught up on a phone call, oblivious to the danger lurking nearby. Meanwhile, Shin Yoo-sung's intense focus on his computer screen belies any sense of urgency. But just as it seems like chaos has taken hold, a sudden burst of energy erupts as Gong Pil-du materializes in a dramatic pose, shouting out a warning to alert others to the peril that surrounds them. The scene shifts abruptly to reveal Nomi and others cornered by mysterious entities or threats, their voices rising in desperation as they prepare for battle. As Hyun Sung Lee unleashes the stigma, Great Mountain Push LV1, a sudden shift in momentum takes place. The air is filled with an eerie silence as a sequence of cryptic symbols and ancient messages materialize before our eyes, holding secrets yet to be revealed. Meanwhile, a stern warning flashes on screen, rebuking Hyun Sung Lee for his brazen trespass into private property. As Kim Dokja sits troubled on a couch, Yoo Jung-hyuk approaches him, his eyes fixed intently on the man's troubled face. The conversation begins with Yoo Jung-hyuk asking about Kim Dokja's past, probing into the events that led him to become embroiled in the game and make the choices he did. Kim Dokja opens up, revealing his all-consuming passion for the novel bastard as the catalyst for his reckless decisions. Meanwhile, Yoo Jung-hyuk shares his own story, initially hesitant to join the game but convinced by his friends to participate. As their conversation turns to the consequences of their choices, Kim Dokja expresses regret over some of the decisions he made, but it's too late now the die has been cast. And then Yoo Jung-hyuk drops a bombshell. He is actually the original author of Bastard and has been manipulating events from behind the scenes all along. As Kim Dokja's stamina meter begins to dwindle, he attempts to squat, but his plans are foiled by an unexpected arrival claiming the area as their own. This mysterious individual, boasting upgraded militarized zone skills, reveals they are not there to pay rent, implying a higher level of authority over the property. Their sudden interest in Kim Dokja's concerns sparks a curious inquiry. Is he staking claim on this territory? As Kim Dokja's lifeless body slumps to the ground, Yoo Jung-hyuk rushes to his side, inquiring about his well-being. But before he can respond, a figure appears, addressing Dokja with concern. Hyun-sun Lee. Her attribute is blossoming, and as she reveals this truth, it becomes clear that her arrival marks a turning point in Dokja's fate. As Kim Dokja delved into the mysteries of his world, he stumbled upon a revelation that left him stunned and speechless. A flashback sequence unfolded, revealing the long-awaited backstory of Hyun-sun Lee, a character whose abilities had always been shrouded in mystery. It was revealed that his attribute was carefully cultivated from an early age, with others describing his talents as nothing short of astonishing. The weight of this information left Kim Dokja reeling, struggling to comprehend the sheer scale of Hyun-sung's potential. And yet, just as he began to process this new information, the scene abruptly shifted back to the present, where Gong Pil-du awaited, seemingly disconnected from the events that had transpired. As the chaos unfolded, Kim Dokja's eyes were met with a stark reality, the devastating consequences of the Tyrant King's actions. The fourth floor lay in ruins, its crumbling buildings and fleeing civilians bearing witness to the destruction caused by Han Sooyoung's immense power. The caption, "No one could match," ominously hung in the air, underscoring the sheer scale of destruction. Amidst the wreckage, the Tyrant King stood tall, his caption declaration in TWSA when he used this skill hinting at a history of wanton destruction. As the scene concluded with the fourth floor cracking, Kim Dokja was left to grapple with the moral implications of the chaos he had witnessed. As Kim Dokja sat alone in the dimly lit room, an old photograph caught his attention, transporting him back to a distant memory. Suddenly Yoo Jung-hyuk appeared, his presence like a sudden gust of wind. With a somber tone, he began to recount his past struggles and the events that had molded him into the powerful figure he was today. Kim Dokja listened intently, his expression filled with empathy as he absorbed every word. The conversation took a poignant turn when Yoo Jung-hyuk revealed that Kim Dokja's curiosity about his story had sparked an introspective moment in himself. As Kim Dokja sits across from Yoo Jung-hyuk, a sense of trepidation creeps over him. He's reluctant to open up about himself, fearing he'll come across as dull and uninspiring to others. Despite this initial reluctance, a spark of curiosity ignites within him, leaving him feeling uneasy and unsure about being known by others. Just as the conversation begins to simmer, Yoo Jung-hyuk interrupts, suggesting they part ways for now. But Kim Dokja is hesitant to let go, asking questions and trying to prolong their interaction, as if he's searching for a way to break free from his own inhibitions. As we embark on a journey through the retro-futuristic cityscape of Let's Take a Trip, we are met with a profound realization. In this world, none of us own private property. A text overlay sets the tone for our exploration, while a map of the city reveals the intricate web of interconnectedness that defines this space. The logo of Reverse Inc. emerges, hinting at the company's connection to the concept of private property. As the dust settles, Yoo Jung-hyuk's bold question rings out, "Did I really destroy everyone?" The unexpected revelation sends shockwaves through his team as Sangha, Hwee-win, and Gil-young struggle to comprehend the full extent of their opponent's capabilities. It becomes clear that they had underestimated the power at play, with Yoo Jung-hyuk revealing that their mission was to annihilate smaller green zones except for those belonging to Pil-du Gong, which had a limited capacity of under 3 individuals. The true scope of their adversary's might is slowly exposed, leaving his team to ponder the gravity of their situation. As tensions simmered in Chonmuro, Gong Pil-du confronted Kim Dokja about the stir his actions had caused. With a fiery passion, he accused Kim of being reckless and troublemaker extraordinaire. But Kim, his eyes clouding with concern, explained that cryptic messages from the constellations were driving his headache into overdrive. Gong Pil-du's response was swift. He reminded Kim that he wasn't the only channel in town, highlighting Biryu's verminous, 3642 as a parallel example. As curiosity got the better of him, Kim probed for more information on Biryu's operation and received a tantalizing glimpse into its thrill-seeking world. Meanwhile, Gong Pil-do dropped a subtle hint about seeking Jae-hai Lee's expertise in green zones, areas where Huiwen would struggle to operate alone. As Kim Dokja vents his frustration, a palpable sense of tension settles over the group. Everyone is clearly upset by the sacred hero's sudden betrayal, and it seems that no one knows what to do next. The air is thick with anxiety as they await further developments. Then, without warning, a bounty hunter appears on the scene, casting a long shadow of uncertainty over their troubled minds. Kim Dokja is approached for help, but he refuses, signaling a shift in his willingness to assist others. As the tension builds, Kim Dokja approaches Han Sooyoung Lee with a proposal: kill him and receive 2,000 coins. But Han Sooyoung is unmoved, refusing to consider it unless the reward reaches an astonishing 20,000 coins. As their conversation unfolds, Kim Dokja tries to persuade Han Sooyoung by hinting at potential danger lurking nearby, but the latter remains skeptical. Noticing something fishy, Han Sooyoung questions Kim Dokja's intentions, implying he's not naive to repeated instances of a certain skill being used. The standoff concludes with Han Sooyoung reiterating his reluctance to be killed more than twice, at most a stark reminder that in this world survival is a constant gamble. As Kim Dokja's thoughts drift back to a fateful day, he recalls Jung Hyuk's madness-fueled rampage through Chungmuro, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. The echoes of that calamity still linger, and Dokja senses the eerie familiarity of the present situation. Suddenly, an urgent announcement shatters the silence. Emergency defense has begun, with a daunting task ahead: surviving a relentless onslaught of monsters for 8 grueling hours. With failure certain to result in his own demise, Dokja must steel himself against the impending danger, knowing that 1,000 precious coins await those who emerge victorious. As the alarm blared to life, Kim Dokja's confusion turned to concern as he wondered if this was some kind of cruel joke. But before he could process what was happening, a flashback played out in his mind. Lee Hyun-sung's instructions on how to evacuate through the stairs echoed in his ears. Suddenly, an unknown voice barked orders, urging him to make a run for the stairs. With no time to hesitate, Kim Dokja sprinted forward, joined by his companions as they desperately sought to escape the enemy's relentless onslaught. As darkness closes in around him, Yoo Jung-hyuk stands amidst the ruins of the underground bunker, surrounded by debris and desperation. A message scrolls across the wall, a stark reminder of his dwindling options, limited resources, no escape. But as he reads the words, something within him ignites determination to survive. He rejects the easy way out, instead choosing to brave the unknown in search of freedom. And with that decision, Yoo Jung-hyuk sets course towards survival, driven by a fierce will to live. As the confrontation unfolds, Kim Dokja is suddenly addressed with a sense of urgency and hostility. With fiery determination, he responds by announcing his willingness to fight, undeterred by the unknown threat. However, before tensions escalate further, a second figure intervenes, voicing skepticism about Kim Dokja's plan and urging caution. Han Sooyoung, revealed as the Tyrant King, becomes enraged, demanding an explanation for Kim Dokja's actions. As emotions run high, Kim Dokja seeks alternative solutions, mentioning the other stairs in desperation. Just as it seems like a decision is about to be made, Yoo Jung-hyuk bursts into the conversation, warning of catastrophic consequences if their plan unfolds as initially intended. And with that, the scene comes to an abrupt close, leaving the outcome hanging precariously in the balance. As the understanding level hovered at 65, Han Sooyoung Lee's words served as a stark reminder of their progress in the game. But just as the group seemed poised to make a breakthrough, Inciter In Ho-chin burst onto the scene, shattering the illusion with his claim that they were still woefully behind at only 20% understanding. Gong Pil-do, ever the firebrand, seized the moment to scold Kim Dokja and Yoo Jung-hyuk for their lack of action, imploring them to harness their unique abilities to save everyone trapped in the game world. With his words, A plan began to take shape, work together, sacrifice certain rooms, and spawn manageable monsters to clear the third scenario. Initially hesitant, Kim Dokja and Yoo Jung-hyuk eventually relented, following Gong Pildu's lead as they embarked on their uncertain quest for survival. As the crisis deepens, a sense of urgency grips the group as Pildu implores Yoo Jung-hyuk to join forces with the others, pleading that this is their only hope for survival. As supporting constellation echoes Pildu's sentiments, emphasizing the importance of unity in the face of adversity. The air thickens as everyone is called upon to gather together, signaling a shift towards collective action. With calm determination, Pildu explains that setting up the militarized zone will take some time, but reassures the group they can wait it out for a little while longer. As a seasoned hunter approaches Gong Pildu, he reveals the true extent of their mission, not to aid him in his predicament, but solely to collect the bounty. Frustration and anger etch themselves across Gong Pildu's face as he realizes the hunter's lack of commitment. But just as it seems things cannot get any worse, his skill private property LV. 3 kicks into gear, unleashing a surge of power that leaves him more formidable than ever. With a menacing glare, Gong Pildu warns the bounty hunters they will soon be sent to their own personal hell, a chilling reminder of his growing prowess and unyielding determination. As Han Sooyoung Lee's allies praise his stigma for its impressive performance, he can't help but feel a twinge of concern about the amount of mana he's used. Despite this, he reassures them that he'll be fine for now, thanks to his mana-efficient stigma. With that settled, Han Sooyoung suggests taking a break and enjoying the moment, implying that they are getting some much-needed personal time. As he catches up on sleep, it's clear he's relieved to have finally slowed down. But when an ally questions what about the others, Han Sooyoung's frustration boils over with his exasperated cry of "Ah, damn it," echoing through the air. As Kim Dokja and his companions converge in a meeting room, their collective determination to escape the tower is palpable. The group, comprising Yoo Jung-hyuk, Young Hee-won, Yoo Sang-ga, Lee Hyun-sung, Lee Gil-young, Shin Yoo-sung, Han Sooyoung, Gong Pildu, and Han Sooyoung Lee, engages in a strategic discussion to devise the best plan for their liberation. They decide to split into smaller groups, maximizing their chances of success by covering more ground. Kim Dokja's group, consisting of Yoo Jung-hyuk, Young Hee-won, and Yoo Sang-ga, sets out on a mission to disable the tower's security system, with Kim Dokja at the helm, leveraging his leadership skills and strategic thinking to navigate their perilous journey. As Jung-hyuk Yoo, also known as Pildu Gong, reflects on the outcome of his latest battle, a mix of frustration and disappointment washes over him, with expletives spilling out in a torrent of emotions. But amidst this turmoil, he stumbles upon a crucial revelation: his skill militarized zone has leveled up, bringing with it a profound impact on those around him, particularly his supporting constellation. The weight of responsibility settles upon Pildu as he contemplates the long-term consequences of his actions and decisions, leaving us wondering how much longer he can sustain this pace without unraveling the delicate balance of his relationships. As the hours tick by, Jung-hyuk Yoo's disciple, Sung Hyan, begins to grow increasingly concerned about his master's prolonged absence from their shop. At first, it seems as though Pildu has simply been busy, but Sung Hyan can't help but notice the signs of aging that are creeping onto his mentor's face. As the clock strikes 8 p.m., exactly 11 hours since Pildu entered the dungeon, Sung Hyan reaches a breaking point. With a sense of determination, he decides to take matters into his own hands and instructs Bi-hyung to open the shop for a brief moment. As Jung-hyuk Yoo, also known as Pildu Gong, is presented with a lucrative offer to upgrade his membership to gold, he finds himself torn between temptation and caution. The promise of 5,000 coins and a new status quo proves alluring, but Pildu's prior agreement not to sign with a supporting constellation holds him back. Just as he begins to weigh his options, a mysterious figure or regressor intervenes, revealing the existence of a contract that would fundamentally alter the employer-employee dynamic. Pildu's skepticism and concern grow as he contemplates the potential risks and consequences of signing on the dotted line. With the deal still undecided, it becomes clear that Pildu's sense of independence and autonomy will continue to guide his decisions, even as the unknown forces around him threaten to disrupt his plans. As the clock ticks down, Yoon-hyuk-yu's desperate situation becomes increasingly dire. With only an hour and a half left before his incarnation dies, Pildu faces a daunting reality. His channel followers, once enthralled by his content, have lost interest, abandoning their donations in favor of more thrilling streams. Despite this, Pildu refuses to give up, recognizing the limits of his own sponsorship abilities but determined not to let his latest failure prove fatal. With time running out, he reaches out to other constellations for aid, a last-ditch effort to salvage his precarious situation and avoid the catastrophic consequences of yet another failed regression. As Yoon-hyuk-yu, also known as Pildu Gong, walks along, a mysterious figure suddenly appears before him, addressing him directly with an unexpected offer. The enigmatic figure explains that they cannot be a supporting constellation, but they can still sponsor Pildu if he signs their contract, leaving the young man bewildered and agitated. Refusing to engage or sign anything without further consideration, Pildu tells the figure to pipe down, demonstrating his cautious nature and determination. As Yoon-hyuk-yu, also known as Pildu Gong, engages with the Defense Master, a constellation desperate to spread his stories and earn coins, an unexpected revelation unfolds. The Defense Master, whose home world has already perished in a previous scenario, reveals that he's out of coins and his stories have been erased from people's memories, but hold immense power within the Starstream universe. Pildu learns that constellations cannot support new incarnations without coins, and if they fail to spread their stories, they'll be forgotten and perish. The Defense Master's emotional response to Pildu's condition hints at a deeper connection between them, potentially foreshadowing future events. As the stakes are raised, questions emerge about the nature of power in this universe, tied to memory and storytelling. As the ominous warning message "He might die" flashes on screen, Yoon-hyuk-yu, aka Pildu Gong, finds himself in a desperate battle for survival. With his impressive combat skills honed as a regressor, he takes down his unknown foes with ease, gaining access to a new area and setting the stage for a dramatic revelation. But it's what lies ahead that leaves Pildu reeling. A mysterious figure reveals that he's being sold off to an unknown buyer, sparking a torrent of anger and frustration as he erupts into a string of expletives. With his autonomy and freedom on the line, Pildu's determination is put to the test as he faces the uncertain future ahead. As Yoon-hyuk-yu, Pildu Gong is unexpectedly confronted by a mysterious individual who has been planning to train him. This enigmatic figure presents Pildu with a contract outlining the terms of his reincarnation, revealing that he will share authority with an employer and have limitations on their rights over other properties. But just as Pildu begins to grasp the implications of this arrangement, his instincts suddenly alert him to the presence of lurking monsters, shattering the tranquility of the moment. As Yoon-hyuk-yu, also known as Pildu Gong, stood face to face with Dokja, their conversation was laced with tension and emotion. Pildu's words were laced with accusation, claiming that Dokja had never forgiven him for past mistakes, while Dokja's responses were cold and dismissive, revealing the deep-seated animosity between them. The air was thick with unspoken history as the two former allies clashed in a confrontation that threatened to unravel long-held secrets. Just as it seemed that the situation would escalate further, Pildu's mana suddenly surged back to life, hinting at a connection between his emotions and magical abilities. But what lay behind this sudden turn of events? The revelation of a mysterious contract or document only added to the mystery, leaving the audience wondering about the true nature of their complicated relationship. As Yoon-hyuk-yu, also known as Pildu Gong, emerged from his emotional turmoil, his words exploded in a burst of determination. Fighting. His friend or ally, taken aback by the outburst, asked what was wrong, but Pildu's frustration and helplessness left no room for explanation. Meanwhile, the constellation secretive plotter appeared intrigued, vanishing into thin air, leaving behind a hint that it would be absent for a while. Amidst the chaos, another character expressed their anger and frustration towards someone who had abandoned others to seek a rare item. Undeterred by these setbacks, Pildu resolved to take action, declaring "I am gonna go." As he prepared to leave, his determination to protect his friends palpable in the air. As Young-hyuk-yu, also known as Pildu Gong, lies on the ground, overwhelmed by pain and exhaustion, his thoughts drift back to his past failures and losses throughout his 8th regression. The weight of those memories crushes him, and he utters a cry of despair, his words echoing with desperation, "In my next life." And that was the end of Young-hyuk-yu's "Jo Regressio." But in an instant reality snaps back into focus, and Pildu's determination takes hold. With a new-found resolve, he refuses to give up, his determination to continue fighting burning brighter than ever before. As Young-hyuk-yu, aka Pildu Gong, checked the calendar, he was struck by the realization that time had lost all meaning for him lately. But his disorientation was suddenly disrupted by Dokja's cryptic mention of a bastard potentially linked to his murky past. The enigmatic remark sent ripples of curiosity and concern coursing through Pildu's mind. As he pondered the implications, his thoughts turned to his friends Hyun-sung and Senga, who had taken on the responsibility of keeping an eye on him. His worry for their safety added a layer of unease to his growing unease. Meanwhile, Dokja's words hinted at a deeper concern that extended far beyond Pildu himself, leaving the reader wondering what secrets lay hidden in the shadows of this complex web. As Young-hyuk-yu, also known as Pildu Gong, stands before the entrance to Chun Muro's hidden dungeon, a sense of déjà vu washes over him. Dokja appears, her presence a constant reminder that she's been watching his every move. With a mix of determination and trepidation, Pildu recalls his past experiences in this very dungeon: 8 attempts, 6 successes, but 2 crushing failures. Now, as he finds himself in his 3rd regression, the weight of those failures bears down on him. 11 long hours have passed since he entered through exit number 1, and Dokja's ominous warning looms large, the regressor's impending demise. As darkness envelops him, Young-hyuk-yu receives a chilling warning on his phone: "Will die today." The ominous message is accompanied by cryptic symbols and images that only add to the sense of foreboding. As he processes this disturbing information, Pildu's gaze falls upon his cramped and dimly lit surroundings, with no visible escape route in sight. The air is thick with tension as Pildu is left to contemplate the gravity of the message, sensing that a significant threat or challenge lies ahead, one that could potentially snuff out his life. As Dokja ventures into the mysterious hidden dungeon, he's met with an eerie discovery: the entrance has already been breached by someone else. Undeterred, he begins his exploration, following a trail of clues and overcoming treacherous obstacles in his path. A cryptic mark on the ground hints that he's not alone in this endeavor, leaving him to wonder about the identity of those who came before him. With each challenge conquered, Dokja edges closer to unlocking the secrets within the dungeon, finally reaching a new threshold marked LAR key, a tantalizing glimpse into what lies ahead in his journey. As the weight of danger settles over them, Dokja and Jae-hye engage in a heartfelt conversation about the precarious situation surrounding Cinema Master. Dokja's concern for his well-being is palpable as he implores Jae-hye to reveal her perspective on this enigmatic figure. With candid honesty, Jae-hye reveals that Cinema Master's unique abilities make him an invaluable asset, sparking a poignant response from Dokja. He emphasizes the importance of companionship and lending a helping hand, showcasing his unwavering commitment to supporting those he cares about. As their conversation comes to a close, it becomes clear that Dokja and Jae-hye have reached a deeper understanding, their bond strengthened by this shared moment of introspection and empathy. As Dokja's thoughts wander back to his conversation with Young-hyuk-yu, a sense of urgency takes hold as he rushes to save someone who poses a threat to him. Jae-hye and the constellation G are left perplexed by his actions, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind them. But Dokja's mind is elsewhere, replaying Young-hyuk-yu's words about the consequences of regression on the world. He ponders whether Yu truly doesn't care about the worlds he abandoned, or if he's just avoiding guilt. The fate of those worlds hangs in the balance, and Dokja wonders if there are any clues to be found in TWSA. As his thoughts unfold, a darker possibility emerges, What would happen if the regressor were to die, leaving behind a parallel universe that continues to exist? As Dokja's determination to stop Yoon-hyuk-yu from regressing by death becomes clear, he finds himself pondering a more pressing mystery: the ripped posters that have been scattered throughout the area. The usually calm Dokja's curiosity is piqued as he wonders who could be behind this act of vandalism. Meanwhile, Jae-hae approaches him with an air of mischief, inquiring about her skills with a sword and receiving enthusiastic approval from Dokja himself. As their conversation unfolds, it becomes apparent that Jae-hae takes great joy in wielding the blade, an enjoyment shared by Dokja as he reflects on his own experiences with swords. The exchange is punctuated by Jae-hae's admiration for Dokja's sword, which he accepts with a sense of pride. But beneath the surface, Dokja senses a subtle distinction in Jae-hae's behavior, observing that she doesn't interact with him in the same way she does with Hwee-won. As Dokja's world is turned upside down by the sudden changes around him, he becomes increasingly desperate for answers. His routine is disrupted when Jae-hae alerts him to an unexpected presence, leading him to discover that his room has been ransacked and some items are missing. But amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope emerges as Dokja stumbles upon a hidden item, sparking relief in his expression. Just as he begins to unravel the mystery, Yoon-hyuk-yu appears, revealing that they paid 1,000 coins to the prophets for valuable information. Despite initial reservations, Hwee-won seems to trust the prophet's reliability, leaving Dokja with more questions than answers and setting the stage for further developments in this unfolding drama. As Dokja's concern grows, he can't help but notice the sudden change in Yoon-hyuk-yu's behavior, a development that has left him baffled and wondering if it's connected to the mysterious hidden dungeon. The regression tests had never mentioned this peculiar behavior, leaving Dokja puzzled about what could be triggering such a drastic shift. As the thoughts swirl, fragmented images of memories or fragments of thoughts emerge, but they offer no clear answers, only adding to the enigma. And then in an instant it hits him, what just happened? The question hangs in the air as Dokja struggles to make sense of the unexpected turn of events. As Dokja walked down the street, his gaze fell upon a torn movie poster lying on the ground. The forgotten advertisement caught his attention, and he couldn't help but mutter a frustrated curse under his breath as he wondered who could have left it behind, none other than Yoon-hyuk-yu, the infamous troublemaker. Just then, Hwee-won appeared beside him, inquiring about Dokja's taste in movies. With an enthusiastic nod, Dokja revealed his love for cinema. But just as their conversation began to flow smoothly, Hwee-won dropped a cryptic remark that left Dokja bewildered. People might start hating movies from now on. The ominous prediction hung in the air, leaving Dokja to ponder its meaning and the true intentions of those around him. As the dimly lit room fell silent, Dokja and his friends converged around a table, their faces set with determination. The mission to rescue Hwee-won from the prophet's clutches had finally taken shape, but the risks involved weighed heavily on Dokja's mind. Jae-hae and Yoon-hyuk-yu, undeterred by the dangers, pushed forward with their plan, while OER Rice provided crucial intel on the hideout's layout and internal conflicts within the prophets. With a strategy in place, including disguises and evasive tactics, the group finalized their plan and prepared to embark on their perilous quest. In a world where the boundaries between reality and fiction blur, Dokja finds himself immersed in a cinematic landscape. A mysterious voiceover sets the tone, explaining that this realm has been crafted by the enigmatic cinema master, who remains elusive for now. Meanwhile, Yoon-hyuk-yu's true intentions are revealed as he plots to dominate every stage and claim all rewards for himself. Dokja's curiosity is piqued, but his confusion about the nature of this movie deepens. Just as the audience thinks they are getting closer to the truth, a cliffhanger leaves them wondering who or what has caught Dokja's attention with the ominous phrase, "Wait, what are you?" This stage is set for an epic adventure, but the players' roles remain shrouded in mystery. As Dokja stands before the enigmatic Titanoptera, a creature from the ancient Triassic period, he's met with a sense of mystery and wonder. With caution, he approaches the insect-like beast, seeking to unravel its connection to the game that has consumed his life. Suddenly Yoon-hyuk-yu appears, shedding light on the Titanoptera's rarity and power within the digital realm. Meanwhile, Huiwen watches from a distance, her thoughts unknown but her intentions keenly observed. As Dokja struggles to comprehend the cryptic creature and its significance, he's forced to confront the blurred lines between reality and game in this eerie encounter. As they ventured deeper into the cinema dungeon, Young-hyuk and Dokja found themselves face to face with a mysterious stage, shrouded in uncertainty. The French naturalist Jean-Henri Faber's fascination with insects was an odd reference point for their conversation, but it served as a reminder of the unpredictable nature of their predicament. With varying degrees of confidence, Young-hyuk expressed his doubts about navigating this particular stage, while Dokja teased him about missing out on crucial details. The prospect of a hidden reward tantalized Dokja, leaving Young-hyuk in the dark about what lay ahead. As Dokja's eyes scanned the screen, he suddenly recognized the familiar faces of men from earlier, referencing an event that had long since passed. The memories came flooding back, and with them a spark of understanding ignited within him. He pieced together the connection between the movie plot and his own situation, the gears turning in his mind like clockwork. And then it hit him the monster on screen was none other than a Tier 7 beast, a rare and powerful creature rumored to hold secrets beyond mortal comprehension. The cinema master's cryptic words about hidden dungeons and better rewards for overcoming challenges only served to further solidify Dokja's growing awareness of the mysterious events surrounding him as he began to grasp the true nature of the world he found himself in. As the darkness envelops them, Dokja and Jihai find themselves bound together in a mysterious location, with no recollection of how they arrived or where they are headed. In his desperation to escape, Dokja resorts to using his knowledge of webtoons, but soon realizes that their confinement is far from ordinary. The sudden appearance of Huiwen shatters the veil of uncertainty as he reveals the sinister intentions of the prophets, who have manipulated them all along. Meanwhile, Young-hyuk's unexpected alliance with these mysterious figures sends shockwaves through Dokja's world, prompting him to devise a plan for Jihai and himself to break free from this nightmarish reality. Just as they begin to form their escape strategy, the ominous presence of the cinema master looms over them, casting an eerie silence that hangs heavy in the air. As the candles flicker, Kim Dokja's gaze drifts back to a life left behind. He flips through the worn pages of a book, memories of his school days and tangled encounters with Yoo Jung-hyuk resurfacing like ripples on the surface of a stagnant pond. The echoes of past choices haunt him, weighing heavily on his conscience as he contemplates the far-reaching consequences that have reshaped his reality. Just as the darkness is about to consume him, a knock at the door breaks the silence, and Lee Hyun-sung answers, ushering in Yoo Jung-hyuk with an air of urgency and importance, casting a long-awaited shadow over Kim Dokja's solitary reverie. As chaos erupts around them, Kim Dokja's urgent plea for Jung-hyuk to take action falls on deaf ears. Unfazed by the Firenosaurus Rex's ominous presence, Jung-hyuk remains steadfast in his resolve, his voice ringing out across the room as he emphasizes the need to escape, and fast. Lee Hyun-sung chimes in with a reminder of their true objective, securing the central research lab. Gong Pildu's enthusiasm for a finale is met with a stern rebuke from Jung-hyuk, who refuses to be swayed from his goal. Just as tensions reach a boiling point, the Firenosaurus Rex unleashes its carnivorous fierce skill, sending panic coursing through the group. But Jung-hyuk remains resolute, his determination burning brighter than ever as he prepares to face the beast head-on, his leadership and conviction driving the group towards escape and survival. As the group ventures forth, Lee Gilliam takes charge, cautioning Huiwen and Jihai to spread out and be vigilant. But little do they know, he's about to unleash his expertise with Dinosaur Encyclopedia, revealing the secrets of tyrannosaurs. With a wealth of knowledge at his fingertips, he explains that these prehistoric creatures may appear fearsome, but their agility belies a critical vulnerability, their limited peripheral vision, making them susceptible to attacks from the sides. As Gilliam shares this insight, Kim Dokja can't help but probe further, asking if Gilliam's perpetual youthful appearance is a result of his ageless existence. As Kim Dokja leads his team into battle, He issues a series of swift instructions, emphasizing the importance of strategy and timing. "Run behind something," he orders, his voice firm but calculated. With a scathing glance, he silences idle chatter among his teammates, reminding them that they are at war, not at leisure. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air as he asserts his confidence, declaring himself the only viable tank for the moment. His plan unfolds with precision. While he draws the enemy's attention, his teammates will strike from behind, taking advantage of the element of surprise. With a decisive call out, Kim Dokja summons Gil-young to join him in this critical battle. As the team readies themselves for the unknown threat ahead, Kim Dokja stands tall, his leadership and tactical prowess on full display. As tensions rise, Kim Dokja and Yoo Jung-hyuk engage in a heated discussion about their escape plan, while an unseen observer watches from the shadows. The trio's conversation begins with cautious optimism as they weigh their options, but it quickly turns intense as Yoo Jung-hyuk reveals his discovery of a way to infiltrate behind enemy lines, a path that requires swift and decisive action. Kim Dokja expresses his reservations about abandoning their current strategy without a solid plan in place, but Yoo Jung-hyuk's urgency and determination prove persuasive. As the debate reaches its climax, Lee Hyun-sung attempts to mediate, only for Yoo Jung-hyuk's conviction to ultimately prevail. With a reluctant nod, Kim Dokja agrees to follow his lead as Young Hee-won disappears into the darkness, her intentions and loyalties left unclear. As Kim Dokja finds himself surrounded by a group of figures with uncertain intentions, the air is thick with tension. In-hyuk's unwavering determination to remove him from the situation is palpable as he stands apart from the others, his eyes fixed on his target. Meanwhile, Yoo Jung-hyuk, Young Hee-won, Lee Hyun-sung, Lee Gil-young, and Shin Yoo-sung close in, their faces a picture of resolve. Han Sooyoung watches with a mixture of curiosity and concern, her gaze darting between the group and Kim Dokja. And in the shadows, Anna Croft whispers urgently to an unknown party, her words barely audible but her intentions clear. "We see." The fate of Kim Dokja hangs precariously in the balance as these disparate forces converge, each with their own agendas and motivations. As Kim Dokja confided in Yoo Jung-hyuk about their plan to infiltrate the tyrant king's castle, a sense of unease settled over them both. The weight of Young Hee-won's betrayal still lingered, her reveal of their scheme to Han Sooyoung leaving them reeling. Dokja's frustration and disappointment boiled over, his trust shattered by her treachery. But Jung-hyuk stood firm, urging Dokja to focus on the task at hand, assuring him that they could still succeed despite the setbacks. With resolve renewed, the two allies decided to press on, undeterred by the obstacles ahead. As Kim Dokja and his companions press on through the unforgiving desert landscape, their determined march towards the ancient city is interrupted by a sudden crisis. A nomadic tribe, beset by monstrous attackers, cries out for aid, and our heroes rush to defend them against all odds. In the heat of battle, Lee Hyun-sung falls wounded, yet his comrades rally together to vanquish the beasts, their combined strength proving more than a match for the ferocious invaders. With the danger at bay, the tribespeople express their gratitude, offering to guide Kim Dokja's group to their long-sought destination in exchange for their bravery. As they continue on their perilous journey, the trials ahead loom large, testing their resolve and mettle against the unforgiving forces of fate. As Kim Dokja's eyes flutter open, he's met with an unfamiliar surroundings and a wave of pain coursing through his body. His deep breaths grow more labored as he struggles to sit up, wincing at the sharp stab of agony that pierces his wound. Realizing his predicament, a sense of desperation sets in. He won't be able to survive without aid. Just as hope begins to dwindle, Anna Croft appears, her arrival marked by an air of mystery and curiosity. She probes for information, asking about the prophets, prompting Kim Dokja's faltering attempts at explanation. He stumbles over words, mentioning guardian and revelation, but the meaning behind these cryptic terms remains unclear. As the scene fades to black, a single word looms large: revelation. What secrets lie hidden beneath this enigmatic phrase? As Kim Dokja's mind wanders, he can't help but be fascinated by Anna Croft's extraordinary vision skill. He notes that in the entire world of TWSA, she stands alone in possessing this ability, leaving him to wonder if someone else might have sent a representative instead of taking matters into their own hands. This trains of thought sparks a new realization: could there be others like him out there? As Kim Dokja navigated the eerie atmosphere, Ebo suddenly appeared, his eyes fixed intently on the strength ampules in Dokja's possession. "Everything in this movie has been recreated so amazingly," he murmured, his tone dripping with an unsettling enthusiasm. With an air of curiosity, Ebo probed Dokja about his activities, only to be met with evasive responses. Undeterred, Ebo persisted, his gaze never wavering from the ampules. It was then that Dokja revealed his discovery, sparking a palpable desire in Ebo to claim them for himself. The tension mounted as Ebo proposed sharing the strength ampules, but Dokja's hesitation was palpable, fueled by concerns about Ebo's true intentions. As Kim Dokja and Yoo Joo-hyuk engaged in a candid conversation, their words hung in the air like a delicate balance of power. The question on the table was whether they could truly have it all, or if their ambitions would ultimately clash. Yoo Joo-hyuk's confidence in his skills at this game was palpable as he probed Kim Dokja about their strategy, and for a moment doubt crept into Kim Dokja's thoughts, recalling the unpredictable twists of previous hunts that defied the original endings. But it was Yoo Joo-hyuk who proposed an alternative, suggesting they prioritize producing an action-packed ending, one that would surely delight the cinema master. And as their conversation unfolded, a subtle shift took place, revealing that their true goal wasn't to replicate movie finales, but rather to satisfy the enigmatic mastermind behind it all. As the mysterious cinema dungeon beckons, Kim Dokja takes it upon himself to enlighten his party members on its unforgiving rules. "You can't take the monsters," he warns, setting the tone for a treacherous journey ahead. With an ampule in hand, a reward for besting a ferocious T-Rex, Dokja illustrates the importance of item collection and stat amplification. As they strive to reach the final floor, every advantage counts, and Dokja's experience has taught him that the stakes are higher than ever. His words are laced with concern as he mentions Young-hyuk's precarious situation, hinting at a darker truth waiting to unfold. As Kim Dokja's eyes scan the screen of his smartphone, a sense of unease crept over him. A cryptic message from an unknown sender had just arrived, reading the darkness that lies at the center of the world is calling for you, and featuring a strange symbol that seemed to hold secrets of its own. Kim Dokja's mind raced as he tried to decipher the meaning behind these ominous words, his thoughts drawn back to the unexplained phenomena he'd encountered in the virtual world. Just as he was about to piece together the mystery, Yoo Joo-hyuk appeared beside him, his expression a picture of concern, interrupting Kim Dokja's train of thought and setting off a chain reaction that would lead him down a path of discovery and danger. As Dokja and Young-hyuk venture into a boss room filled with torn posters, their conversation takes a crucial turn. With the rules of the Omniscient aim still unclear, they ponder the possibility that only unblemished posters grant access to movie worlds. But Dokja's keen observation reveals a twist: the ripped poster appears to have been torn after they cleared it, opening up new possibilities for movie choices. Young-hyuk urges them to act swiftly, sensing time is of the essence, and Dokja concurs, emphasizing the importance of not delaying their decision. As Dokja steps into the fourth floor of the cinema dungeon, a mix of relief and astonishment washes over them. They've just cleared, leaving them reeling from the experience. But it's Young-hyuk's accomplishment that truly piques their curiosity. How did he manage to clear alone? As they begin to relax, Dokja can't help but feel uneasy, recalling the disorienting sensation of being inside another movie. The naval warfare god's choice of Huey-win as the female lead raises more questions than answers, and Dokja finds themselves worrying about having to sink a ship, a daunting prospect that resonates with memories from the current movie. Amidst their unease, Dokja turns to Huey-win, seeking clarification on her role in this new movie, only to be met with uncertainty. As the group converged around the bound villain, tension filled the air. Young-hyuk's arrival marked the beginning of a crucial discussion, with Dokja at its forefront. His frustration and disappointment were palpable as he lamented the lack of progress in dealing with the kidnapper. Huey Wenjiang joined the conversation, offering her insights on what to do with the captive. As the group debated, Dokja's analytical mind shone through, driven by a determination to find a more effective solution. As Dokja and Yoon Hyuk-yu engage in a heated debate, their conversation takes an unexpected turn. With the action-packed cinema unfolding before them, they ponder whether to take out the cinema master or not. Yoon Hyuk-yu's hesitation is palpable as he insists that the character looks real and is almost like a person, evoking an emotional response from him. Dokja, however, is quick to counter with a pragmatic approach, pointing out that the cinema master is merely a fictional character and must be eliminated if they wish to survive. With his persuasive arguments, Dokja convinces Yoon Hyuk-yu to put aside their sentimental feelings for the cinema master's sake, refocusing on their own survival in this treacherous situation. As Dokja ventures into this mysterious room within the cinema dungeon, they are met with a treasure trove of movie props and costumes, each one meticulously crafted to resemble its original counterpart. The air is thick with excitement as Dokja explores every nook and cranny, uncovering well-made replicas of iconic items from various films. And then, amidst this sea of cinematic treasures, Dokja's eyes land on a sword, shining brightly like a beacon of accomplishment for completing the last remaining movie on floor 6. Their face erupts with excitement and surprise as they realize the true value of this discovery, a reward that will undoubtedly aid them in their journey through this labyrinthine dungeon. As Dokja unwraps the replica of Mikazuki Munechika, Huey Wenjiang expresses her gratitude, revealing a deeper appreciation for their thoughtfulness. With Sang's name on her lips, she asks Dokja to pick out a special item from the store as a gift, an opportunity for them to demonstrate their problem-solving skills and social acumen. As they browse through various items, including replicas of scanned, Gon and Mjolnir replica, Dokja is struck by the latter's exclusivity, reserved for only those deemed worthy. As Dokja stands amidst a moment of introspection, Huey Wenjiang approaches her with an intriguing proposition, a gift. The object in question sparks a hint of excitement on Dokja's face, piquing her curiosity. Yoon Hyuk-yu's sudden appearance injects a note of tension, questioning the fairness of this offer. Amidst this dynamic, Huey Wen reiterates her generosity, prompting Dokja to weigh her options carefully. After a brief deliberation, Dokja reaches a decision, accepting the gift with a pragmatic attitude. It's better than nothing. As Dokja stands triumphant, the weight of clearing the last remaining movie on floor 6 finally lifts from their shoulders. They can't help but express gratitude for this monumental achievement, and with it comes a newfound sense of pride and accomplishment. The thrilling conclusion of the thriller movie still lingers in their mind, a challenging yet rewarding experience that has left an indelible mark. But Dokja's thoughts soon shift to the unique reward they've received, one that may not be combat-oriented but is sure to prove useful in future endeavors. With this new tool under their belt, they set their sights on catching up with Yoon Hyuk-yu, currently battling it out in the boss room. And as they gain a deeper understanding of this character profile approximation skill, Dokja's determination only grows stronger, fueled by the prospect of further challenges ahead. As Dokja surveys the area, he notices the shocking destruction of all the posters, leaving him to wonder who could be responsible for this chaos. His thoughts turn to Yoon Hyuk-yu, currently sealed away in the boss room, and he can't help but speculate about the mastermind's whereabouts. Concern etches on his face as he ponders the possibility of stumbling upon more intact posters which could potentially reveal crucial information or even pose a threat. As Dokja delved deeper into floor 6, they became increasingly determined to unlock the elusive boss room. Research led them to a crucial discovery. One of the remaining movies required a specific condition, involving a gift for Huey Wenjiang. With memories of their conversation with Huey Wen fresh in mind, Dokja decided to take a chance and surprise her with a thoughtful present from the nearby store. In a moment of foresight, they also picked up an item for Sanga, hoping to make a good impression on Yoon Hyuk-yu. The plan seemed to pay off as Dokja encountered Yoon Hyuk in the boss room, who appeared taken aback by their sudden presence. With caution, Dokja kept a low profile, observing Young-hyuk from afar, unsure of what his intentions were or what lay ahead for them. As Dokja's mind wanders, they think back on Young-hyuk's current whereabouts in the boss room, hoping that he won't stumble upon any more intact posters. Their thoughts then turn to Hui Wen-jeong's gratitude towards them for getting her a gift, and they recall how she also picked out an item from the store for Senga. Dokja reflects on their own abilities, acknowledging both their high intelligence and problem-solving skills, as well as their weaknesses in physical strength and agility. They remember approximating character profiles and the rewards that came with completing the last remaining movie on floor 6. As they ponder these thoughts, Dokja seems lost in contemplation, weighing their next moves and setting a thoughtful tone for what's to come. As Dokja and his team face off against an overwhelming enemy force, they are met with a daunting reality: they are vastly outnumbered. Dokja's sharp mind quickly assesses their situation, pointing out that their historical battle-based strategy may be working against them. His teammate vents frustration at the lack of additional ships to bolster their defenses, while Dokja searches for the general, wondering where he is and why he's absent from the fray. Amidst the chaos and cries of alarm, Dokja's analytical mind remains focused on finding a way to turn the tide in their favor. As Dokja stands amidst the swirling questions, he can't help but wonder, did the cinema master truly alter the course of the movie, or was it just a mere illusion? The thought sends him spiraling into a vortex of curiosity as he ponders the hypothetical scenario where General Sun Sin-lee wasn't present at the Battle of Myeongnyang. The more he thinks about it, the more his concerns grow, like ripples on the surface of a pond. As Kim Dokja's memories begin to sharpen, he finds himself pondering the unexpected selection by Admiral Lee. With his doubts about his own identity and purpose, he wonders aloud why the Admiral chose him, someone who gets seasick at the mere thought of the ocean. Rumors swirl in his mind, whispering that he might be a descendant of the legendary Admiral Sun Sin-lee, and suddenly the mysterious connection between past and present becomes clearer. The portrait of Admiral Sun Sin-lee looms large, a symbol of the enigmatic thread binding Kim Dokja's fate to the historical figure, leaving him with more questions than answers. As the mission unfolds, Yoo Jung-hyuk's concern for his comrade Jae Lee becomes palpable. Rushing to her side after she screams out for help, he asks if she's all right, only to be met with an unsettling silence. Undeterred, he attempts to reason with her, imploring her not to do something, but she refuses to engage in conversation at the moment. Later, Yoo Jung-hyuk tries again, this time pointing out that Jae Lee's unusual behavior is likely due to severe seasickness, highlighting his empathy and dedication to their shared objective. As Dokja watches a cherished favorite of his late friend, he begins to unravel a web of secrets surrounding his past. Jaehae's knowing gaze hints at an intimate connection with Dokja, one that transcends mere acquaintance. She reveals her vast knowledge of Dokja's life, raising questions about the nature of their bond. The revelation only deepens as she explains Admiral Sun Sin-lee's true motives behind selecting Dokja, hinting at a shared history they can't quite recall. When Dokja asks if Jae hails from the Deoksu Lee clan, she corrects him with a shocking truth. She is in fact a descendant of Admiral Eok-gi Lee, her family entwined in significant historical events. As the veil lifts on Jaehae's true identity and lineage, her significance within the story becomes crystal clear. As the memories of a fateful past unfold, Kim Dokja is confronted with the truth about Admiral Sun Sin-lee's treachery, framed by an unknown figure who left behind no stories to claim their place among the constellations. This revelation sparks a chain reaction, as Dokja's gaze falls upon a stigma bearing the Admiral's mark, and he struggles to contain its power. Just as it seems his emotions are about to overwhelm him, Jae appears, her urgent warning piercing through the chaos. An impending threat looms, and only Dokja can stop it. As the weight of his friend's demise settles upon him, Kim Dokja's resolve begins to crumble beneath the crushing burden of guilt and regret. The uncertainty that once fueled his determination now threatens to consume him, leaving him questioning whether it's worth fighting on. A haunting visual landscape unfolds before him, a stark reminder of the devastating consequences that await if he chooses to give up. But just as all hope seems lost, Yoo Jung-hyuk appears, his words a beacon of encouragement in the darkness. With renewed determination, Kim Dokja rises from the ashes, refusing to let the weight of failure crush his spirit. The scene shifts, and with it, so too does Kim Dokja's outlook as he finds solace in the possibility that there is still time to save some lives. As Lee Hyun-sung reflects on her past, a sense of inadequacy washes over her, as if she's questioning her right to exist. The words of Jialu echo in her mind, yes, you are, serving as a stark reminder that her doubts are unfounded. But as she delves deeper into her own psyche, Lee Hyun-sung realizes she's been using her knowledge of characters solely to cling to life. She draws parallels with Jihan Lee, who made the ruthless decision to eliminate friends in order to survive. In this moment of introspection, Lee Hyun-sung comes to a profound realization: the right to live is not bestowed upon one, but rather earned while still breathing. As the mysterious voice booms, it doesn't matter whether one atones for their past or not. Kim Dokja is consumed by turmoil within. His thoughts and emotions are a jumbled mess as he confronts the harsh reality of his own mortality, symbolized by the ominous tame lo on panel 46. Overwhelmed by guilt and shame, Kim Dokja initially longs for death to escape the weight of his past mistakes. But in a sudden turn of heart, he declares, "I don't want to die anymore," as seen in panel 49, marking a crucial turning point in his emotional journey. As Kim Dokja delved deeper into the mysteries of constellations and their incarnations, he began to realize that these celestial bodies were far from predictable in their behavior towards those they claimed to care for. In fact, it seemed that only when a constellation's story was directly involved did they show any inclination to help or intervene on behalf of their incarnation. This complex dynamic was aptly illustrated through a series of striking visuals that left no doubt about the intricate relationship between these two entities. As Jung Hee-won reflects on his past, a sense of accomplishment washes over him despite the challenges he faced. His relief is palpable as he thinks about having made it out alive, and in doing so, helped others along the way. His gaze drifts to a mysterious message scrawled across a note, E12 ships left to fight with, its cryptic meaning only adding to his introspection. Memories of Kim Dokja and Yoo Jung-hyuk, those he had helped in times of need, resurface, their struggles and triumphs etched into his mind like an indelible mark. The scene fades to a kaleidoscope of codes and messages, a visual representation of the whirlwind of thoughts swirling through Jung Hee-won's mind as he ponders the significance of his experiences. As Kim Dokja's frustration with his circumstances reaches a boiling point, he confronts the military commander about his treatment in a dark and eerie room. The air's thick with tension as Kim Dokja scribbles notes on paper, his thoughts consumed by a desire for revenge against those responsible for his mistreatment. The commander's arrival, flanked by two guards, adds to the sense of unease, but Kim Dokja stands tall, his eyes blazing with determination as he demands answers about his fate. Despite the commander's dismissive tone, Kim Dokja's anger and frustration only intensify, fueling a fire that will not soon be extinguished. As the massive portal bursts open, a sense of unease settles over Kim Dokja and his companions. With a worried expression, he tries to make sense of the chaos surrounding him, his mind racing with unanswered questions. Yoo Jung-hyuk approaches him, seeking clarity on the mysterious gateway's origins and destination. But Kim Dokja's revelation, though potentially crucial, is met with skepticism by those around him. Just as tensions escalate, Jung Hee-won intervenes, warning of a looming threat from beyond the portal's dark expanse. The group quickly falls into a state of heightened alertness, debating strategies to prepare for a potential invasion or attack. Lee Hyun-sung takes charge, directing his team to be ready to defend against any unknown dangers that may emerge from the mysterious portal. As Kim Dokja sits in quiet contemplation, the shadows of his past converge to confront him. Memories flood back of his first discovery of Bulgasari, a novel that would unravel the fabric of reality and change the course of his life forever. Surrounded by mementos from his countless adventures, the weight of his choices settles upon him like a mantle of responsibility. The tragic loss of Yoo Jung-hyuk weighs heavily on his conscience, and for the first time, he he questions whether his current path is truly the right one. As he ponders the future, the tantalizing prospect of new challenges and possibilities beckons, hinting at an uncertain yet thrilling chapter to come. As tensions escalate on the battlefield, Yoo Jung-hyuk takes charge, his tactical prowess on full display. The Ghost Fleet looms large, foreshadowing a naval battle that will test the mettle of our heroes. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun, known for her unwavering composure, steps forward as a commander, her determination palpable. Yoo Jung-hyuk's astute observation about Jae-Lee's potential to wield a powerful stigma only serves to underscore the gravity of their situation. With the stakes high and alliances uncertain, our combatants must now navigate treacherous waters, where strategy and strength will be pitted against each other in a battle for survival. As the battlefield slowly came into view, the devastating consequences of war became starkly apparent. Min's somber expression spoke volumes about the emotional toll of the battle, his eyes red-rimmed from weeping for lost comrades. Yoo Jung-hyuk emerged from the chaos, his exhaustion evident, yet a hint of triumph flickered in his gaze as he pondered their hard-won victory over the enemy. Meanwhile, in the distance, the last remaining enemy ship succumbed to its wounds, its sinking a poignant symbol of the conflict's conclusion. As men engaged Yoo Jung-hyuk in conversation, their emotions ebbed and flowed, relief for the victory, but grief for the sacrifices made along the way. As Kim Dokja lies in bed, his body racked with illness and exhaustion, he's overcome by frustration and despair. His thoughts consumed by the trials he's faced, he's at a loss for how to move forward. But just as it seems like all hope is lost, an unexpected voice speaks out, showering him with words of encouragement. "You've done a good job," the mysterious voice says, its tone reassuring and kind. The message is cryptic, but one phrase in particular catches Kim Dokja's attention, the stigma of the great admiral. What could this enigmatic reference mean? As Kim Dokja stood before Yoo Jung-hyuk, a surprising gift was presented, the naval warfare god's stigma. The offer sparked skepticism in Kim Dokja, who weighed its potential against the Ghost Fleet stigma, only to be convinced by Yoo Sang-'s astute observation that Jae-hyun wouldn't obtain this stigma until later in the story. With newfound confidence, Kim Dokja decided to hold on to this stigma, securing a fresh chance on 8F and solidifying his strategic prowess. As the dust settles on the battlefield, Kim Dokja takes a moment to collect himself, his exhaustion evident as he sits down, seemingly weighing the outcome of their victory against Han Sooyoung's forces. With a hint of satisfaction, he declares it an okay ending before proposing they take a brief respite before setting out to rescue Young Hee-won. Gong Pil-do concurs, emphasizing the urgency of their next move as they gear up for what lies ahead. Meanwhile, Kim Dokja receives a new stigma, its effects already beginning to manifest. As he ponders his newfound power, a cryptic declaration echoes through his mind. The cinema master isn't someone. A telling insight into the protagonist's inner workings, hinting at a transformative development yet to come. As Kim Dokja ponders his past choices, a sense of trepidation settles over him. He weighs the risks of earning a new stigma to safeguard Jae-hy's safety, but uncertainty clouds his judgment. Memories of using ampules and coins to boost his stats come flooding back, casting a shadow over his thoughts. Amidst this introspection, Kim Dokja's concerns for Young Hee-won's well-being surface, his hopes that she is safe and unharmed echoing through his mind. As the scene shifts focus, glimpses of various characters appear on screen: Yoo Jung-hyuk, Lee Hyun-sung, and others, but their stories remain untold, leaving only Kim Dokja's inner turmoil to fill the silence. As Kim Dokja pored over the mysterious panel, his eyes widened in shock as he confronted a haunting reminder of the past Young Hee-won, thought to be nothing more than a memory. The sudden reappearance of this morally complex figure sent ripples through Dokja's mind, threatening to upend his carefully crafted strategies. Young Hee-won's ominous warning, though veiled in secrecy, struck a chord within Dokja, forcing him to reevaluate the perilous landscape they now traversed. As the memories of his defeat began to resurface, Yoo Jung-hyuk's mind wandered back to the moment he was struck without warning, leaving him reeling from the sudden turn of events. His frustration and anger threatened to overwhelm him as he relived the bitter taste of defeat. But just as it seemed like he was lost in his own thoughts, Young Hee-won appeared, sensing that something was amiss. The sudden intrusion shattered Yoo Jung-hyuk's reverie, bringing him back to the present. As the memories flooded back, a flashback revealed the tragic circumstances surrounding his death on his 8th regression, not due to weakness, but pure bad luck. As the events unfold, a haunting flashback sets the tone for a somber moment where Kim Dokja steps into the present, acknowledging too late a course of action has been set in motion. Meanwhile, Young Hee-won, once the boss of the cinema dungeon, now lies as an empty shell under the control of the enigmatic cinema master, a puppeteer manipulating strings from behind the scenes. Kim Dokja's calm demeanor offers words of solace to the troubled Young Hee-won, seeking to ease his pain through conversation. However, their attempts are met with frustration as Young Hee-won realizes that no character can stop the impending catastrophe on the horizon. As the darkness slowly dissipates, Kim Dokja sits alone, his eyes fixed on some distant memory, reliving the echoes of the previous battle's brutality. The weight of guilt and responsibility crashes down upon him like a tidal wave, threatening to consume him whole. Yoo Jung-hyuk enters the room, attempting to offer solace, but Kim Dokja recoils, unable to bear the burden of his own inadequacy. Young Hee-won joins them, her presence a gentle breeze that stirs the stillness, yet even her words are met with silence from Kim Dokja's troubled mind. Amidst this somber atmosphere, Yoo Sang attends to Lee Hyun-sung's wounds in another corner of the room, while Lee Gil-young struggles to contain his emotions, his turmoil brewing like a storm on the horizon. And then, as if the dam has finally broken, Kim Dokja opens up to Yoo Jung-hyuk and Young Hee-won about the crushing guilt that has haunted him since the battle's aftermath. As Kim Dokja gazes upon the names etched with symbols of strength, his thoughts are consumed by a harsh reality. Hee-won, despite her potential, is nowhere near ready to face off against Young Hee-won. The weight of this truth settles heavy on his shoulders as he contemplates the abilities and strengths of each team member. Yoo Jung-hyuk's imposing presence, Lee Hyun-sung's tactical prowess, Shin Yu-sung's cunning intellect, and Han Sooyoung's, though mentioned but unseen, remarkable skills all serve as a stark reminder of Hee-won's inadequacies. The concern etched on Kim Dokja's face is palpable as he comes to terms with the limitations of his team, setting the stage for the challenges that lie ahead. As the ominous warning from MT echoes through the air, Kim Dokja and his companions begin to prepare for battle, each showcasing their unique abilities and personalities. Yoo Jung-hyuk's formidable combat skills are matched by Young Hee-won's unwavering moral compass, while Lee Hyun-sung stands strong as a defensive bulwark. Meanwhile, Han Sooyoung looms in the shadows as an antagonist, his rivalry with Kim Dokja simmering just beneath the surface. Bong Pil-doo's reluctance and self-serving nature raise questions about his commitment to the fight ahead, and Jae Hyun's foreboding fate hangs like a specter of uncertainty. As the stakes rise and the battle draws near, the group stands poised on the precipice of an uncertain future, leaving viewers wondering what trials lie in store for Kim Dokja and his companions. As Kim Dokja sits surrounded by the weight of his own doubts, he is transported back to a fateful encounter with Han Sooyoung, the Tyrant King. The memory serves as a stark reminder of his own vulnerability and naivety in the face of adversity. His contemplation is interrupted by Yoo Jung-hyuk's sudden arrival, sensing the turmoil that has taken hold of Kim Dokja's mind. With unbridled sincerity, Kim Dokja confesses his fears about falling behind in combat and his inability to devise an effective strategy. Yoo Jung-hyuk offers a reassuring word, emphasizing the importance of practice and experience in honing one's skills. Emboldened by this newfound understanding, Kim Dokja becomes resolute in his pursuit of improvement, seeking guidance from Yoo Jung-hyuk to strengthen his resolve. As the curtain lifts on this enigmatic tale, we find ourselves whisked away to a flashback sequence where Young Hyuk-yu's fascination with a mysterious novel begins to unravel the threads of the game. His curiosity piqued, Dokja engages in a thought-provoking conversation with Gil-young about the novel's eerie connections to reality. But before they can fully grasp the implications, Yoo-sung bursts onto the scene, revealing his own intimate knowledge of the novel's predictions coming to life. As the group delves deeper into the cryptic message, they stumble upon a chilling mention of the eyes and its ominous connection to their everyday world. Dokja's unease begins to grow as he starts experiencing bizarre visions, hinting at a possible trap within the game. Meanwhile, Gilliam's growing anxiety is palpable as he tries to calm down Yusung, sensing that something sinister lurks just beneath the surface. As the story unfolds, Sunfish's supposed sensitivity is hilariously debunked as it dies easily due to various stimuli, setting the comedic tone for the scene. But amidst the levity, an unknown force takes control of Yoon-hyuk-yu, leaving him at its mercy. Just when it seems like chaos has taken over, Dokja appears out of nowhere, seemingly oblivious to the situation, and invites Yoon-hyuk-yu on a mysterious cinema master experience, shrouding everything in even more intrigue. As Yoon-hyuk-yu's piercing gaze falls upon Dokja, the atmosphere becomes thick with tension. The sudden interruption of "How dare you!" startles Dokja, who quickly turns around to face his accuser, his eyes wide with surprise and fear. Yoon-hyuk's stern expression only intensifies as he closes in on Dokja, his body language a clear indication of his accusatory intentions. The air is heavy with unease as the two characters engage in a tense standoff, their faces inches apart, each waiting for the other to make the next move. As Dokja and Yoon-hyuk-yu sat in a quiet cafe, their conversation turned to the enigmatic novel The God's Playground. Dokja revealed his astounding discovery that the book seemed to be predicting real-world events with uncanny accuracy, including the eerie disappearance of Yusung. Yoon-hyuk-yu was skeptical at first, but his curiosity soon got the better of him as he began to ponder the novel's connection to reality. Just as their discussion was gaining momentum, an unexpected reader approached them, inquiring about the latest chapter of The God's Playground. Dokja shared his own experiences with the novel, revealing that he had been experiencing strange occurrences in his daily life, which he believed were linked to the book. As the conversation drew to a close, Dokja and Yoon-hyuk-yu decided to continue investigating the novel's mysterious connection to reality, leaving them at the threshold of a journey that would unravel the secrets of The God's Playground. As Zed unleashes a barrage of electricity, Dokja watches in shock as Yoon-hyuk-yu withstands the attack with ease. His initial surprise gives way to disappointment, as he had underestimated his opponent's strength. But then Yoon-hyuk-yu's motivations come into focus, a desire to act for the greater good which throws Dokja's previous perceptions of him into question. With this revelation, Dokja is forced to reevaluate his understanding of Yoon-hyuk-yu, and in doing so, reveals a capacity for self-reflection and growth that adds depth to his character. As the story unfolds, Yoon-hyuk-yu's unconscious state sparks a transmission that reactivates his dormant skills and abilities, leaving him reliant on trusted ally Gilliam for guidance. Dokja appears, discussing Stigma's Level 3 status with someone off-screen, but it's clear that all eyes are now on Yoon-hyuk-yu as he struggles to regain control of his newfound powers. With his past self re-emerging, Yoon-hyuk-yu hesitates before making difficult decisions, ultimately surrendering to the urge to tap into his enhanced strength and agility. As Dokja and Gilliam stand ready to face off against Sunfish, a sense of tension fills the air. With his lack of physical prowess, Dokja is well aware that he won't be able to rely on brute strength in this battle. Instead, he vows to make up for it with statistics, citing Yoon-hyuk's words that Sunfish's skills aren't high enough to pose a significant threat yet. Gilliam agrees, sensing an opportunity to take down their opponent without much trouble. But as they prepare for the fight, Dokja can't resist taunting Sunfish, calling him out by his nickname and daring him to come at him head-on. The air is thick with anticipation as the battle between Dokja and Sunfish looms on the horizon, casting a dark and ominous shadow over their impending showdown. As the stakes rise, Dokja's frustration boils over as they struggle to keep pace with the accelerated game progression. But just when all hope seems lost, Gilliam bursts onto the scene, offering words of encouragement and urging Dokja not to throw in the towel. With renewed determination, Dokja squares their shoulders, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. As Young-hyuk-yu's frustration reaches a boiling point, he finds himself questioning his own sanity as he repeatedly tries to convey a crucial message to Dokja, only to be met with indifference. The weight of his desperation grows heavier as he shows documents or notes, hoping to illustrate his point, but Dokja remains eerily silent. Young-hyuk's agitation intensifies as he asks rhetorical questions, implying a sense of helplessness and despair. His words are laced with urgency as he shouts, "Get a hold of yourself," but still there is no response from the unyielding Dokja. As the warning echoes through the air, Young-hyuk-yu's words strike a chilling tone. Everything will revert to normal if he regresses again, erasing the memories and histories shared with his companions, Dokja, Gil-young, Yu-sung, and that mysterious reader. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy as he explains that all events, including the catastrophic takeover by an unknown entity due to his unstable mind, will repeat themselves if he succumbs to his dark past. Meanwhile, Young-hyuk-yu's advanced mental attack skills are showcased, but it becomes clear that a stronger mental barrier skill would have prevented this calamity from unfolding. As Dokja stands face to face with the enigmatic figure, Vas, a tense confrontation unfolds. Vas probes Dokja's thoughts and motivations, questioning why he continues to fight without a clear purpose. Dokja's response is laced with uncertainty, revealing his sense of disorientation as he struggles to articulate his convictions. The conversation takes a sarcastic turn as Vas remarks on Dokja's third regression, implying that he has lost touch with reality. Defending himself, Dokja cites his right to be upset and revisits the resolution he made after his first regression. But Vas counters with a haunting revelation. He is the last living being in this desolate world. The weight of this isolation hangs heavy as Dokja vows to live for the greater good, drawing strength from his role as reader of 3,149 episodes. As the conversation unfolds, an unknown voice poses a question that sparks Dokja's frustration, and he lashes out with a mix of cryptic statements and emotional turmoil. The scene shifts to reveal Kay's enigmatic smile as she offers words of knowing understanding about their shared experiences. But it's Young-hyuk-yu who remains tight-lipped, leaving Dokja perplexed by his claims of being alone despite the obstacles they've faced together. As the memories of his past failures flood back, Dokja is forced to confront the harsh reality of his experiences in the cinema dungeon. He recalls the countless times he died like an idiot, each defeat a bitter reminder of his own mortality. The pain and loss of his comrades' deaths still linger, their faces etched in his mind like vivid scars. But amidst the sorrow, Dokja's thoughts are interrupted by the words of Temptation of the Wizard, the book that had once changed the course of his journey. He thinks back on how each sentence he read had shaped him into the person he is today, a constant reminder of the power of knowledge and determination. As the memories unfold, Dokja's thoughts shift to the friends he had made along the way, Young-hyuk, Gil-young, Yu-sung, and even that unnamed reader who had shared his passion for TWSA. And finally, he stands before the constellations, a symbol of his growth and newfound sense of purpose, as if the struggles of his past had all been leading him to this moment of triumph. As Dokja's thoughts wandered back to his past decisions, he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret wash over him. Sitting alone with his book, he began to speak aloud, revealing the desperate measures he'd taken to survive amidst the chaos. He recalled going a bit overboard in his attempts to solve for time, but ultimately ended up exposing more than he intended. The weight of his actions bore down on him, leaving Dokja looking somber and introspective as the scene drew to a close. As Dokja's eyes locked onto his phone, a barrage of mysterious messages from Young-hyuk-yu flooded his screen, leaving him bewildered and frustrated. The cryptic messages sparked a chain reaction in his mind as memories of his past began to resurface, transporting him back to the virtual reality game where he had once spent countless hours. As the fog cleared, Dokja's gaze sharpened with a newfound understanding. The connections between the game and his real life were more profound than he ever could have imagined. The realization sent a shiver down his spine, and with determination etched on his face, Dokja emerged from the haze, ready to confront the truth and take action in the face of uncertainty. As Dokja delves into the mysterious world of novel of reality, he discovers a realm where fiction blurs with reality. The story begins with an unsuspecting reader flipping through the pages of this enigmatic book, unknowingly unlocking a gateway to secrets hidden within its contents. Meanwhile, Doctor sits in his room, engrossed in reading about Ropos and its profound connection to the real world. Just as he's beginning to grasp the novel's significance, Jung-hyuk appears, revealing years of research into this mystifying tome. With an air of conviction, he believes that deciphering the novel of reality holds the key to unraveling the universe's most profound mysteries. As Dokja becomes increasingly entwined in this intricate web of reality and fiction, the boundaries between worlds begin to blur, setting the stage for a journey that will shatter all notions of what is real. Kim Dokja's life is about to take a drastic turn as an unsettling text message pierces the silence of his evening routine. The enigmatic phrase "I'm watching you" flashes on his phone, sending shivers down his spine as he tries to unravel the identity and intentions behind the cryptic message. Seeking answers, Kim Dokja reaches out to his trusted friend Yoo Jung-hyuk for help in deciphering the mysterious warning. As the truth begins to unfold, Kim Dokja's journey towards uncovering the secrets of the omniscient sunfish has only just begun, fraught with uncertainty and intrigue. As Kim Dokja reflected on his conversation with Yoo Jung-hyuk, he couldn't shake off the feeling that their victory over the tyrant king was far too effortless. The memory of their words still lingered, but now it seemed like a distant echo. He wondered if it was truly as simple as they had made it out to be. The thought sent him spiraling into a whirlwind of self-doubt and frustration. In his mind's eye, the tyrant king began to respond, its words echoing through his thoughts like a clarion call. Kim Dokja's eyes narrowed as he relived their previous encounters with the monster. Each memory served as a harsh reminder that his initial victory was nothing short of miraculous. The weight of his own limitations finally hit him, and he felt like he'd been unfairly pitted against insurmountable odds all along. As Kim Dokja's growth in strength catches Jung-hyun off guard, she appears before him with a pointed question. Did he remember what she once asked of him? The request, it turns out, was for him to punch her just once, a feat that still lies beyond his capabilities. Undeterred, Jung-hyun reassures Kim Dokja of her faith in her own future potential, hinting that Yoo Jung-hyuk will ultimately surpass him. Meanwhile, Kim Dokja ponders the limits of his own abilities, contemplating what he could achieve if he were to push himself to the limit. As Yoo Jung-hyuk contemplates the naval warfare, God's stigma, he weighs the unpredictable benefits against the potential risks of battle amidst war's chaotic backdrop. The stigma's randomized effects leave him uncertain about his combat prowess, but he decides to make the best of it, steeling himself for the battles ahead. Meanwhile, a cryptic message or warning appears, adding an air of mystery to the unfolding chaos. As the scene shifts, the sounds of war rage on, with arrows raining down and gunfire barrages filling the air. As the storm rages on, Kim Dokja stands amidst the devastation, his eyes scanning the battleground with a mix of determination and despair. The toll of war is evident all around him, the cries of the wounded, the bodies strewn across the ground, and the destruction that stretches as far as the eye can see. Yoo Jung-hyuk approaches him, his exhausted expression revealing the true extent of their victory. Meanwhile, Jung-hyun tends to the injured allies, her focus unwavering amidst the chaos. Lee Hyun-sung and Lee Gil-young search for survivors among the rubble, their efforts a testament to the resilience of those who remain. The absence of Shin Yu-sung and Han Sooyoung, once formidable foes, hangs heavy in the air, leaving no doubt as to the outcome of this epic struggle. As the battle's aftershocks fade, Kim Dokja stands tall, his resolve strengthened by the trials he has faced. As Kim Dokja's worried expression gives way to shock, he can barely believe his eyes as Yoo Jung-hyuk suddenly regains consciousness, defying the odds of a near-death experience. "Damn it, he's recovered already," Kim Dokja exclaims, his emotions pouring out through his facial expressions. The sudden turn of events sends ripples through the atmosphere, and Ra.S. watches with keen interest as this development unfolds. As Kim Dokja and his companions venture deeper into the apocalypse, they stumble upon an abandoned town shrouded in mystery. The group's quest for survival takes a dramatic turn as they discover a mysterious library its shelves stacked with ancient tomes containing knowledge from various timelines. Yoo Jung-hyuk becomes enthralled by one of these books, unraveling secrets about his life before the world's downfall. Meanwhile, Young Hee-won becomes fixated on an alchemy book, driven to concoct a potion using unorthodox ingredients from the library's shelves. The group's tranquility is short-lived as they are suddenly ambushed by a horde of monsters, forcing them to defend themselves with valor and strategy. As Yoo Jung-hyuk approaches Han Sooyoung, a palpable tension hangs in the air. His keen instincts sense something sinister behind the tyrant king's enigmatic smile, prompting him to ask the question that sets off a chain of revelations. What lies beneath this unsettling grin? Han Sooyoung's response is nothing short of shocking, as he reveals his intention to harness the tyrant system to dominate the world. Yoo Jung-hyuk is horrified by the prospect of innocent lives being sacrificed for Han Sooyoung's selfish ambitions. He demands answers, demanding to know why Han Sooyoung is willing to compromise morality for power. As Kim Dokja stands before a mysterious door, the weight of his past experiences crashes down on him like a tidal wave. A montage of memories floods his mind, showcasing the various methods he's employed to survive in this treacherous game world, from gathering resources to forming alliances and using strategy. But as the flashback sequence is abruptly interrupted, Kim Dokja's thoughts turn inward, revealing the cracks in his armor. He reflects on past mistakes, realizing that his survival strategies have been misguided, and the uncertainty that lies ahead becomes suffocating. As he struggles to reconcile his past actions with his current reality, thought bubbles of various ways surviving are quickly overwritten by ominous whispers about the true nature of the game, a possibility of being trapped forever. As Kim Dokja delved into the ancient book's pages, his eyes scanned the words with a sense of urgency, driven by an unquenchable thirst for truth. He stumbled upon a passage that mentioned the true God, its role in shaping human destiny, sending shockwaves through his mind. Flashbacks of his childhood surfaced, revealing memories long forgotten, his mother, a mysterious figure in a red coat, and the subtle yet unmistakable threads of fate weaving their way through his past. As the pieces clicked into place, Kim Dokja's thoughts turned inward, questioning the seemingly random events that had unfolded before him. The weight of this newfound understanding settled upon him, leaving him contemplative, his gaze lost in thought as he pondered the mysteries of his own destiny. As Yoo Jung-hyuk gazes into the past, memories of his triumph over the simulation flood back. The cinema master's prophetic words echo in his mind, the first to defeat the simulation. But these reflections are quickly interrupted by the enigmatic figure of Lee Hyun-sung, whose true intentions remain shrouded in mystery. Did he manipulate Jung-hyuk, or was it the fourth wall that allowed this turn of events? As Jung-hyuk reenacts their conversation, his uncertainty turns to relief as the barrier finally leaves him be. As the dust settles after the intense battle, Kim Dokja stands amidst the chaos, his gaze scanning the devastated landscape. Jung-hyuk rushes to his side, concern etched on his face as he asks if the protagonist is all right. Dokja's response is curt, but a flicker of worry crosses his eyes as he inquires about the well-being of Young Hee-won and Jae-hai. The latter's swollen face tells its own tale of injury, while Hee-won reports that they are both unharmed, apart from Jae-hai's minor wounds. As they take stock of the destruction, a shooting star suddenly streaks across the night sky, casting an eerie glow over the battle-scarred terrain. As Kim Dokja strolled through his ordinary day, an enigmatic stranger suddenly materialized before him, praising something with an expletive-laden admiration for its beauty. The mysterious figure's gaze then shifted to Kim Dokja himself, questioning whether he would seize the opportunity to make a wish on the very source of all calamity standing right before them. As the stranger probed Kim Dokja about his deepest desires, warning him that revealing his secret might render it invalid, Kim Dokja surprisingly revealed that his wish had already been made. The outcome of this pivotal moment remained shrouded in uncertainty, leaving viewers wondering what secrets Kim Dokja was hiding and what consequences would unfold as a result of his mysterious wishes. As Kim Dokja gazes into the past, memories of his harrowing experiences in the world of novel flood his mind. He ponders whether he'll be able to outlast the dangers, that lie ahead, desperate to catch a glimpse of the epilogue's promise. But before he can dwell on nostalgia, a sudden transportation whisks him away to an unforgiving environment, hinting at a new challenge or adventure waiting in the wings. As the dust settles, the sun rises, casting a warm glow over this fresh start, signaling the dawn of a new beginning for Kim Dokja and his companions. As the emergency defense scenario unfolds, Huiwen's concern for Pildu's safety grows more pressing by the minute. Aware of the situation, she's acutely attuned to every development, her mind racing with worst-case scenarios should he awaken. Her anxiety reaches a boiling point as she implores others to keep her informed of any changes in his condition, her frustration simmering just below the surface. The weight of responsibility settles heavily on her shoulders as she contemplates the potential risks Pildu poses, her resolve to keep him safe driving her to take charge and make decisive decisions for those around her. As Pildu's anger dissipates, he scolds Huiwen for nearly giving him a heart attack due to her carelessness. But Huiwen calmly explains that she has taken measures to filter out sensitive information, ensuring it doesn't spread automatically. Intrigued, Pildu speculates about what would happen if their conversation were passed through constellations, which would likely filter out key details. The conversation takes a deeper turn as Huiwen asks Pildu to revisit his resolution after the first crisis, where he broke down over his loss. As Huiwen's thoughts wander back to a tumultuous past argument with an unnamed individual, the wounds of that moment still linger. She recalls the times she fought alongside others against a common enemy, and the memories of those battles serve as a reminder of her own strength and resilience. Standing before the enigmatic entity known only as the Kunz-on, Huiwen's frustration grows as she grapples with the truth about Yunkyok-yu's past, hidden from her despite even Dakibai being privy to it. The weight of the secrecy leads her to question whether some secrets are simply too great for her to know, due to the constraints of their situation. As mysterious messages flood in, Huiwen chooses which ones to heed and which to block out, a testament to her growing sense of self-awareness. Meanwhile, an unexpected encounter with Titan Pautaz yields a chance at new connections, but it's her quiet moments with Gillion that truly reveal the depths of her inner turmoil and longing for growth. As the fog of uncertainty lifts, Huiwen stands poised on the brink of discovery, her journey marked by both triumph and trepidation. As Huiwen and Pildu stood together, they embarked on a conversation that would reveal a glimpse into Huiwen's extraordinary abilities. She asked if anyone had heard anything from earlier, to which Pildu responded, sharing that he had caught snippets of the whispers, but assumed she was too far away to be privy to any information. With a sense of calm confidence, Huiwen revealed her ability to partially know what lay ahead, leaving Pildu surprised and curious about whether Sangha or Han Sooyoung were aware of this gift. Though reassured that no one was plotting against them, Huiwen cautioned that she didn't possess omniscience, her words laced with a hint of mystery. As Huiwen ponders the words "you know too much" often spoken during times of crisis, she finds herself in a somber conversation with an unknown individual. This person expresses concern about being too close to her, fearing it could put them both in danger. But Huiwen clarifies their intentions, revealing a desire to be closer to this person, emphasizing the importance of trust and unity in the face of adversity. She rationalizes that if they don't work together, they may lose something precious, sparking emotional vulnerability as she asks this individual to always stand by her side. Just as Huiwen's words hang in the air, Pildu suddenly appears, asking about Dokja's whereabouts, shattering the momentary calm and introducing a new plot thread to the narrative. As Huiwen's eyes locked onto the unexpected figure of Pildu, her initial surprise quickly gave way to anger and frustration. Her voice laced with tension, she demanded answers about his prolonged absence, revealing a deep concern that had been simmering beneath the surface. But just as she thought she was getting through to him, Pildu's sudden display of enhanced strength left her reeling. The weight of their complex history came crashing down on her as regret and frustration fought for dominance in her emotions. With a stern warning, Huiwen vowed to take action against Pildu, her words hinting at the turmoil that was to come. As Huiwen cradles just Chungmuo in her hands, a sense of trepidation settles over her. The weight of responsibility hangs heavy as she contemplates the uncertain future, with other stations potentially entering the fray to reshape the story's trajectory. Just as the plot seems poised on the brink of upheaval, a new sub-scenario arrives, holding the promise of a fresh beginning and presenting Hwee-win with an opportunity to chart a new course for the narrative. As Hwee-win stumbled upon a mysterious flag granting her the authority to lead a new team, she found herself torn between the thrill of this newfound power and the weight of its consequences. Her initial hesitation was palpable as she weighed the pros and cons of taking on this leadership role, her mind lingering on the prospect of being beholden to someone else's commands. But when the contract was revealed outlining the terms of her new position, Hwee-win's reservations began to dissipate. With a calculated decision, she accepted the challenge, demonstrating her willingness to take risks and forge alliances in pursuit of her goals. As the clock ticks down, Hwee-win seizes an opportunity to strike, noticing that Jung-hyuk has left his prized flag unattended for a brief moment. She shares her discovery with Pil-do, revealing they have only 5 minutes to act before their mark returns. With a calculated decision, Pil-do agrees to help Hwee-win execute the heist. As instructed, she hands him a new flag, directing him to discard the original one, effectively creating a diversion. As Hwee-win emerges onto the scene, a stern expression etches itself on her face, commanding attention from all around her. With an air of authority, she chastises Tai-stan for rising to his feet without permission, her tone firm but controlled. Her demands are crystal clear: get rid of those pesky turrets that are disturbing her, and do so with alacrity. But instead of meekly complying, Tai-stan's response is a fiery outburst, laced with venomous words directed at Hwee-win's father. Hwee-win, however, remains unflappable, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to the turbulent emotions swirling around her. As the silence was momentarily broken, Hwee-win stepped forward to address B in a calm yet assertive tone. She demanded 30 minutes of quiet before proceeding to offer words of encouragement, attempting to lift B's spirits. As they conversed, Hwee-win painted a stark picture of their situation. Only 29 individuals remained, with the landlord coalition holding sway over 20 of them, while Hwee-win and 8 others formed an uncertain alliance. Her desire for trust and loyalty drove her to propose a choice to be either depart with the remaining group or join forces with her as a trusted companion. As Hwee-win confronts the unknown character about their relationship, it becomes clear that she holds a certain power over them. The two engage in a discussion about the terms of their agreement, with Hwee-win offering valuable information in exchange for greater influence. Her hints at maintaining the give-and-take relationship reveal a shrewd strategist willing to adapt and form alliances to achieve her goals. But as the unknown character reveals that they were not in the same timeline as Hwee-win's knowledge, it becomes apparent that she is a variable, capable of altering the course of events. Her explanation that she can play a key role in shaping future scenarios if she finds a suitable supporting constellation underscores her significance in the story. As Hwee-win navigates the uncertain world, she's suddenly confronted by an enigmatic figure who demands her decision, join their group, or face unknown consequences. The mysterious negotiator presents her with a stark ultimatum: compliance or freedom to leave, but no guarantees of safety from external threats. With calculated precision, Hwee-win counters, seeking assurances for the well-being of herself and her allies within the group. The figure agrees to protect them from external dangers, yet refuses to intervene in internal conflicts or decisions made by group members. Meanwhile, the introduction of Pil-do as someone belonging to Hwee-win sparks a sense of ownership and control over him, hinting at a complex relationship. As Hwee-win's leadership skills shine through her decisive actions, she forges ahead, determined to secure the best possible terms for herself and those she cares about. As Hwee-win stepped forward, her words dripped with sincerity as she acknowledged the deep-seated grievances of those wronged in the past. With a genuine expression, she vowed to put aside lingering animosities and forge a path towards cooperation, despite the weight of historical injustices. However, one group member remained unconvinced, their scathing rebuke piercing Hwee-win's sincerity like a dagger: "You're not worthy of forgiveness." Undeterred, Huey counterattacked with a reminder of her own remarkable strengths and leadership abilities as a variable. But just as it seemed she had regained momentum, Bog, the group leader, challenged her claim to dominance, questioning whether her fame or reputation sufficed to earn the title of king. In a dimly lit room, Huey found herself face to face with an enigmatic stranger who extended an intriguing proposal. Together they could forge a path that would reshape the very fabric of reality. As the mysterious figure's words hung in the air, Huey's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her mind racing with the possibilities of wielding influence and altering the course of events to come. With a calculated nod, she accepted the alliance, revealing her ambition to leave an indelible mark on the unfolding scenario. And yet, amidst this pact, the stranger remained tight-lipped about secrets from Huey's own past, leaving only whispers of mystery and intrigue in their wake. As Dr. Kim stands with his teammates before a crucial map, strategy is etched across his face. With his profound understanding of ways of survival, he ponders the intricate dance between defense and offense, his mind racing with calculations and contingency plans. Suddenly, an anonymous source yields valuable intel on their adversary's intentions, forcing Dokja to recalibrate his approach. With calculated precision, he assigns tasks to each member of his team, leveraging their unique strengths to maximize their chances of success. As the plan unfolds, obstacles arise, prompting Dokja to adapt and improvise, his quick wit and problem-solving prowess driving his team forward. As Dr. Kim and his group convene to devise a strategy for completing the fourth scenario of ways of survival, a sense of urgency settles over them. Dokja presents an alternative plan, proposing they merge with other groups, rather than engaging in a fierce battle. Changsin raises a skeptical eyebrow, noting that the novel's silence on the fate of losers leaves much to the imagination. Dokja remains undeterred, assuring his friend that their clever approach will allow them to succeed without shedding blood. As they deliberate, plans are hatched to navigate the tunnels and split up for reconnaissance and sentry duty. But a sudden twist throws a wrench into their gears. The safety barrier surrounding Chunmuro has been deactivated, introducing a new layer of complexity to their already precarious situation. As tensions simmer between Dr. Kim and an unknown figure, the air is thick with unease. The mysterious individual voices their disdain for Dokja, but the latter remains calm, acknowledging the sentiment while emphasizing the need to adapt to the situation at hand. With a piercing gaze, Dokja reveals his understanding of the character's motivations, hinting at a deeper connection that lies beneath the surface. Asserting his authority, Dokja assigns the character the task of guarding the station, leaving no room for doubt about who holds the reins. As resistance arises, Dokja offers a tantalizing reward for compliance, exploiting the character's vulnerabilities with calculated precision. But it's when he appeals to the character's family, torn apart from their loved ones, that the true extent of Dokja's strategic thinking becomes apparent, a masterclass in manipulation and leadership that leaves no room for misinterpretation. As the fourth scenario bursts into action, Dr. Kim and his team gather to discuss the sudden opening of Chunmuro Station, a development that has left them all reeling. They took their sweet time, Dokja remarks, his tone laced with surprise at the rapid pace of events. Hildu chimes in, cautioning against loud whispers, reminding everyone to remain quiet and vigilant to avoid detection. Meanwhile, Gilyo offers a sobering warning: different scenarios may unfold depending on which station is involved. With tensions running high, Dokja's strategic thinking and leadership skills are put to the test as he navigates this precarious new landscape. As Dr. Kim cautiously approaches, an unknown voice whispers instructions in his ear, urging him to remain calm. But his excitement is palpable, causing him to remark that he's almost wet his pants. The voice reassures him that they are not there to fight, and suddenly Ilhan Kang materializes before him. Doctor recognizes the mysterious figure from Dondinmun, sparking suspicion about their true identity and purpose. His mind racing with possibilities, Dokja draws upon his extensive knowledge of the novel ways of survival to deduce that Ilhan must be a character within the story itself. As he introduces himself, Dokja's strategic thinking and adaptability are on full display as he sizes up the situation and prepares for potential threats. As tensions rise, Dr. Kim plays a calculated game of cat and mouse with a rival group, expertly navigating the treacherous waters of negotiation while safeguarding his own crew. With an air of measured calm, he delays responding to the leader's growing frustration, instead opting to prioritize his team's safety above all else. Utilizing his intimate knowledge of the novel ways of survival, Dokja cleverly wields its rules and mechanics as a bargaining chip, using them to gain leverage in the tense standoff. As the rival group's leader presses for an answer, Dokja reveals that only the leader of each group holds the power to plant flags, a crucial detail that further muddies the waters. Meanwhile, his trusted ally Pildu agrees with Dokja's assessment, noting that no one appears to be holding such a flag. With words carefully chosen and wit-honed, Dokja expertly diffuses the situation for now as the two groups hover precariously on the brink of conflict. As Dokja, Kim and his group gather to discuss the possibility of forming an alliance with a new faction, tensions are palpable. The leader of the new group proposes a temporary truce, citing their differing targets, but Pildu is skeptical, sensing something amiss. Gil-young shares her concerns, picking up on subtle cues that hint at deceit. Dokja, ever the strategist, reveals his plan to strike at Chungmu Station when it opens, only for the new group's leader to reveal they already know which station is being targeted, and it's not Dongdaemun Station either. As Dokja proposes an alliance, the two groups begin to forge a tentative partnership, but the true intentions behind their cooperation remain shrouded in mystery. As Dr. Kim navigates the complex web of alliances in the fourth scenario of Ways of Survival, he proposes sharing information with a representative from the Chungmu group, citing their late introduction in the original novel as a potential knowledge gap. The Chungmu representative reveals that they possess less information than others, but also harbor a secret tactic that could prove invaluable in this latest chapter of the novel. Dokja and his group express interest in forming an alliance with the Chungmu group, offering to decide after meeting their leader. As Dr. Kim ponders the future of their group, he shares a crucial revelation. Chungmu Station has just opened its doors, leaving it an open window for alliance making. With all other stations already forming bonds, Dokja sees an opportunity to gain an edge by forging a connection with this new station. He hints that Chunmuro might be willing to join forces if they work together in harmony. Meanwhile, Gil-young and Pildu are tasked with resting while Dokja and Sangha venture forth to Chungmu Station. The stakes escalate as Dokja inquires about the other group's opinions regarding Chunmuro, particularly the ominous presence of Young Hyuk-yu. As tensions simmer beneath the surface, Dokja's strategic thinking and leadership skills are put to the test in this high-stakes game of alliance formation. As the conversation unfolds, Dokja sets a light-hearted tone by joking about not following rules, but beneath the humor lies a strategic mind at work. He proposes a plan to follow a suspicious group, weighing the pros and cons with his trusted companions Sangha and Pildu. Their differing opinions on the matter reveal their loyalty to Dokja and the tight-knit bond within the Myeongdong group. In the end, Dokja's cunning nature takes center stage as he decides to feign interest in following the group, demonstrating his ability to adapt and gain an advantage in uncertain situations. As Dr. Kim receives a cryptic message criticizing his hiding skills, he's faced with the looming threat of an unknown adversary. Meanwhile, he's busy strategizing with Sangha and Pildu to tackle the fourth scenario, but little does he know that rival groups are already plotting against him. Gil-young's heated argument with an anonymous opponent from a rival group serves as a stark reminder of Dokja's leadership being called into question. The unknown figure's mocking words strike a chord, questioning Dokja's decision-making abilities and suggesting he's being controlled by others. As the weight of responsibility bears down on him, Dokja can't help but feel frustrated by the criticism his doubts and vulnerabilities as a leader laid bare. As Dr. Kim navigates a sudden turn of events, surprise etched on his face, he springs into action, questioning the relevance of a specific skill to better comprehend the situation's implications. Drawing from his in-depth knowledge of the novel Ways of Survival, He assesses the threat posed by an opposing group and downplays its significance, showcasing his expertise in understanding the fourth scenario's mechanics. A mysterious message from Chungmu arrives, bearing coordinates to meet at Myeongdong Group's base, leaving Dokja with a cryptic warning and a sense of foreboding that hangs heavy over the scene, underscoring his resourcefulness, strategic thinking, and leadership skills as he works to ensure his group's survival. As Dokja Kim's analytical mind takes center stage, a calculated plan unfolds. With Sang as assistance, he expertly ties up the unexpected visitors, deducing their affiliation with the Myeongdong Group. The scene shifts to reveal an alliance forming between Jae-dongdaemun and the Myeongdong Group, leaving Dokja with a crucial revelation. The weapon wielded by Mr. Kim is now in the possession of this new coalition. With Sang's agreement, Dokja sets his sights on acquiring the weapon, planning a strategic counterattack to be executed once they are prepared. As Dokja Kim arrives at the designated meeting location with his companion Sangha, he's met with a representative from the Seojun Group, Yoo-jun. With his sharp mind honed by his knowledge of ways of survival, Dokja quickly sizes up the situation and proposes a plan for sharing resources and information to secure a mutually beneficial alliance. Yoo-jun is receptive to the idea, and the two groups begin discussing strategies for dealing with other threats in the fourth scenario, including the possibility of a third-party attack. As they negotiate, Dokja's leadership skills shine through as he effectively communicates with Yoo-jun, paving the way for a potentially powerful alliance that could bring advantages but also new risks to both parties. As the battle raged on, Hyunti Kim, leader of Myeongdong, unleashed the effect of the Red Og, setting the stage for a clash between groups with different colored flags. The scene unfolded like a chess match, with each move strategically designed to gain an advantage. It became clear that the color of the flag held the key to victory, with each hue providing a unique buff to its respective group. Kim Dokja's sharp mind quickly grasped the dynamics at play, noting that one group sported a red flag, a sign of dominance or ruthless tactics. Hyunti Kim's taunting remark left little doubt that he deemed Kim Dokja still inferior, fueling the latter's determination to prove himself worthy of competition with his opponent. As Kim Dokja stands at the center, surrounded by his fellow readers, Anna Croft appears with fresh intel from their previous mission. The group's initial excitement soon gives way to caution as they discuss their next move, Jae-hae voicing her reluctance to press on. But Kim Dokja reassures them that regrouping and planning is crucial before making their next step. Just as it seems the group has found a sense of stability, Sang-a's ominous query, "Do you think we're going?" hangs in the air, leaving everyone wondering if they'll be able to escape or terminate the scenario, sending shivers down their spines and setting the stage for what's to come. As they ventured into the unknown, Kim Dokja and his companions, Sang-a and Jae-hae, discovered a labyrinth of cryptic messages and clues, each one beckoning them closer to unraveling the truth behind their surreal reality. The air was thick with tension as Sang-a confronted Anna Croft about her mysterious involvement, only for the standoff to be interrupted by Kim Dokja's piercing analytical mind. With his razor-sharp instincts, he deciphered the hidden code, revealing a shocking revelation that shook the very foundations of the novel and its creators. The sudden appearance of the prophets, watching their every move with calculating precision, sent a shiver down their spines. As the dust settled, Kim Dokja's group was left with more questions than answers, their journey fraught with uncertainty and danger lurking around every corner. As Kim Dokja's thoughts wander back to their intense battle against the Myeongdong Group, he can't help but feel a burning desire for revenge. A message arrives revealing that they've obtained the flag, and with it, a significant boost to their team's stats. The sudden surge of power drives their comrades into a frenzy, prompting them to launch attacks on other stations without hesitation. But as Kim Dokja ponders the Myeongdong Group's motives, he's left wondering why they didn't show mercy. His inquiry is met with hostility and indifference from the remaining members, who refuse to offer any meaningful assistance. The mystery deepens when Ilhan expresses confusion over Kim Dokja's leadership, sparking their relentless assault. As our protagonist grapples with these enigmatic events, He's forced to confront his own emotions and question the true nature of those around him. As the prophets descend upon the group, their intentions are made clear. They seek answers about Chung Huro, a topic that has clearly piqued their interest. One of them hints at having received information from an unknown source, fueling speculation about the nature of their involvement. With time running out, the leader issues a chilling ultimatum: reveal the truth or face merciless torture. The countdown begins, and with it, the group's desperate cries echo through the air as they are subjected to agonizing pain. As the minutes tick away, the prophet's patience wears thin, ultimately deciding that the trouble is not worth the reward, and a gruesome fate awaits the group. As Kim Dokja ponders the whispers of the prophets, a mysterious group rumored to hold secrets about the scenario and its creators, Sang-ah shares her insight into their supposed connections to Chung Huro. But before they can delve deeper, Sang-ah's thread silences someone who dares to reveal more information, hinting at the prophet's use of hypnosis to keep their plans under wraps. Kim Dokja quickly pieces together the puzzle, realizing that this mind control technique only works on those who have met the prophets face to face, giving him a crucial advantage in countering their plan. Meanwhile, Anna Croft appears, her intentions shrouded in mystery, as she implies that having Kim Dokja as a hostage will allow her to point to one of the prophets. As the aftermath of a traumatic event settles, Anna Croft enters the room with concern etched on her face, her gaze fixed on Kim Dokja as she takes in his battered state. The troubled mind that lies behind those weary eyes is palpable as he worries about the well-being of his master, seeking reassurance from Anna's gentle words that they will emerge unscathed. But Anna knows better, sensing the fragility of Kim Dokja's mental state and urging him to rest, to care for himself in a world where uncertainty looms large. As Kim Dokja ponders his past promises, a mix of frustration and self-awareness washes over him. He's replaying memories from the past, struggling to reconcile his own intentions with the words he's mimicking. His thoughts are consumed by a significant event that sparked a resolution, and he's haunted by the weight of responsibility. A flashback unfolds, revealing moments of hope and support shared with Sang-ah and Jae-hai, but Kim Dokja's introspection deepens as he questions his blind following. The words of others have twisted in his mind, particularly Sang-ah's actions that continue to affect him. As Kim Dokja conversed with Anna Croft, a sudden revelation shook him to the core. The notion that there might be another reader like himself sent his mind racing. He struggled to comprehend this new information, probing Anna for answers. Was it possible that they had adopted a child? And if so, what role did the prophets play in this mystery? As he grappled with the possibilities, two explanations emerged. Either an unforeseen variable had given rise to another prophet, or, more likely, there existed another reader like himself. The latter option resonated deeply, considering the rarity of such individuals. Kim Dokja's thoughts poured out to Anna, seeking her guidance and insight in the face of uncertainty as his analytical mind worked tirelessly to unravel the truth. As Kim Dokja ponders the fate of those stranded at Myeongdong Station, he grapples with the daunting task of forming alliances amidst treacherous circumstances. His doubts about bringing more people into their group are rooted in a deep-seated concern for their safety, as he fears they'll soon fall prey to other groups unless they are exceptionally lucky or find a way to escape. The weight of his regret over missing the opportunity to forge bonds with the Landlord Coalition members weighs heavily on him, revealing a yearning for human connection and cooperation in a chaotic world. Yet, Kim Dokja cautions against blindly trusting others, acknowledging that things won't always unfold as planned, while also confessing to his own desire to believe in others and form alliances, recognizing its importance in his survival strategy thus far. As Kim Dokja stares at his phone, a torrent of emotions begins to build within him. The image on the screen, a constant reminder of his predicament, slowly unravels his composure. Frustration and desperation take hold as he realizes the truth. He's trapped in an endless loop of scenarios, with no escape or respite. His agitation turns to anger, and he lets out a primal scream, venting his emotions in a cathartic release. The storm subsides, leaving Kim Dokja sitting alone on the floor, defeated and lost, his humanity laid bare for all to see. As Kim Dokja navigates the unpredictable landscape of this mysterious world, he's confronted with a crucial decision that will reshape the trajectory of his journey. Noticing the protagonists fleeing from him, Kim Dokja is left to ponder their sudden change in behavior, sparking suspicions and doubts about his place within the unfolding scenario. Suddenly, an unexpected offer presents itself, the chance to take over a vital station, a choice that promises both power and peril. The rules of this new venture are laid bare before him. Once claimed, the station will remain under his control until Kim Dokja loses his unique status or his HQ is compromised. With the stakes set, Kim Dokja must weigh the risks and rewards, ultimately choosing to take over the station and unlock a new path forward, represented by the ominous King's Path. As the title page unfolds, a sense of foreboding settles over the air as this dreadful scenario begins at last, screams out in bold, ominous letters against a dark backdrop. The publication information that follows only serves to heighten the tension, revealing River Sink and Rapos XEBZ as the masterminds behind this impending doom, with no clear indication of what lies ahead or how Kim Dokja will react to it all. The uncertainty hangs heavy in the air like a dark cloud waiting to unleash its wrath. As the story unfolds, Seong-guk Lee approaches Dokja with a mix of concern and calculation. "Will you be okay?" he asks, to which Dokja responds by expressing relief at seeing Seong-guk Lee take charge. But Lee isn't done yet. He can't resist a sly joke about his newfound status, playfully suggesting that Dokja start calling him Majesty. Dokja shoots it down, and Lee shifts gears, appealing to their shared sense of responsibility as he emphasizes the importance of protecting Donmyo Station's members. He proposes a strategic plan, learn more about their attackers before making any moves. With his proposal laid out, Seong-guk Lee extends an offer to Dokja come with him and Hueyuan to Donmyo Station immediately or stay behind with Sangha if that's what he prefers. As the conversation unfolded between Seong-guk Lee and Sangha, a nuanced picture of their dynamic emerged. With utmost candor, Seong-guk Lee acknowledged that not everyone excels in every area, subtly referencing Sangha's strengths and weaknesses. This led to a recollection of their previous discussion on the subway, prompting Sangha to reaffirm her autonomy by stating her desire to live her own life. Seong-guk Lee astutely validated this sentiment, demonstrating his understanding of individuality within the group. The conversation then shifted to Gil-young's situation, with Seong-guk Lee emphasizing the need for a guardian figure and leader among their ranks. Furthermore, he emphasized the importance of collective defense against Hohyung, potentially indicating that Sangha's skills could be leveraged in certain situations. Finally, Seong-guk Lee hinted at the possibility of Pil-du-gong being targeted while they are away, underscoring the need for strategic preparedness and planning. As Dok/Kim makes a startling announcement, revealing that he has entrusted Sangha Yu with equal authority, the stage is set for a pivotal shift in power dynamics at Donmyo Station. Seong-guk Lee, appointed as the new leader, reveals his lingering doubts about his own abilities, yet accepts the role solely to benefit Sangha Yu. With her blessing, she shares her authority, granting Seong-guk Lee the power to discipline group members on her behalf. Vowing to do his best in this new position, Seong-guk Lee's strategic nature and loyalty to the group are put on full display as he navigates this crucial turning point. As Seong-guk Lee approaches Sangha, a high-ranking official of HR at Donmyo Station, he can't help but notice her changed appearance, expressing genuine concern for her well-being. Sangha reveals that she was hired not just for her looks, but for her exceptional expertise in various fields, which catches Seong-guk off guard. Undeterred, he proposes a title that suits her skills executioner, demonstrating his strategic thinking and ability to recognize talent. Meanwhile, Sangha's inquiry about the person on the roof hints at a deeper connection between Donmyo Station and other groups, adding layers of intrigue to their conversation. As Seong-guk Lee engages in a conversation with someone, it becomes clear that his past is riddled with complexities. He reveals that he knows someone named Yong-hyuk Yu, but with a hint of concern, suggesting that their connection may be more profound than initially thought. His words then shift to describe his brother as annoying and trouble-prone, sparking a sense of nostalgia mixed with frustration. Seong-guk's emotions take center stage as they reveal their deep-seated resentment towards the sibling figure, Young-hyuk-yu. Amidst the revelation, Seong-guk mentions an online community, foreshadowing potential conflicts on the horizon. As the conversation concludes, it becomes apparent that Seong-guk has grown close to someone, hinting at a future confrontation that may be brewing beneath the surface. Seong-guk Lee arrives at Dongdaemun History and Culture Park Station, greeted by an acquaintance he refers to as Army Boy, who seems less than thrilled to see him. Despite this chilly reception, Seong-guk tries to make small talk, only for the conversation to falter and become awkwardly strained. His attempts to lighten the mood by joking about his friend Han Sooyoung's academic and military background are met with silence. As they enter the station, an eerie sense of desolation settles over them, with nary a soul in sight. Seong-guk's unease is palpable as he struggles to comprehend this strange and unsettling environment, hinting at underlying tensions that threaten to disrupt the fragile balance of his world. As Seong-guk Lee delved into the mystery surrounding the attack on Dongdaemun Station, he began to unravel the tangled threads of deception. Noticing that the attackers had deliberately targeted vulnerable areas like Myeongdong and Dongdaemun, while Cheonggyeuro was outmaneuvered, Lee hypothesized that the true culprits must have known they would fail to conquer Cheonggyeouro's stronghold. His keen mind honed in on a specific group of men seen in Myeongdong, leading him to a startling realization: those who knew Cheonggamu's original leader were behind the attack, and Mi was likely one of them, driven by a thirst for revenge against Cheonggyeuro. The prophets emerged as key players in this sinister plot, solidifying Lee's suspicions and cementing his position as a skilled strategist and second-in-command at Dongdaemun Station. A sudden warning echoes through the air: someone's coming. Seong-guk Lee, vice representative of Dongdaemun Station, stands firm, greeting the unexpected visitors from Cheonggyeuro with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. As he asks if they plan on introducing themselves, his wariness is palpable, hinting at potential unease about their intentions. But before he can continue, Jai from Cheonggyeuro steps forward, setting the stage for a delicate dance of negotiations, alliances, or conflicts to come. With Seong-guk Lee's calculating nature and loyalty to his group already on full display, this encounter promises to reveal both strengths and weaknesses as the stakes are raised. As Seong-guk Lee pores over a mysterious document, he uncovers the truth about Young-hyuk-yu, the original leader of Cheonggmu Station. But his discovery is short-lived, as an unknown figure interrupts him, revealing they are aware of the document's existence and its contents. The figure cryptically warns Seong-guk Lee to be cautious, implying others also know the truth about Young-hyuk-yu's identity. As the weight of this new information settles in, Seong-guk Lee's confidence begins to wane, his agitation and concern growing as he realizes his grip on power may be slipping away. As Seong-guk Lee pored over a book with an image of Young-hyuk-yu, he couldn't help but notice the frequency with which TWSA described its subject's dashing good looks. Handsome was a word that seemed to be repeated time and again, and it raised a question in Seong-guk's mind: what made Young-hyuk so confident in his abilities? The two men chatted amiably about the book, with Young-hyuk humorously suggesting he could play any role, from hero to villain. But as their conversation turned to an unknown individual who had read TWSA and recognized its author's work, Seong-guk's interest was piqued. What secrets lay hidden behind this person's words? Seong-guk Lee's suspicions are piqued by a punk using the Eye of the Sage skill to search for information on Han Sooyoung. He confronts the individual with a warning not to underestimate him and his group. The punk, however, remains unimpressed, revealing that he knows about Seong-guk Lee's underhanded tactics and accusing him of being a punk himself. Seong-guk Lee becomes defensive, threatening the punk and making it clear that he will not tolerate any disrespect or threats towards Dongdaemun Station. Despite this intimidation, the punk continues to provoke Seong-guk Lee with sarcastic remarks, further escalating the tension between loyalty to his group and personal motivations. As Seong-guk Lee stepped forward, a message of apology hung in the air like a promise of redemption. With regret etched on his face, He acknowledged the past mistakes of Domnio's station, taking full responsibility for the group's transgressions. The weight of his words settled heavy on the unknown audience, their faces a picture of puzzlement and confusion. But Seongguk Lee was undeterred, introducing himself as the vice representative of Domnio's station with an air of authority that commanded attention. As he shifted seamlessly through different settings, his adaptability and strategic thinking shone through like a beacon in the darkness. As Seongguk Lee stepped into Domnio's station, he was met with an unsettling surprise. A group of individuals had taken control, their intentions clear. The leader, with an air of confidence, ordered Seongguk Lee to pack up and leave the station behind. But the vice representative refused to back down, his determination evident as he asserted that the station was his to command. The leader's threat to kill everyone unless Seongguk Lee complied only fueled his defiance, as he accused the leader of underestimating him. With a steady hand, Seongguk Lee reminded the leader of his authority as vice representative and his unwillingness to relinquish control. As the standoff reached its climax, Seongguk Lee issued a chilling warning. If his demands were not met, everyone would suffer the consequences. As Seongguk Lee arrives at the meeting with Mr. Yu, he's met with a disappointing revelation. He's too late to claim the rights to Dongdaemun Culture and History Park. But this setback only fuels his determination as he proposes an audacious deal offering to hand over Dongdaemun in exchange for the coveted park. However, he conditionally demands that Mr. Yu first meet with their group's leader, a move that underscores Seongguk Lee's calculating nature and strategic thinking. With his promise backed by the sacred honor of the king, Seongguk Lee vows not to harm Mr. Yu or break his word, while also revealing his willingness to use underhanded tactics to get what he wants. This pivotal moment highlights Seongguk Lee's unwavering loyalty to his group and its leader, as well as his relentless pursuit of power and control. As Seongguk Lee sat across from the leader of another group, the air was thick with tension. The stakes were high, and both parties knew it. With calculated precision, Seongguk Lee navigated the negotiation, leveraging his cunning nature to drive a hard bargain. His opponent pushed back, but Seongguk Lee remained steadfast, always staying one step ahead. In the end, he emerged victorious, securing a deal that benefited Donmyo Station at the expense of the other group's interests. As Young-hyuk ponders the mysteries of Seongguk Lee, he's struck by an intense curiosity. What does he want to know right now? His thoughts narrowed down to just two possibilities, a telling sign of his growing unease. Suddenly, a revealing picture appears before him, revealing that Seongguk Lee has been secretly monitoring Young-hyuk's personal skills, the fourth wall. With this knowledge, the fourth wall is activated, unleashing Jail's character profile into the open. As Young-hyuk wonders if others share his unique abilities, he begins to feel an ominous sense of unease, wondering if Seongguk Lee might be hiding more than just secrets. The scene concludes with a chilling thought bubble as Jail reads Young-hyuk's innermost thoughts, leaving the viewer with a haunting sense of uncertainty. As Young-hyuk arrives at Dongmyo Station, whispers of rumors draw him to a mysterious gathering where a group with internet connections seems to operate autonomously. His curiosity piqued, he approaches the setup and becomes drawn into their midst. Our leader issues a curt instruction, hurry inside and meet them. Young-hyuk's strategic thinking kicks in as he notes the group's independent nature, likening it to its own kingdom. With this enigmatic encounter, he embarks on a journey that will test his wit, resolve, and allegiances. As Young-hyuk sets out on his journey, he leaves behind a trusted ally, Orman, to guard the location with meticulous care. With a note carefully penned in hand, Young-hyuk instructs Orman to remain vigilant and watchful for any unwelcome visitors, reminding him not to let anyone utter a foolish word in his absence. Orman responds with deference, addressing Young-hyuk as Sir in a show of respect. As the scene unfolds, a subtle hint of amusement appears on Orman's face, betraying his enthusiasm for the task at hand. As we delve into the world of TWSA, a fascinating character emerges, Dong-hoon Han, the enigmatic king of all basement dwellers. With 3/4 of the king's path already conquered, This 17-year-old powerhouse has already made significant progress. However, his supporting constellation is less than pleased with his current circumstances, and a powerful hypnosis takes hold. But what secrets lie beneath his impressive skills? Dinhoon boasts AoE Internet LV, 5. Comment Manipulation LV, 3. Keyboard Attack LV, 3. Small Eater LV, 6. Block Sound Waves LV, 2. An Overclock LV, 4. A testament to his adaptability and cunning. His Stigma Lacking Presence LV, 2. Reveals vulnerabilities in his mental defenses, making him all the more intriguing. With stats that rival those of the strongest warriors, Dinhoon's overall power is undeniable. Stamina LV, 10. Strength LV, 10. Agility LV, 19. And Mana LV, 26. A force to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, whispers circulate about the Dokja network, a mysterious virtual LAN that has blocked internet access in Seoul since the beginning of the scenarios. Rumors spread like wildfire online. Will Seoul truly be quarantined due to monsters with superpowers on the loose? The stage is set for an epic journey as we explore the intricacies of TWSA and uncover the mysteries surrounding Dinhoon Han and his world. As Yoon-hyuk-yu's world begins to unravel, an enigmatic figure appears, introducing him to a mysterious collective known as the Prophets. Claiming that every prediction they've made has come true, this stranger asserts their omniscience, leaving Yoon-hyuk skeptical and seeking more information about this group. But instead of a human representative, he's faced with a puppet standing in for the leader, proposing negotiations that leave Yoon-hyuk stunned and bewildered, questioning whether this is some twisted prank or a desperate attempt to manipulate him. As Yoon-hyuk-yu sits in quiet contemplation, a mysterious figure approaches him with an air of confidence, addressing him as the leader. The person reveals their true nature, one of the prophets, and proceeds to share sensitive information with Yoon-hyuk, who is clearly intrigued. Under the influence of sound waves that manipulate thoughts and emotions, the conversation unfolds with ease, revealing a shared interest or goal between the two characters. As they converse, hints of a potential alliance or partnership emerge, setting the stage for further exploration of the Book of Revelations and its significance in their story. As Yoon-hyuk-yu stands at a crossroads in his tumultuous existence, a mysterious figure, known only as the Prophets, appears before him, acknowledging his extraordinary abilities and paying homage to his noble endeavors. This enigmatic entity reveals that they have been divinely inspired, receiving prophecies about this pivotal day from a decade ago, and possesses a sacred book of revelations passed down through their lineage. With an air of mystique, the Prophets hint at a new era of cooperation, suggesting that they will aid Yoon-hyuk in his current regression. As the weight of these revelations settles upon him, Yoon-hyuk's inner turmoil begins to stir, oscillating between skepticism and a glimmer of hope. With this sudden turn of events, the trajectory of Yoon-hyuk's journey is forever altered as he forges bonds with fellow individuals who share his extraordinary experiences, setting the stage for a thrilling adventure ahead. As the curtain lifts on a glimpse into Yoon-hyuk-yu's storied past, a cryptic book materializes, its pages whispering secrets about his bygone days. The tome speaks of steel-bladey Han Sooyoung Lee, once under Yoon-hyuk's dominion, hinting at a tangled web of allegiances and betrayals. Meanwhile, Naemun Kim, a demon consumed by delusions, and Jae Lee, a naval general with unknown intentions, seem to be connected to Yoon-hyuk's complex past. Fragments of the Book of Revelations have been committed to memory by those who await his return, their whispers echoing through the shadows. As the book's damaged pages flutter closed, it becomes clear that Yoon-hyuk will soon embark on a new path, one that promises liberation from the shackles of his troubled past and its recurring regrets. As Seong-up cracks a joke about Yoon-hyuk's storytelling skills, the gravity of their conversation takes a sudden turn. Yoon-hyuk's eyes narrow in on the revelation, and he presses Seong-up for answers about its true purpose. Seong-up's hesitation only fuels Yoon-hyuk's concerns, and just as it seems like the conversation is about to stall, two enigmatic figures emerge from the shadows, Leo and Ew. With cryptic words of allegiance, they propose an alliance with Yoon-hyuk, but beneath their seemingly innocuous facade lies a web of ulterior motives that threaten to upend everything. As Yu delves into the cryptic message on the panel, a sense of unease settles over him. His frustration towards someone who has gotten it all wrong is palpable, and his question about how they can be allies when their true identities remain unknown hangs in the air. The stranger's calm response, asking if Young-hyuk wants to be allies before knowing who he really is, only adds to the tension. But as the conversation turns, the stranger's tone shifts, becoming increasingly agitated and demanding to know who Young-hyuk is to tell others what to do. The air is thick with unease as the true intentions of this mysterious individual remain shrouded in uncertainty, leaving Young-hyuk's cautious nature on high alert for potential conflicts to come. As the mysterious woman stands before him, Young-hyuk's eyes narrow in focus, his mind racing with the possibilities. He begins by asking her to recite her attributes, a calculated move designed to gauge her reactions and intentions. The woman, sensing his intensity, raises an eyebrow, questioning whether he has forgotten something crucial. It's then that she reveals a crucial detail: Young-hyuk possesses the eye of the sage skill, a testament to his hypnotist abilities. Intrigued by this new information, he ponders the situation, weighing his next move. With calculated precision, he tests her responses, probing her emotions and intentions with mental combat skills honed to perfection. The woman, seemingly entranced by Young-hyuk's words, eventually reveals her attribute, a testament to his mastery of persuasion and strategic thinking. As Young-hyuk claims to be a hypnotist, he reveals a shocking truth: he's been using his powers on Ilan Kang. But it's what comes next that truly throws us off balance. An unknown individual, familiar with the term renouncer, is stunned by Young-hyuk's confession, asking why he doesn't identify as a revelator instead. The conversation takes a mystical turn as Young-hyuk clarifies his identity as the ninth renouncer, referencing the Book of Revelations. This enigmatic revelation raises more questions than answers, leaving us wondering about the true nature of renouncers and revelators, and what secrets lie hidden in their mysterious world. As Young-hyuk found himself in a mysterious setting, an unknown individual confronted him about his decision to stop reading the Book of Revelations, accusing him of not being helpful. Young-hyuk swiftly denied any wrongdoing, confidently asserting his ability to be useful despite the other's doubts. But as the conversation unfolded, the individual grew increasingly agitated, pointing out Young-hyuk's distractions with his phone, suggesting he was less than fully engaged in their discussion. Young-hyuk deftly deflected this criticism with a wry remark about being addicted to smartphones, revealing a light-hearted side beneath his tough exterior. As the tension mounted, the individual demanded clarification on Young-hyuk's comment, leaving the scene hanging in mid-air with Young-hyuk's responses and intentions left unaddressed, fueling further intrigue and suspense. Here's your engaging narration for a MANHWA recap video. In a dimly lit room, Young-hyuk finds himself face-to-face with representatives from Rivers, Inc., their intentions shrouded in mystery. The organization extends an offer to the determined individual: join them and gain access to unparalleled knowledge and resources. However, Young-hyuk's instincts refuse to budge, and he declines their proposal, voicing his deep-seated distrust of their true motives. As Gong-min reflects on past events, he reveals that a brutal fight between two groups was only narrowly prevented by their timely intervention. Although it may have been too late to undo the damage, their swift action managed to halt the violence, saving countless lives from potential harm. The dynamic art style vividly captures the intensity of the moment, with bold lines and vibrant colors conveying the urgency of the situation as Gong-min and his allies rush in to take control, demonstrating their strategic thinking and commitment to altering the course of events. As the mysterious figure approaches Gong-min, whispers of caution echo through the air, warning him of a fate narrowly avoided. With eyes wide with surprise and curiosity, Gong-min reacts to the urgency in her words, prompting him to hurry and apologize. But before he can respond, Min Seob-young bursts onto the scene, addressing Gong-min as Mr. Yu, revealing an unexpected connection to Young-hyuk, a character from the novel. As Seongguk Lee interrupts the conversation with an air of urgency and impatience, Gong Min-yu's world begins to unravel, his true identity as Huey Winjeong finally revealed. The relationships between these characters become increasingly complex, revealing hidden tensions and motives that threaten to upend the balance. As Gong Min-yu addresses Bae-hyung with an air of familiarity, warning bells start ringing in his mind. Bae-hyung's cautionary words about Daki-bai lurking in the fourth scenario only amplify Gong Min-yu's growing unease. He presses Bae-hyung for answers, sensing that something is off-kilter. The conversation takes a dramatic turn as Bae-hyung makes a remark about Min Seo-byung's appearance, prompting a heated discussion about their long-standing rivalry. Gong Min-yu opens up about his memories of being Huey Winjeong from the novel, lamenting Young-hyuk-yu's character and expressing frustration with his own circumstances. Bae-hyung questions Gong Min-yu's assessment of Young-hyuk's looks, leading to a thought-provoking discussion on personal standards. As their conversation delves deeper, Gong Min-yu reveals the true extent of his rivalry with Min Seo-byung, citing the latter's notorious temper and leaving Bae-hyung questioning his own abilities due to his limited memories. Meanwhile, Gong Min-yu's remarkable ability to recall events without issue raises questions about his extraordinary memory and skills. As Gong Min-yu senses an unsettling presence, he turns to Seongguk Lee with a questioning gaze, seeking clarification on the mysterious woman's identity. Hyun Seong's revelation that she wasn't supposed to be there on Young-hyuk's third regression sends a ripple of intrigue through the air. Suddenly, Min Seo-byung appears, his intentions unclear as he seems driven by an unknown motivation. Gong Min-yu's apology and introduction only add to the confusion, prompting Min Seo-byung to ask about the number Gong Min-yu refers to, hinting at a hidden truth. Whisper's enigmatic whisper raises more questions than answers, suggesting that she has been concealing crucial information about Young-hyuk's past. As the scene unfolds, it becomes clear that nothing is as it seems and the characters' relationships are shrouded in mystery. As Gong Min-yu delves into the mysteries of the prophecy, he shares his personal experiences with reading the ancient texts, revealing a startling realization: most people only recently discovered their connection to the predicted events. His introspective musings are suddenly interrupted by Min Seo-byung's unexpected appearance, claiming to be Young-hyuk-yu. Gong Min-yu is initially skeptical but agrees to answer Min Seo-byung's probing questions, which ultimately lead to a shocking revelation: his true identity as Huey Winjeong from the novel. As the truth unravels, Gong Min-yu finds himself entangled in a web of secrets and lies, forced to confront the reality of his own existence. As Gong Min-yu reveals the truth about his own mortality, it becomes clear that he was brutally slain by one of the 12 disciples. His confusion and skepticism give way to a growing sense of unease as he confronts the possibility that he may indeed be a prophet, his fate inextricably linked to the story's unfolding. But just as he begins to grasp the scope of his situation, it becomes apparent that a mysterious figure has been impersonating him, ruthlessly outmaneuvering Gong Min-yu at every turn. This impostor, it seems, has completed all the hidden scenarios and shattered Gong Min-yu's carefully laid plans. As he confesses that this figure still lurks in the vicinity of Chungmu-ro, the Bee appears, impressed by Gong Min-yu's shameless deception. As Gong Min-yu begins to share his secrets, the air is thick with tension. He reveals the truth about the delusional demon and weaves a mysterious tale of conflicting agendas among prophets. As he paces through a labyrinthine room with multiple chambers, the weight of his words becomes almost palpable. His interlocutor mistakes him for Young-hyuk-yu, but Gong Min corrects them, referencing Dr. Kim and Hwon-taeyong in a move that underscores the complexity of their relationships. Meanwhile, a group chat materializes on screen, revealing a conversation between multiple individuals that hints at power struggles and hidden agendas. As Gong Min-yu reflects on his conversation with Seongguk Lee and Min Seo-byung, a realization dawns on him: he has been given control over Dongdaemun and Chingu, but not Changsin Station. This revelation sparks his curiosity about the 12 disciples, a group claiming to have read the real prophecy and possess the power to change the world. He learns that these individuals are self-centered, prioritizing their own interests above all else. Overwhelmed by guilt, Gong Minyu seeks help from an unknown figure, offering to take them under his wing and put a stop to the 12 disciples' schemes. As the scene fades away, a TV screen displays TWSA, the world's strongest advice, hinting at a possible connection between the story and reality. As Gong Minyu, aka Huiwen-jeong, sat down with the Dongmyo group, he made a bold demand they must relinquish control of Changsindang Station to him. But his audacity was met with defiance as the group refused, citing the tyrant king's iron grip on the station. Gong Minyu was stunned to learn that some prophets had contributed to the king's power surge, and worse still, the group seemed oblivious to events from the novel. As he digested this shocking revelation, he discovered a stunning truth. Huiwen-jeong was none other than his own alternate self from the novel. The revelation left him reeling. Instead of fleeing the scene, Gong Minyu proposed they stay and gather more information from the group, seeking to unravel the tangled web of intrigues surrounding Changsindang Station. As Gong Minyu arrives at a critical juncture in his quest for power, a mysterious figure reveals the existence of a secret weapon capable of eliminating the Tyrant King and the 12 disciples, a move that would drastically shift the balance of power in the story. The enigmatic figure hints at an imminent meeting, dubbed the Night of the Prophets, where Gong Minyu will witness this potent tool in action, excluding 2 of the 12 disciples from the gathering. The mysterious figure's motivations are rooted in a desire to rectify past mistakes involving the Tyrant King, fueling their determination to stop the 12 disciples from further compromising the narrative. Gong Minyu seizes this opportunity, agreeing to attend the meeting and expressing his eagerness to swiftly conclude matters. As he contemplates his next move, it becomes clear that he is poised to take control of the story's trajectory, his strategic mind honed and ready to exploit any advantage in his quest for dominance. As Gong Minyu delved into the pages of a worn book, the truth was finally revealed. He was none other than Huiwen-jeong from the novel. His thoughts consumed by the desire for control, he sought out Seongguk Lee to solidify their plan to claim Changsindang Station and thwart the 12 disciples' meddling. The air was thick with tension as they huddled together, their whispers weaving a web of strategy and deceit. A mysterious tome lay open before them, its ancient pages holding secrets that only the most perceptive could decipher. Seongguk Lee's skepticism was allayed by Gong Minyu's conviction, and together they forged an unbreakable bond driven by a shared desire for power and a willingness to manipulate fate itself. As darkness enveloped Changsindang Station, a mysterious figure emerged from the shadows, his true identity hidden behind a veil of secrecy. This was none other than Gong Minyu, whose presence sent shockwaves through the ranks of Min Se-byung and the 12 disciples, who had gathered to discuss their plans for domination. As tensions escalated, Gong Minyu revealed his shocking secret. He was in fact Huiwen-jeong from the novel, a revelation that left Min Se-byung stunned and determined to thwart Gong Minyu's ambitions. Despite this obstacle, Gong Minyu remained resolute, vowing to alter the course of events and seize control of Changsindang Station. And with these words, the stage was set for an epic showdown between Gong Minyu and the 12 disciples, a battle that would have far-reaching consequences for all parties involved. In an unconventional opening, the words "Let's be friends" set the stage for a series of events that will shape the virtual world's dynamic. As various scenarios and games are showcased, Gong Minyu's competitive streak comes to the fore as he enthusiastically explains the rules of Mine Scenario #4 / capture the flag to an unseen companion. The scene culminates with the Rapos X logo and a nod to Reverse Inc., hinting at the significance of this virtual world, while also introducing Gong Minyu's driven personality. As Yoo Hyuk-kyu indulges in a costly mental stimulant, his desire to secure an alliance with the enigmatic Hermit King of the Shadows becomes increasingly apparent. With 3,000 coins spent, he laments the expense but remains resolute in his goal to gain the king's favor. The initial offer to form friendship is met with a cryptic response from the king, who hints at the potential benefits of their partnership. Yoo Hyuk-kyu seizes this opportunity, embracing the possibility of forging a powerful alliance that could have far-reaching consequences for the story. With both parties seemingly on board, the stage is set for a strategic partnership that will undoubtedly shape the future course of events. As we delve into the life of Yoon-hyuk, also known by his alias Min Seo-byung, we find ourselves in a moment where social awkwardness takes center stage. Faced with the daunting task of having a face-to-face conversation, Yoon-hyuk resorts to unconventional means, employing an unusual method that distorts his appearance, rendering direct communication all but impossible. In a surprising twist, he proposes alternative methods, namely using a smartphone app to circumvent the discomfort of human interaction. But just as this plan begins to take shape, Ding-hoon Han intervenes, injecting an element of unpredictability with AOE Internet LV5 on Yoon-hyuk's phone. As the dynamics of their conversation shift, we catch a glimpse of Yoon-hyuk's intricate nature, revealing both cunning and manipulative tendencies alongside his deep-seated social insecurities. As Yoon-hyuk finally corners Dokja, he reveals his long-held desire to find him, a sense of relief washing over him as they are now face-to-face. But beneath this relief lies a growing unease, fueled by the realization that others may not take their words seriously. It's clear that Yoon-hyuk has been on a mission to track down Dokja, and he shares a shocking revelation. Earlier, Seong-guk was staring at him with an intensity that almost sent his heart racing. This bombshell leaves Dokja reeling, unaware of Seong-guk's eye of the sage ability mentioned only in the prologue. Yoon-hyuk teases Dokja for his fear and confusion, but acknowledges the uncertainty that lies ahead as they struggle to navigate their next move. As Yoon-hyuk confronts Dokja, his words are laced with a subtle intensity, probing into the depths of Dokja's feelings towards their rivals, the prophets. With an air of calculated menace, he proposes eliminating them on behalf of Dokja, his true intentions masked by a veil of concern for his friend's well-being. Dokja, though hesitant, seems captivated by Yoon-hyuk's words, sensing that there may be more to this offer than meets the eye. But before their conversation can unfold further, the internet connection malfunctions, leaving them in a state of disarray as an unconscious figure slumps into view. Yoon-hyuk's tone darkens, his curiosity piqued by the sudden turn of events, hinting at secrets he may be hiding behind his calculating fa-ade. As darkness closes in around him, Yoon-hyuk stands firm, surrounded by a sea of unknown assailants. His voice rings out, echoing through the room as he calls for Vi, but the true meaning behind those words remains shrouded in mystery. The attackers close in, their movements swift and menacing, but Yoon-hyuk is not one to back down from a fight. With a burst of raw strength, he unleashes his full fury upon his assailants, taking them down with ease. A flashback reveals the extent of his combat prowess, showcasing his lightning-quick reflexes and unwavering determination. Despite his impressive skills, Yoon-hyuk acknowledges that he is no match for the sheer numbers arrayed against him. One attacker, fueled by rage and a refusal to yield, stands out among the rest, its words dripping with malice as it vows to crush Yoon-hyuk beneath its heel. And with that, the scene ends on a cliffhanger, leaving us wondering what the future holds for our protagonist as he faces off against this formidable foe. As tensions escalate, Yoon-hyuk brings the group to a screeching halt with his piercing inquiry, why would anyone reveal their leader so openly? His skepticism towards Seong-guk being the true leader is palpable, hinting at a deeper truth that only he seems to be privy to. With calculated precision, he reveals that the actual leader is none other than someone from the novel, leaving the group reeling with uncertainty. As control slips through his fingers, Yoon-hyuk seizes the moment, ordering the group to obey his every command. He shares his astute observation about Seong-guk's innocence and Ding-hoon's hypnotic state, painting a chilling picture of manipulation and exploitation. With each passing moment, Yoon-hyuk's cunning nature is revealed in all its glory, as he masterfully weaves a web of deceit to achieve his goals. As Min Seo-byung's true intentions begin to unravel, his words reveal a masterful manipulation of the other prophets. With an air of nonchalance, he warns them not to expose his true identity, hinting at a hidden truth that only adds to the intrigue. When Dokja presses for an explanation, Yoon-hyuk sidesteps the question with a cryptic remark, leaving his friend/ally in the dark. His subsequent jab at the other prophets, labeling them unworthy of trust, serves as a stark reminder of his cunning nature. As the conversation reaches its climax, Young-hyuk-yu's enigmatic words hang like a challenge, daring Dokja to read on until the very end of the novel for the truth about his identity and intentions. As Young-hyuk-yu's thoughts drift back to last night's peaceful slumber, he attributes it to avoiding a confrontation with Seonbuk, Lee, and Min Seo-byung. With a sense of accomplishment, he reveals that he has successfully planted his flag at nearby stations near Donmyo, expanding his territory to 9 stations in total. With only one more station to complete the King's Path scenario, Young-hyuk-yu can't help but feel satisfied with his progress. As he ponders his next move, Dokja is summoned, and Young-hyuk-yu suggests they leave, hinting at an impending task that requires their attention. As Young-hyuk-yu reveals his true face, so too do his intentions come into sharp focus. With a hint of regret, he confesses that he should have taken care of the 2 individuals who joined Chunmoo Group earlier, but instead chose to spare them, for they still hold value in his eyes. He issues a stern warning: never reveal his true identity and always obey without hesitation. His responses to their inquiries are cryptic, leaving them uncertain about what lies ahead. One of them can't help but remark on their successful entry into the group, while another asks how to address him in public. Young-hyuk-yu reveals that Young-hyuk-yu is the name he prefers in public, and Min Seob among close friends or allies, a subtle distinction that speaks volumes about his complex nature. Furthermore, he casually mentions having a fugitive's mask, hinting at some sort of transformation or reincarnation that has shaped him into the person he is today. As this scene unfolds, it becomes clear that Young-hyuk-yu is a master manipulator, seeking to maintain control and influence over those around him, and nothing will stop him from achieving his goals. As Young-hyuk-yu admires a portrait of himself as Young-hyuk, he shares with someone, likely Dokja, the secrets behind his captivating good looks, referencing the prophecy that foretells success for one bearing the Young-hyuk-like visage. But this moment of vanity is short-lived, as he quickly reveals his true intentions by producing the fugitive's mask, an ingenious device capable of altering one's appearance at will. With this tool, Young-hyuk-yu confesses that he must continue to masquerade as Young-hyuk-yu in order to attend the Night of the Prophets gathering, a mysterious event shrouded in intrigue. As his friend presses him for more information on his attributes and abilities, Young-hyuk-yu launches into an impressive display of wit and cunning, hinting at a complex web of lies and deception surrounding the 2 liars. As Young-hyuk-yu's character information fills the screen, we are given a glimpse into his extraordinary abilities and stats that set him apart from others. Reflecting on his past, he laments being too impatient to become a disciple, a decision that has led him down a different path. But when he discovers someone T or Wet BB tampering with his attribute window, the game changes. He demands his phone, which is handed over with an ominous offline status. The sudden connection to the internet signals a power shift, and Young-hyuk-yu's decisions become more calculated. He chooses to trust someone, hinting at a potential alliance or manipulation that could have far-reaching consequences. As Young-hyuk-yu joined the Prophets group chat consisting of 36 early renouncers, a sense of intrigue unfolded. His sudden participation in the conversation about the revelation sparked surprise among the others, as he effortlessly shared insightful observations on the novel's climax. None of them had read the novel to its conclusion, yet Young-hyuk-yu revealed a profound understanding, leaving his fellow group members bewildered by his uncanny knowledge. As Min Seo-byung, aka Young-hyuk-yu, entered the room, his cryptic remarks sent a chill down everyone's spine. "I know it all too well." Little did they know this newcomer was not who he claimed to be. Unfazed by Dokja's skepticism about his lack of knowledge on the novel, Young-hyuk-yu revealed his true identity and hinted at his deep understanding of the story. His words dripped with an air of confidence, as if he had already read the novel from cover to cover. The conversation took a darker turn when Young-hyuk-yu expressed concern over the lack of piracy or online availability of the novel, sparking suspicions among the group. As 763rd Renouncer pointed out, someone with access to the novel would be virtually invincible. And then There was Yoon Hyuk-yu's ominous comment about pirates and pay-to-read services, leaving everyone wondering what lay behind his sinister grin. As the message echoes through the Prophet's group chat, a sense of anticipation hangs in the air. The enigmatic announcement declares the initiation of NEP in IAPL, an event shrouded in mystery and connected to Yoon Hyuk-yu's murky past. A countdown timer ticks away in the shadows, hinting at the impending consequences that await him. With this development, the stakes are raised, and the stage is set for a dramatic turn of events that will reshape the course of his journey. As Seoul's cityscape unfolds before us, we are introduced to a new setting, Jongbukgung Station, a hub that promises potential conflict and danger lurking beneath its surface. Hyun Seong-lee, a central figure in this unfolding drama, surveys the surroundings with an air of unease, remarking that nobody has yet claimed dominion over the station, a comment that hints at hidden forces at play. The Prophet's pact he mentions adds weight to his concerns, setting the tone for a story replete with intrigue and mystery. Min Seop-young joins him, expressing trepidation about congregating at a station controlled by an unknown entity, only to reveal the struggles he faces under the tyrant king, a declaration that sends shockwaves through this fragile alliance. As tensions escalate, Hyun Seong-lee's impulsive nature is put on full display as he ignores Min Seop's warning not to venture towards Da Bong-gu, leaving us wondering what dark forces are at work in this precarious world. Here is the narration. As Hyun Seong-lee converses with Mr. Yoon Hyuk, the air is filled with an unspoken respect. The two individuals engage in an informal discussion, with Mr. Yoon Hyuk commending Hyun Seong-lee on his exceptional fighting prowess against Asmodeus during his second regression. The revelation of this flashback sparks a sense of nostalgia, as if the memories are slowly unfolding before them. Meanwhile, Hyun Seong-lee shares his own perspective, revealing that he had gained insight into the story by reading almost 50 episodes prior to their meeting. As the conversation unfolded, a mysterious figure emerged, sparking intrigue with Hyun Seong-lee. The enigmatic character revealed an uncanny understanding of Hyun Seong's past, hinting at a deep connection to his identity. With a surprising familiarity, the figure inquired about Hyun Seong's regression count, which he confirmed was indeed in its third stage. As the discussion progressed, the figure disclosed knowledge of Hyun Seong's true identity, posing the question, is he truly Steel Blade Lee? Hyun Seong vehemently denied this title, his defensiveness giving rise to speculation about the nature of their relationship and the figure's intentions. The scene concluded with a peculiar remark, likening Hyun Seong's anonymity to a farmer's market rather than a night of profits, leaving viewers eager to unravel the mysteries surrounding these two characters. As Hyun Seong-lee and Jack venture out of the cinema, their minds still reeling from the enigmatic shooting star that pierced the night sky, a palpable tension begins to simmer between them. The air is thick with distrust as Hyun Seong-lee inquires about the secret weapon, his tone laced with skepticism. Jack's candid response, he doesn't possess it, only serves to further exacerbate the divide between them. The conversation then takes an unexpected turn as they both find themselves drawn to the shooting star, Jack proposing a possible meteorite origin. As Hyun Seong-lee expresses his bewilderment at the connection between the celestial body and the elusive weapon, a glimmer of curiosity begins to emerge on his part, leaving the audience wondering what secrets this new lead may hold. As the group gathered around the mysterious meteorite, doubts began to creep in. One person's hesitation about their progress sparked a wave of skepticism, with Sung Hyuk-lee at its forefront. He couldn't shake off the feeling that something wasn't adding up, and his confusion only grew as someone revealed that only those who had read up to the fourth regression would know about this very meteorite. The conversation took a suspicious turn when it was revealed that one person had given up early, yet still claimed to have knowledge of the topic. Sung Hyuk's doubt turned into outright incredulity as he pointed out the glaring inconsistency in their story. As the atmosphere grew thick with unease, Sung Hyuk's instincts kicked in, urging him to get the group out of there before it was too late. The meteorite's secrets were about to be uncovered, but at what cost? As Hyun Seong-lee ventures forward, he's suddenly caught off guard by an unexpected trap, leaving him stunned and frustrated. With a surge of adrenaline, He laments his decision to trust others who haven't read the book to its end, implying feelings of betrayal and deception. Panicked, he decides to make a hasty retreat from the situation, revealing his impulsive nature and emotional vulnerability in high-pressure situations. This pivotal moment sets the stage for potential conflicts with other characters, particularly those who may have orchestrated this trap, and foreshadows future challenges for Han Sooyoung Lee as he navigates the treacherous landscape ahead. As the mysterious gathering takes place, Han Sooyoung Lee's uncertainty turns to agitation as he receives an enigmatic invitation. His argument with someone like Dokja Kim reveals their differing expectations for this clandestine meeting. Suddenly, a barrier materializes, and a meteorite crashes into the scene, carrying a potentially perilous artifact within. As Han Sooyoung Lee attempts to reason with his companions, he reveals that this is the main event of the fifth scenario, which should not be unleashed. The group's conversation shifts towards who will claim the artifact, foreshadowing future conflicts and tensions between Han Sooyoung Lee and Dokja Kim. As Han Sooyoung Lee's world is turned upside down, his confusion gives way to concern as he struggles to make sense of the sudden shift in the main scenario. The discovery of a bright red meteorite has sent shockwaves through the group, and Han Sooyoung's mind races with questions. He ponders the significance of this new development, particularly as it relates to the artifact they've unearthed. His impulsive nature gets the better of him as he pleads with someone not to let the situation spiral out of control, urging them to take action before catastrophe strikes. With the stakes higher than ever, Han Sooyoung's ability to adapt and respond quickly is put to the test, raising questions about the true implications of this meteorite and its potential impact on their lives. As chaos erupts, Dokja Kim's urgent warning rings out, "Everyone, move to the corner." Amidst the pandemonium, Han Sooyoung Lee's confusion and concern are palpable as he struggles to comprehend the sudden turn of events. His eyes dart around, seeking answers that refuse to come, his mind racing with questions. What is happening? Why this catastrophic event? The tension builds as Dokja Kim reveals that an intervention is necessary, the situation too complex for them to handle on their own. As Han Sooyoung Lee, Sung-hyuk-yu's dissatisfaction grows, an air of unease settles in. Suddenly, an enigmatic figure appears, rebuking Sung-hyuk-yu for advancing too swiftly through the scenarios and warning of catastrophic consequences if he doesn't complete the fourth one on time. The mysterious figure reveals that certain supporting characters have constellations invested in Sung-hyuk-yu's fate, prompting them to intervene to prevent his demise. Despite this, they refuse to ease the difficulty level, citing its necessity for the scenario's intended progression. Sung-hyuk-yu becomes agitated, disputing their claim that he hasn't even finished the fourth scenario yet, and a heated argument ensues. The figure responds calmly, refusing to budge on the difficulty level, but offering to adapt the scenario to make it more enjoyable for Sung-hyuk-yu. This tense confrontation sets the stage for future events, as Sung-hyuk-yu navigates this challenging scenario with a new and unpredictable landscape. As the scenario United We Fall, Divided We Fall unfolds, Han Sooyoung Lee's conflicted emotions come into sharp focus. He questions Doral about the necessity of killing a mysterious entity, only to be dismissed as his concerns are trivialized. The memories of his past encounter with Sung-hyuk-yu resurface, and Han Sooyoung is reminded of the crucial role that entity played in their survival against overwhelming odds. Darrell's mocking words cut deep, implying that there is no hope for escape, leaving Han Sooyoung feeling trapped between his impulsive nature and his desire to protect those around him. As the scene reaches its climax, a sense of urgency takes hold as everyone is instructed to run in a clockwise direction, leaving Han Sooyoung's fate hanging precariously in the balance. As Han Sooyoung Lee and his allies narrowly avoid a devastating attack, they are suddenly thrust into a new challenge. An enigmatic force issues a cryptic command, urging them to look for a plate. The group must then decipher the true nature of their mission as they are informed that they'll need to complete a series of tasks with a total of 5 objectives, and a pressing time-constrained hurry. With Linden's presence lingering in the shadows, the stakes are set for this next chapter in Han Sooyoung Lee's journey. As the group gathered, whispers of a sinister plot began to surface. The discovery of LT pieces etched onto a plate hinted at a cleverly designed trap, leaving everyone on edge. Han Sooyoung Lee's skepticism only fueled the suspicion that the disciples were behind it all. But as they delved deeper into the mystery, their conversation turned to a chilling realization: reducing the number of people privy to the future might not be such a bad idea. The group converged on this unsettling notion, with Min Sooyoung reporting his failed search for more plates, only to have Seongbuk Lee uncover one with an ominous limitation entry allowed for only 4 individuals. And as the scene faded to black, the fate of Han Sooyoung Lee and his companions hung precariously in the balance, foreshadowing a potentially devastating twist or danger lurking ahead. As Han Sooyoung Lee and Dokja Kim stood back to back, the air was thick with tension as they faced an unseen threat. Dokja's calm demeanor was futile against Han Sooyoung's growing unease, his impulsive nature taking over as he lashed out at their unknown enemy. The heated exchange between them was a stark contrast to the eerie silence that surrounded them, punctuated only by the ominous sound of a loud noise echoing through the environment, signaling the escalation of their precarious situation. As Min Sooyoung announces that only 4 people can enter, the stakes are raised and Yoon-hyuk Lee is faced with an impossible decision. He begins by reading a cryptic message, deciphering the numbers 5 and 3, but finds little connection to the crisis at hand. His search for answers leads him to an image of a plate, though its significance remains unclear. Just as he's trying to make sense of it all, Min Sooyoung presents another puzzle, revealing that only 4 can escape, leaving Yoon-hyuk with a heart-wrenching choice: sacrifice 3 people or use his abilities to flee. The fire dragon's destructive flames add urgency to the situation, forcing Yoon-hyuk to weigh his options and make a decision that will determine the outcome of this critical moment. As Yoon-hyuk Lee stands at Changshin Station, his instincts kick in, triggering absolute shield's activation, a warning sign of impending danger or attack. Suddenly, the memories flood back, and he finds himself transported to a flashback of his intense battle against the Demon King. Hwee-win's inquiry about Asmodeus serves as the catalyst for this revelation, prompting Yoon-hyuk to reveal more about his past than he ever intended. Caught off guard by Hwee-win's question, Yoon-hyuk's composure begins to fray, hinting at the emotional weight of the topic. The confrontation escalates as Hwee-win becomes injured and demands answers from Yoon-hyuk, paving the way for a potentially explosive conflict between the two. Here's your requested narration. As Yoon-hyuk's thoughts drift back to a fateful moment in his past, the weight of his troubled history comes into stark relief. The memory of being brutally beaten still haunts him, a painful reminder of the tumultuous path that has led him to this point. Meanwhile, his conversation takes an unexpected turn as he begins to speak about Asmodeus' story, revealing that the truth behind this enigmatic figure will be revealed in a future episode. But what significance does this hold for Yoon-hyuk's own journey? His introduction of himself as the 1,195th renouncer and 5th disciple among the disciples offers only more questions, hinting at a deeper mythology at play. As the scene fades to black, one thing is clear: Yoon-hyuk's past continues to shape his present, casting a long shadow over his uncertain future. As Yoon-hyuk Lee delves deeper into the mysterious world, he uncovers a hidden scenario that sets him on a perilous path. Dokja's ominous warning echoes in his mind as he prepares to face 20 treacherous attacks. But just as the danger looms near, Seongbuk Lee emerges from the shadows, claiming he wants to save Yoon-hyuk's life. With skepticism etched on his face, Yoon-hyuk questions Seongbuk's true intentions, sensing a hidden agenda behind his words. As Yoon-hyuk Lee pored over the latest intel, a game-changing message from Tony shook him to his core. A solution to their predicament was mere hours away. With this revelation, the seasoned naval commander swiftly reassessed his strategy, recalibrating his plan in response to the unexpected twist. The positions of the plates had been altered, casting a new light on the group's prospects. As he warned Tony not to anticipate what was about to unfold, a palpable sense of unease hung in the air, underscoring the gravity of their situation. As Yoon-hyuk Lee, the naval commander and leader of the group, reveals his plan to hunt the elusive lesser dragon. A sense of anticipation settles over the gathering. Dokja expresses her doubts about venturing alone, but Young-hyuk's cunning nature is already at work, as he subtly hints that they are not alone in their endeavor. The group's collective abilities seem to be amplified by the presence of blue ice pills, leaving little doubt that these powerful artifacts will play a crucial role in their impending battle. Meanwhile, whispers of Huiwen's troubled past surface, adding depth to his character and sparking curiosity about his connection with Young-hyuk. As time ticks away for the prophets, the stakes are raised, and the group is left to ponder the true nature of their mission. As naval commander Young-hyuk Lee faces off against Athens, the weight of their precarious situation hangs in the balance. With his team dwindling, Young-hyuk confesses that numbers alone won't be enough to change the course of events foretold by prophecy, a stark reality that drives him to seek alternative means to regain control over their HQ. He proposes an uneasy alliance with Athens, offering blue ice pills in exchange for assistance, but only if his rival agrees to help. If refused, Young-hyuk's words turn dark, hinting at the devastating consequences of defeat. Athens, meanwhile, probes Young-hyuk's deepest fears, goading him about his fixation on saving his friends and the potential costs of failure. As the conversation rages on, the prophecy looms large, casting a shadow over their fragile negotiations. As Young-hyuk Lee arrives at seemingly predetermined location, he can't help but feel a sense of accomplishment wash over him. The successful completion of over 10 stations is a testament to the group's determination and skill, and he can't wait to share this achievement with someone. His eyes narrow slightly as he gazes upon an unknown individual who asks a question that cuts to the heart of Young-hyuk's authority. What does his king have to say about being called a renouncer? The answer reveals a startling level of prophetic insight, as Young-hyuk reveals his monarch is not one to be underestimated. The mysterious figure seems taken aback by this revelation, and Young-hyuk seizes the opportunity to hint at a deeper understanding of their past and future, casting a shadow of omniscience over the entire encounter. As Young-hyuk Lee walked down the street, a stranger approached him with an inquiry about his intentions. But before he could respond, Huiwen appeared out of nowhere, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to the tension in the air. As they began to converse, it became clear that both parties shared a deep understanding of the prophecy, and its implications weighed heavily on their minds. The conversation turned sinister as Young-hyuk's concern grew, his agitation palpable as he wondered if Huiwen had forgotten something crucial. The revelation that another person had read the novel to its conclusion only added fuel to the fire, as Young-hyuk's fear of dying began to surface. With each passing moment, it seemed that the very fabric of their relationships was about to unravel, and the mention of a potential transformation left more questions than answers. As Young-hyuk Lee studies the map, his thoughts seem consumed by the daunting task at hand, capturing the flag at Changshin Station within a tight deadline. With an air of determination, he turns to his comrades and points out a crucial detail on the map, driving home the gravity of their situation. The group sets off towards the flagpole, with Young-hyuk leading the charge. As they approach the entrance of Anguk Station, he issues a cryptic warning, foreshadowing the challenges that lie ahead. With a decisive gesture, he signals for his team to move forward into the unknown. As Young-hyuk Lee stands before a mysterious map, the air is thick with anticipation. Suddenly, a cryptic message materializes, revealing a hidden path that has been waiting to be unlocked. The camera pans out, and the true nature of the message becomes clear. It's a map leading to a new destination, bearing the promise of untold possibilities. A notification flashes on screen, announcing the arrival of a new path, one that holds the keys to Young-hyuk's future as the king of no killing. And with this development comes a crucial decision. Will he choose to tread the path of arrogance and hypocrisy, walk alone as a solitary king, or remain steadfast in his commitment to his title, the king of no killing? The choices are vast, the consequences uncertain, but one thing is clear: Young-hyuk's journey has reached a crossroads. As Young-hyuk Lee stands poised for battle, he's consumed by regret over past mistakes, acknowledging that caution should have been his guide. Suddenly, Dokja materializes, and the two engage in a tense conversation that exposes their vastly different perspectives on life and death. Dokja goads Young-hyuk with her provocative words, urging him to seize the moment and make the most of his time. Young-hyuk's defensiveness grows as he warns Dokja to keep her distance, but it's too late. The ominous tone has already set in, hinting at a catastrophic event or a transformative shift in Young-hyuk's character. The air is thick with anticipation as the scene fades away, leaving viewers wondering what's to come next. As strategizing commences among Young-hyuk, Dokja, and Hwee-won, the impending battle at Changshin Station looms large. Young-hyuk lays out his plan to capture the flag, stressing the significance of timing and positioning. Dokja voices concerns about their chances of success, prompting Young-hyuk to reveal his strategy for utilizing the terrain in their favor. Hwee-won enters the conversation, presenting alternative approaches that challenge Young-hyuk's plan. The group engages in a tense discussion, with Young-hyuk defending his strategy and Dokja advocating for more aggressive action. As tensions rise, Young-hyuk asserts his authority as leader, emphasizing the need for unity and cooperation to achieve their goals. Hwee-won agrees to support Young-hyuk's plan, and the group begins to put their strategy into action. As the skill king of no-killing takes hold, Young-hyuk Lee is faced with a new reality. His deadly abilities are now neutralized, allowing for a different kind of battle to unfold. The stakes are high as the objective becomes clear: defend the group's flagpole, plant flags at strategic locations, and capture Changshin Station within the 12-day time limit. Failure means forfeiting the chance to claim the lucrative reward of 2,000 coins, making every decision a crucial one. This pivotal introduction sets the stage for an intense and thrilling competition where strategy and cunning will be put to the test. As the memories of a fiery demise replayed in her mind, Jae Lee's reflection turned inward, acknowledging that such agony truly felt like hell on earth. Yet her personal skill, known as the fourth wall, proved to be a partial safeguard against this torment, tempering her suffering. The revelation only served to further complicate her thoughts as she began to ponder the enigmatic barrier surrounding TWSA, wondering about its purpose and significance. However, Jaehae's introspection was eventually interrupted by her growing awareness of the king of no-killing attribute, which had recently fallen into her possession, and she decided to focus on utilizing this newfound power to propel herself forward in this mystical realm. As Jae Lee delved into the mysteries of her newfound abilities, she stumbled upon an unexpected twist. The special attribute King of No, which granted her the power to delay killing, had taken hold. Her initial skepticism gave way to concern as she pondered the attribute's impact on her body, questioning its true purpose. Glenn's sudden appearance only added to the turmoil, revealing that the King of No's skill was clashing with Jaehae's personal abilities, causing a maelstrom of unintended consequences. As she struggled to make sense of this bizarre turn of events, her thoughts were abruptly cut short by an enigmatic voice, hinting at a far more profound connection between the unfolding drama. As tensions between Jae Lee and Pildu reached a boiling point, the air was thick with unspoken resentment. Jaehae's frustration finally boiled over as she demanded that Pildu back off, his condescending tone wearing thin on her patience. Pildu, sensing an opportunity to redirect the conversation, proposed that they focus on the bigger picture, but Jae saw right through his attempt to deflect attention. She pressed him about his land ownership, suggesting that he only cared about quantity, not quality, and Pildu's response revealed a complex web of alliances and interests. The discussion shifted gears as Jae probed Pildu about what truly defined the value of land, her persistence eventually revealing the limitations of his perspective. As Jae Lee stands bewildered, her world suddenly expands to encompass multiple locations and events unfolding simultaneously. She expresses surprise and confusion as fragmented images and text flash before her mind's eye, threatening to overwhelm her senses. Her thoughts are a jumble of questions. What is happening? Why can't she see everything at once? As she struggles to comprehend the chaos, glimpses of battles raging and hushed conversations between shadowy figures flicker across her mental landscape. Jaehae's determination and confidence wavered in the face of this unexpected shift, revealing a more vulnerable side of her personality as she grapples with the sheer scope of events unfolding before her. As Jae Lee stands tall before her group of disciples, she reminds them to stick to the plan rehearsed earlier that morning with unwavering conviction. With calculated precision, she divides her team into 3 subgroups A, B, and C, each assigned specific tasks based on their designated positions on the battlefield. Group A is tasked with gathering around the turrets, while Group B is instructed to move beyond them. Meanwhile, Group C is responsible for safeguarding Pildu. Emphasizing the importance of unity and teamwork, Jaehae's words ignite a sense of determination in her comrades as they prepare to face the upcoming battle. As Jae Lee stands near a station marker, memories of their recent victory flood back to her mind's eye. The scene rewinds to reveal the disciples' triumph over an enemy force, where it becomes clear that teamwork was the key factor in their success. Without the flute of Hamelin alone, they would not have emerged victorious. Jae proudly acknowledges this fact, attributing their win to the collective efforts of her companions. With a look to the future, she foresees new challenges, namely Tier 9 subterraneans, and takes decisive action, instructing someone off-panel to fetch the samurai. As Jae Lee bursts onto the scene, her bold declaration that she is not a samurai sends shockwaves through the group of unknown individuals. Startled by her sudden appearance, they demand to know who she is and where she came from. Undeterred, Jae responds with aggression, ordering them to shut up and back off, threatening to unleash a hail of bullets upon them if they refuse. The conversation takes a turn as the group discusses the remaining disciples, with Jae revealing there are 5 left, including herself. When one member questions her plan, doubting her abilities on land, Jae seizes the opportunity to prove their words wrong, issuing a bold challenge that leaves no doubt about her resolve and leadership skills. As Jae Lee, a skilled disciple, eavesdrops on 2 figures conspiring to seize control of Chunmuro and recruit Yoonhyuk-yu, she uncovers a shocking secret that sends her reeling back into the past. A vision unfolds, revealing her remarkable growth in strength and prowess over time. The sudden flashback stuns Jae, hinting at her newfound abilities and setting the stage for a pivotal plot twist. As Jae Lee and Pildu confer, they acknowledge the unexpected strength of their turrets in this 3rd regression, a testament to their growing abilities. Meanwhile, Sangha and Gilyoung demonstrate their prowess as capable warriors ready to take on whatever challenges lie ahead. But even with these strengths, they are warned that Chunguro will not be an easy opponent to defeat, its formidable power already beginning to manifest in the form of a sudden surge of mana by Ayats, unleashing a devastating display of destruction that sets the stage for an epic battle. As Jae Lee approaches the high-ranking official from the disciples, her disdain is palpable as she addresses him with a biting insult. "You're an e-bastard." The official attempts to belittle her, but Jae stands firm, asserting her confidence and authority as a warrior. She demands respect for herself and the disciples, emphasizing their power and influence in the kingdom. When the official tries to reason with her, claiming she's unworthy of such treatment due to her low status as a disciple, Jae becomes enraged and threatens action against him if he continues to disrespect her or her comrades. This intense confrontation showcases Jaehae's confident personality traits, strong sense of loyalty and determination, and blunt honesty as she stands up for herself and those she cares about in the face of opposition or adversity. As the conversation between Jae Lee and an unknown figure unfolds, tensions rise and their words cut deep. The stranger begins by belittling Jaehae's abilities as a supporting character, sparking a fiery response from her. With unwavering confidence, she asserts her dominance, refusing to back down in the face of criticism. But when the character attempts to reason with her, pointing out that it would be wasteful to kill her now, Jaehae's resolve falters, revealing a glimmer of vulnerability as she hesitates. The stranger then takes aim at Jaehae's relevance in the story, labeling her a fake heroine, sending Jaehae's emotions reeling. As Jae Lee's thoughts swirl with uncertainty, she begins to question the events that have transpired, wondering if she didn't plead for help earlier. Her frustration mounts as she realizes no one can hear or see her, a stark reminder of her lost sense of agency and autonomy. The 4th wall looms large, a symbol of the disconnect between Jae-hai's reality and the audience's perspective. As she ponders her existence as a character, Jae-hai's declaration, "Jae-hai Lee," is just a character, rings out like a cry of desperation. With her grip on reality tenuous at best, Jae-hai resorts to manipulating dialogue, speaking in nonsensical phrases that reflect the chaos within her mind. And yet, despite this turmoil, Jae-hai remains trapped in a world of fiction, unable to escape the confines of her own character. Jae-hai Lee's reality begins to unravel as her omniscient reader's viewpoint skill suddenly surges to new heights, leaving her reeling in a whirlwind of disorientation and confusion. With each passing moment, the dizziness intensifies, threatening to consume her very sense of self. As she struggles to regain control, Jae-hai's frustration boils over into anger, her thoughts careening wildly as she desperately tries to recalibrate her perspective. But with every failed attempt to switch to a first-person view, her agitation grows, until it seems like the very fabric of her mind is unraveling before her eyes. As the scene reaches its climax, Jae-hai finds herself lost in a sea of chaos, her thoughts and emotions in turmoil as she faces the daunting task of mastering this newfound power. Jae-hai Lee's journey begins in a place that feels foreign and unsettling, Chungramro. With every step, she can't shake the feeling that everyone is watching her, their gaze piercing through her very being. As she tries to make sense of how she arrived here, doubts creep in what has changed about herself. The unfamiliar surroundings only add to her growing unease, like a weight pressing down on her shoulders. Just as she's trying to find some clarity, a sudden realization hits her. It can't. The scene ends with Jae-hai lost and uncertain, her thoughts swirling with questions about her identity and purpose. As Jae-hai Lee gazed upon an image of her dear friend Pildu, a sense of unease settled over her, like a dark cloud gathering on the horizon. Suddenly, a mysterious figure emerged, its tone menacing as it asked, "Who are you?" Jae-hai's frustration boiled over, and she snapped back with a fiery retort, "Damn IT." But the stranger remained unfazed, revealing that it held information about Pildu's fate. The air grew thick with tension as Jae-hai's agitation escalated, her anger bursting forth like a stormy sea. The figure delivered its chilling message, I really don't want to, and then dropped the bombshell, Jade will die. Reeling from this devastating revelation, Jae-hai's expression twisted with concern and determination, her eyes burning with a fierce resolve to protect the one she cared about most. As Jae-hai Lee ponders the effectiveness of Pildu's turrets in past battles, her comrades Sangha and Gil-yong soon join the conversation, voicing their concerns about the enemy's formidable strength. However, Jae-hai remains undeterred, firmly convinced that the turrets will be instrumental in turning the tide of battle to their favor. Despite the differing opinions, the group begins to discuss their equipment and strategies, with Jae-hai stressing the importance of teamwork and coordination in order to emerge victorious. As the omniscient reader's viewpoint reaches its third level, a series of transformative events unfold. The unlocking of new abilities is met with conflicting skills, which are swiftly resolved, and the king of no-killing resumes its influence over the reader's actions. As death gives way to life, regeneration sets in, and the reader's body begins to heal. This montage-like sequence reveals glimpses of their revival, marked by flashes of transformation without clear narrative progression or dialogue. As the reader slowly comes to, they are met with the sensation of hot air filling their lungs. It's as if they've been revived from some unknown event, and Young-hyuk-yu is by their side, tending to Chun-muro with a sense of relief washing over them. But it's not just the reader's physical recovery that's noteworthy. They've also reached level 3 in the omniscient reader's viewpoint, a milestone that holds immense significance for their journey ahead. A sudden shift in perspective sends them back to Young-hyuk-yu's point of view, offering a glimpse into the events that led up to this moment. As the flashback unfolds, the reader's memories flood back, reliving a traumatic event from their past. Grasping the hilt of a blade, they were thrust into an intense and violent situation with Young-hyuk-yu. The aftermath is just as striking, with the reader expressing relief and fear at having survived. A question echoes through their mind: how did they become Young-hyuk-yu? The answer lies in the resuscitation skill, which has granted them immortality through resurrection. However, this power comes with limitations, the need for karma points to resurrect, and restrictions on when it can be used. As Dokja ventures further in his quest, his frustration grows as he fails to find any plates with the coveted blue ice pill property, having already spent a significant 100 karma points. Han Sooyoung, ever the guide, steps in, instructing Dokja to move on to the next plate and checking its availability. To their relief, Dokja appears, confirming the plate is indeed available. The duo's conversation turns to the potential presence of poncho, with Dokja jokingly suggesting they grab a raincoat as well. But Han Sooyoung remains steadfast, reassured by their current situation, his confidence unwavering. With their health and energy at 100%, the pair seems poised for further exploration, but the question on everyone's mind remains what lies ahead in their pursuit of the elusive blue ice pill. As the soldier's thoughts unfold, he grapples with the weight of his priorities. Being a soldier means sacrificing personal belongings, he mutters to himself, weighing the value of his items against the demands of duty. But his resolve falters, and he comes to believe that his possessions are far more important than mere clothes or other trifles. Anxiety grips him as he imagines the possibility of losing these precious items at the mercy of the dragon's fiery breath. As the general stands amidst the ruins of their mission, a sense of disappointment and frustration washes over them. They urge those around them to hasten their decision-making, as if time itself is running out. But it soon becomes clear that all is not lost, for the price of failure has been exacted in full. The once living bodies of their comrades now lie reduced to nothing more than ash, a haunting reminder of the general's unfulfilled expectations. Amidst this desolate landscape, only one thing remains, the blue ice pills, mysterious and foreboding in equal measure. As the general ponders their next move, the weight of responsibility settles heavy upon them, a burden that threatens to crush the very soul. As the group of 5 converges to discuss their plan to defeat the lesser dragon, tension crackles through the air as one member's anger boils over, labeling another a that bastard with a fierce determination. Meanwhile, a third party points out the crucial detail that there are precisely 5 blue ice pills brought by the disciples, mirroring the exact number of people present, sparking a lively debate about the best course of action. With time running short before the lesser dragon's next devastating area of effect attack, the group must work together to devise a strategy and claim any resulting loot. But what secrets lie hidden in these mysterious pills, and how will they shape the outcome of this perilous battle? As the dust settles on the battlefield, a crucial decision hangs in the balance for our enigmatic reader. With blue ice pills scattered at their feet, an unexpected advantage emerges, tempting fate. But how to capitalize on this opportunity? A quick assessment reveals Han Sooyoung's raw strength and Huiwen's agility, each complementing the other like 2 sides of a puzzle. The reader weighs the possibilities, contemplating a strategic alliance to counter their opponent's weaknesses. Meanwhile, an eerie feeling settles in as Ido's past returns to haunt them, shrouded in mystery. As the scene fades to black, our reader appears poised on the brink of a decisive move, but what secrets lie hidden beneath the surface? As the veil of mystery shrouds you, cryptic messages swirl around, leaving you wondering if you've stumbled upon a hidden truth. Can you learn one of Yoonhyuk's skills? But before you can ponder this possibility further, an unknown entity suddenly interrupts your reverie, accusing you of harboring a desire to die once more. The air is thick with tension as the entity probes your intentions. And just when it seems like the situation has reached a breaking point, a window of opportunity presents itself, a display of available skills offering you a choice that could forever alter the course of your journey. As the reader contemplates their abilities, they weigh the pros and cons of each option, considering which skill to choose from a menu. They initially rule out the Tiger God Aura or 3 Skybreaker, instead deciding on fire resistance before being drawn to lie detection. The reader's analytical mind is put to the test as they try to decide what to do next, ultimately concluding that their role as a reader is the answer. But just as they seem to have made up their mind, a lesser dragon appears, leaving them to ponder their thoughts and wonder what lies ahead. As our temporary focal character delves deeper into their journey, they are presented with a crucial decision that will shape their path forward. Their gaze falls upon Young-hyuk-yu's information, but it's a message from Huey-win that truly sets the wheels in motion. The conversation sparks an epiphany, and our protagonist decides to acquire cold resistance, leveraging their existing fire resistance skill to resist damage. With this newfound determination, they are poised for whatever challenges lie ahead, their expression hinting at a growing sense of urgency as they prepare for the unknown. As the dust settles on the ravaged landscape, a haunting stillness descends upon the desolate scene. The aftermath of the blue ice spill's devastating effects is laid bare before our eyes, revealing a trail of destruction and chaos that stretches as far as the eye can see. Amidst this backdrop of devastation, a lone figure stands tall, their expression unyielding in the face of catastrophe. "Get behind me, every one!" they cry out, their voice carrying across the barren expanse like a beacon of hope. But amidst the destruction, a cryptic message from the naval warfare god lingers, its meaning shrouded in mystery. The focal character brushes it off as useless, yet we can't help but wonder, what secrets does this enigmatic phrase hold? As our protagonist ponders the significance of these words, a fate of the world hangs precariously in the balance, leaving us to ponder the true extent of their power and purpose. As night descends, a mysterious figure manifests before the reader, presenting an enigmatic choice, two paths to ultimate triumph. The being's words are laced with an air of mystique as it highlights specific areas on the dragon's skin, hinting at potential vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, a cryptic message from the naval warfare god materializes, its connection to the celestial body remaining unclear. With this new information, the reader is left contemplating the two options, weighing the merits of each path and pondering the significance of the dragon's weaknesses. The stakes have never been higher as the reader stands at the crossroads, poised to embark on a journey with far-reaching consequences. As the drama unfolds, a group of survivors huddle together to discuss their harrowing experience. They recall the devastating attack, with Tier 5 fire dragon near unleashing its flame of destruction ability, leaving them shaken and traumatized. One survivor notes that they were lucky to have escaped with the plate number 65, hinting at a deeper significance behind certain numbers. Another warns of potential future risks if the next plate contains specific numbers 3, 4, or 6, evoking a sense of trepidation. Amidst this tense conversation, our focal character is overwhelmed by emotions, struggling to respond. This poignant scene humanizes the characters, revealing their vulnerability and emotional scars. As the reader studies an illustration, a spark of inspiration strikes. They ponder mimicking someone's sword swing, perhaps seeking a deeper connection to the subject matter or simply driven by curiosity. With a sudden burst of enthusiasm, the reader attempts to replicate the motion, but their execution falls short of perfection. Unexpectedly, a cryptic phrase materializes on the page AFK LNY. As if responding to this action, the environment begins to react in ways both bizarre and fascinating. As the warning echoes through the air, a somber tone is set for an impending catastrophe. Failure will not go unpunished, and those who falter will meet their demise. The ominous phrase from the naval warfare god hangs in the balance, casting a dark shadow over the proceedings. Meanwhile, a cryptic message flashes on screen EDSY 957's, leaving the reader to unravel its secrets. Amidst this sense of foreboding, publication information is revealed, a fleeting reminder that this is but a work of fiction. But what lies ahead? As Young-hyuk-yu sat in his private room at home base station Chunuro, he was met with an unexpected visitor, a mysterious individual whose name remained unknown. The air grew thick with tension as the two conversed, their words laced with underlying motives. The enigmatic figure revealed they had been watching Young-hyuk-yu from behind the scenes, possessing knowledge that went beyond his own understanding of himself. As the conversation turned heated, accusations flew between them, each side accusing the other of manipulation and power play. Yet, beneath the surface, it seemed that both parties were hiding secrets, their true intentions remaining shrouded in mystery. As the precarious situation unfolds, the focal character impersonating Yoon-hyuk-yu, finds themselves trapped and facing an uncertain fate. With a hint of dark humor, they remark on their lack of main character status, implying a certain degree of cunning and awareness of their circumstances. Meanwhile, a nearby dragon unleashes its destructive flames, which the focal character cleverly references as a problem for Yoon-hyuk-yu if he were in their shoes. As the tension builds, a split-panel sequence reveals the focal character's inner monologue, offering a glimpse into their calculating nature and reflections on their precarious predicament. As the battle rages on, our enigmatic protagonist, impersonating Yoon-hyuk-yu, finds themselves struggling to land a decisive blow against their unknown opponent. Frustration and disappointment seep into their demeanor as they realize that finishing off their foe won't be as easy as expected. But this mysterious figure refuses to give up, fueled by a determination that seems almost calculated. As they urge themselves to press on, it's clear that they are not just fighting for victory but also grappling with the weight of their own mortality. The phrase "the weak" lingers in the air, leaving us wondering if this character is contemplating their own fleeting existence or something more sinister. Here is a possible narration. As we delve into the mysterious individual's journey, we find ourselves in a dimly lit room, surrounded by a sea of papers and books, where our enigmatic figure has spent the past decade consumed by a singular focus, reading the novel. With unwavering determination, they defy the odds, refusing to be deterred despite others' lack of enthusiasm. But it's not just their dedication that sets them apart. As they read on, we're introduced to a series of bizarre physiological reactions, including an astonishing ability to defy mortality itself. As the story unfolds, we witness a masterclass in resourcefulness and cunning as our mysterious individual gathers renouncers and manipulates them with ease. And finally, we arrive at the crowning moment, the catastrophe lesser dragon Ignir, a potent symbol of their defiance against death itself. As Daki Baibaram pored over the scenario document, a growing unease crept over him. An anonymous complaint from Mount Oni in Japan had sparked his suspicions, and he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was meddling in their affairs. His team quickly got to work analyzing data, revealing that Yoon-hyuk-yu had possessed remarkable skills and access to classified information from the very beginning. The revelation sent Daki Baibaram scrambling for answers, leading him to reveal that his team had received covert assistance from higher-ups to access certain information courtesy of Yoon-hyuk-yu's extraordinary abilities. With the green light from above, Daki Baibaram decided to let things be, but he warned of potential consequences down the line. In this tense and enigmatic moment, it becomes clear that someone with a celestial connection, likely referring to Yoon-hyuk-yu, is capable of handling any fallout. As Dokja's thoughts began to unravel, a memory sparked from Yoon-hyuk-yu's sixth regression, setting off a conversation between the two unlikely allies. With an air of cryptic certainty, Dokja revealed his plans for the future, leaving Yoon-hyuk-yu taken aback and concerned for his well-being after their recent physical confrontation. As the tension mounted, Dokja dropped another bombshell, hinting at his knowledge of what was to come, only to be scolded by Yoon-hyuk-yu for almost getting himself killed in their previous encounter. As Yoon-hyuk-yu, the enigmatic figure, reveals a shocking truth to a gathering of individuals: with each life saved, he can resurrect others. But this seemingly extraordinary ability comes with a crucial limitation. He is unable to kill anything that shares his own species. In an effort to gain the group's trust, he offers to eliminate their enemies and promises to step down from power once the task is complete. With the mission accomplished, relief washes over him, but his eyes betray a hidden agenda as he requests access to their phones, exposing his true intentions. As our protagonist frantically searches for a lost item, they are met with a devastating realization: their phone, containing crucial files and messages, has vanished. Panic sets in as they try to re-download the file, but worries about deleted emails from the author hang over them like a specter of doom. In a desperate attempt to regain control, they attempt to sync their profile with a new device, only to be stymied by syncing issues that crawl along at a glacial pace. As anxiety mounts, paranoia sets in. Have the renouncers somehow infiltrated their thoughts or messages? Just as these dark suspicions swirl through their mind, An unwelcome call from management rings in, bearing the brunt of frustration and anger caused by our protagonist's actions. As our mysterious figure receives their delayed rewards, they can't help but express discontent with the outcome. It's clear that they had expected something more, perhaps even leveling up their passive skills, but it seems those expectations were crushed. They reveal that others disagreed with this outcome, citing orders from higher-ups, hinting at a hierarchical system at play. With eyes watching them, our character warns of danger, specifically mentioning the mid-level dakibai in charge of the area. They liken the plausibility reviews to a tedious tax investigation, further emphasizing the bureaucratic red tape they are dealing with. Despite their past problems and delayed rewards, our character admits it will be tough for them for a while. But then an unknown figure appears, bearing the immunter's protection symbol accompanied by the long-awaited rewards. However, even this small victory is soured as our character compares their outcome to others, hinting at something unexpected having gone awry in this scenario. As the management deliberates on the skill levels of the incarnations in the area, a crucial decision is made to adjust the scenario difficulty to better suit the situation. The narrator takes action, initiating an adjustment in their area, citing the need for a more tailored experience. With this change comes a drastic reduction in time from an unspecified amount to a mere 48 hours. Failure to capture the target station within this time frame will have dire consequences. All group members will meet their demise. New conditions and penalties are introduced, adding complexity to the already challenging scenario. The stakes are raised as groups must now not only capture flags but also defend them at specific flagpoles against rival teams. As the mysterious avatar disguised as Young-hyuk-yu sat among the renouncers, a sense of unease settled over the gathering. The avatar's words dripped with an air of authority, claiming to possess knowledge that could help the renouncers achieve their goals. At first, the group remained skeptical, but the avatar's persuasive tone gradually won them over. As they listened intently, the avatar revealed its true intentions to manipulate events from behind the scenes and seize power. The revelation left the renouncers stunned and shocked, with one member demanding to know how this could be achieved. The avatar's enigmatic response spoke of unraveling the truth and creating chaos, leaving the group divided and uncertain about their next move. As we delve into the mystery of this unknown character, a mastermind behind the scenes begins to unravel. Hiding in a safe house, they watch with calculated interest as someone desperate for escape is relentlessly pursued. The pursuer's offer to eliminate the fleeing individual is met with indifference, revealing an unsettling lack of empathy. Later, it becomes clear that the person has been killed, and our enigmatic figure commends their impressive killer. As the group realizes they've lost their last lead in unraveling the TWSA secrets, this cunning impersonator continues to manipulate events from behind the curtain, their true intentions shrouded in mystery. As Min-seob's world begins to unravel, he's suddenly confronted by a mysterious figure who claims to have read the entire revelation. This self-proclaimed disciple reveals that they've been searching for prophets who would follow in their footsteps, leaving Min-seob reeling with confusion. Seongguk's cryptic response about gathering everyone together raises even more questions, hinting at a larger scheme unfolding behind the scenes. As the scene concludes, Min-seob is left shaken, sensing that someone is still watching him from afar, and the true extent of their intentions remains shrouded in mystery. As the curtain rises on this enigmatic tale, we find ourselves in the presence of a mystifying figure, dubbed the first disciple, and the esteemed Young-hyuk-yu. This cryptic individual has earned a reputation for their remarkable ability to survive decapitation, defying the norms of TWSA harsh reality. Young-hyuk-yu is left reeling as this enigmatic character effortlessly impersonates him, eliminating his own disciples and claiming the coveted dragon as their own. But this master of deception is more than just a cunning impostor. They possess an uncanny knack for gathering information, having appeared in various stations across Seoul at the onset of the scenario. They have somehow managed to unite the renouncers and breach barriers with ease, leaving Young-hyuk-yu bewildered by their unparalleled abilities. As the truth begins to unravel, this enigmatic figure reveals a connection to the prophecy suggesting that they may be more than just an ordinary being. With their unexplained powers and cunning nature, it becomes clear that this first disciple is an individual of great intrigue, operating with motives shrouded in mystery. Young-hyuk-yu's questions are met with silence as this chameleon-like figure continues to evade his identity, leaving the audience wondering about their true intentions and background. As the curtain opens, a mysterious figure stands before an image of Young-hyuk-yu, their plan for impersonation already set in motion. With calculated precision, they don a disguise and costume, transforming into the very person they seek to emulate. Confident and composed, they stride into a room filled with renouncers who remain blissfully unaware that the individual before them is not, in fact, Young-hyuk-yu. This master of deception has woven a web of deceit, using their cunning and resourcefulness to manipulate those around them. But what lies beneath this enigmatic facade? What are their true intentions, and how will they continue to shape the events unfolding in TWSA? As we delve into the heart of this enigmatic scene, a mysterious figure emerges with no warning, leaving us bewildered yet intrigued. The hint at his true identity as an author, capable of wielding the avatar's skill, sets our minds racing with questions. Meanwhile, the tired king's puzzled expression betrays his uncertainty about the author's nature, making him vulnerable to manipulation or misinformation. The last renouncer, ever resourceful and determined, takes the initiative to ask the king if he is an author, sparking a conversation that leaves us on the edge of our seats. As the scene fades to black, we're left wondering, what are the implications of this author's existence? Will it upend the very fabric of reality? The mystery deepens, and we can't help but crave more answers. As the conversation unfolded, the tyrant king brought up a mysterious figure known only as the author, sparking a chain of events that would alter the balance of power forever. The last renouncer intervened, correcting the king's assumption and revealing his own shocking connection to the revelation. He was none other than its author. The author himself stepped forward, confirming his identity and hinting at a far greater purpose behind his words. But as the last renouncer pressed for answers, tensions rose, leading to a tense confrontation that left little doubt about the stakes. Young-hyuk-yu's verification of the truth only served to further solidify the author's claims, casting a new light on his enigmatic character and sparking a wave of uncertainty among those around him. As he navigates the complex web of intrigue, a shocking truth is revealed. The tyrant king is not the mastermind behind SSSS's great infinite regressor. The last renouncer's intentions are exposed, and it becomes clear that they have been spreading false intel. With this revelation, the stakes are raised as me and the tyrant king engage in a battle of wits, each seeking to uncover the truth. The scene ends with the tyrant king seemingly caught off guard, while me remains skeptical and wary of the last renouncer's true intentions. As the last renouncer delves into the mystery surrounding SSSS's great infinite regressor, an enigmatic email from TL-123 sets him on a path of discovery, revealing his true identity as the sole reader of this elusive web novel. His awareness of Xiaodiman Penitentiary and its connection to his own past sparks intrigue, leading him to cross paths with the tyrant king, who proposes a deal, valuable information in exchange for the last renouncer's name. However, our protagonist declines the offer, unimpressed by the promise of secrets. The tyrant king then shares an unsettling truth that his current form is not his true one, and he has merely been lucky in predicting the future. Just as this tense standoff reaches a boiling point, Young-hyuk-yu bursts into the scene, dismissing the last renouncer's claims as nonsense, throwing the dynamic between these two powerful figures into chaos. As Hilda stood face to face with the author of SSSS's great infinite regressor, her surprise turned to suspicion, hinting at a connection that went beyond mere coincidence. The author's revelation that he didn't know Hilda would still be fighting against plagiarism spoke volumes about their shared history. But it was his admission that sparked Hilda's wrath, the constant borrowing of ideas, the lack of originality, and the struggles of the true creator left in the shadows. The author defended his actions as mere homage to those who came before him, but Hilda saw only selfishness and entitlement. As the ruins of their world loomed large, Hilda's frustration boiled over at the author's refusal to take responsibility for his actions, leaving the air thick with tension and the weight of unrepentant deceit. As the last renouncer confronts the tyrant king, he reveals that he has uncovered the truth behind the revelation, claiming only he can lead the tyrant king to the secrets hidden within the 46th scenario. The skeptical monarch is unmoved by these assertions, having heard similar promises before and harboring doubts about the last renouncer's true intentions. Undeterred, the last renouncer attempts to persuade the tyrant king, acknowledging his own limitations in attempting to conquer the 46th scenario on his own. Instead, he offers an intriguing proposition: join him on this quest for truth, suggesting together they can unravel the mysteries of the revelation and uncover its secrets. The tyrant king remains unconvinced, questioning the last renouncer's motives and citing his own lack of knowledge about the revelation. This tense standoff highlights the complex dynamics between these two powerful figures as they engage in a battle of wits to determine the fate of Changsin's station. As tensions escalate at Changsin's station, the tyrant king's anger boils over in a heated discussion with the author of SSSS's Grade Infinite Regressor. The author, desperate to salvage the botched future events, proposes an unlikely alliance, offering to sign a contract if necessary. But the tyrant king will have none of it, branding himself a prophet and the author a revelator, his rage mounting as he rails against the perceived betrayal. The last renouncer watches in confusion as the two former allies turn on each other, their words laced with malice and foreboding. With the author's web novel hanging precariously in the balance, the stage is set for a confrontation that will shake the very foundations of Changsin's station. As the tyrant king confronts Sooyoung, his intentions are met with a calculated response from the author. Unfazed by the threat, Sooyoung uses his understanding of web novel tropes to anticipate and counter the tyrant's actions, leaving him frustrated and uncertain. The author's calm demeanor only adds to the tyrant king's growing unease, causing him to question his own abilities and decisions. In a surprising twist, instead of striking back, Sooyoung chooses to spare the tyrant king's life, leaving him seemingly defeated both physically and psychologically. As the last renouncer confronts the tyrant king, a subtle shift in tone is palpable. The last renouncer reveals that his stance has changed due to new information, and with a calculated gambit, he attempts to sway the tyrant king's decision. Initially resistant, the tyrant king becomes intrigued by the possibility of collaboration, but this fleeting moment of weakness is quickly masked by a veiled threat. The last renouncer offers a last-minute compromise, proposing an alliance in exchange for sparing his flag. However, the tyrant king's words hint at a darker intent. He intends to remove the last renouncer from the group if he dares defy him. Meanwhile, the last renouncer drops a bombshell, revealing that he is aware of the tyrant king's true plan and will compete in the scenario to secure the black flag by completing the king's path. As the last renouncer makes his move, he proposes a partnership with the tyrant king, claiming he can single-handedly take over Changsin's station, but the tyrant king refuses, determined to crush his adversary and maintain his dominance. The last renouncer persists, reasoning that in this treacherous situation, only the strongest will survive, but the tyrant king becomes agitated, accusing him of manipulation. Despite the tension, the last renouncer remains calm and insistent, leaving the fate of their uneasy alliance hanging precariously in the balance as the author of SSSS's Grade Infinite Regressor looms ominously on the horizon. As the last renouncer's memories resurface, he recalls a web novel that sparked controversy in its time, SSSS's Grade Infinite Regressor. Its meteoric rise to popularity raises questions about the author's inspiration and potential plagiarism. The sudden murder of someone revealed to be the last renouncer sends shockwaves through his thoughts, prompting him to wonder what attribute this person held before their untimely demise. He speculates that one of these attributes must be linked to his own abilities as the last renouncer, but the truth remains elusive. The author appears, inquiring about SSSS's Grade Infinite Regressor, and the last renouncer reveals a surprising fondness for the novel, praising its innovative blend of ideas. As he reflects on the web novels that have shaped his own writing, including TWSA, it becomes clear that this character's expertise extends far beyond mere star-telling. As the author of SSSSS Grade Infinite Regressor delves into the world of web novels, he reveals his astute understanding of plagiarism and its consequences. Praising a particular novel's elements as awesome, he predicts its massive success, only to be met with hostility from readers who reject his opinion. Amidst this controversy, the last renouncer and the tyrant king engage in a conversation that highlights the limitations of their intel and the risks of plagiarism. But what becomes clear is that the author has been playing a clever game all along, knowing exactly how events would unfold in the web novel but only partially plagiarize it at the beginning, leaving room to deny any accusations later on. As the clock ticks down to the scenario's end, the enigmatic last renouncer sets a cunning plan in motion. Reminding us of their singular dedication to the story, they reveal their need for crucial information about the revelator's downfall at the hands of the tyrant king. Confident that a few prisoners still hold vital intel, the last renouncer decides against a direct confrontation with the tyrant king and instead concocts a scheme to spread false intel, hoping to confuse their adversary. This plan involves creating text copies of the web novel SSSS's Grade Infinite Regressor and disseminating them widely. With only 48 hours left until the scenario ends, the stakes are high, and failure would result in a severe penalty of 72. As the author of SSSS's Grade Infinite Regressor ponders the notion of plagiarism in web novels, a sense of unease settles in. He recognizes that some authors may resort to copying content from others to gain fame or avoid originality, threatening the integrity of their stories and potentially even his own work. Even popular novels like SSSS's Grade Infinite Regressor are not immune to imitation and copyright infringement, leaving the author with a sense of vulnerability. Meanwhile, the tyrant king's intel is revealed to be limited by his lack of knowledge about the future, rendering him susceptible to unforeseen events that could upset his carefully laid plans. As Minsiob's meticulous mind unravels a sinister plan, the infinite regressor symbols scatter like breadcrumbs leading to a web of deceit. With a calculated move, he proposes creating a text copy of the novel, masquerading it as part of the revelation, and spreading it far and wide. But why would anyone bother remembering a plagiarized novel? The answer lies in his masterplan, pitting two parties against each other, fueled by their motivations from earlier chapters of TWSA. The first party consists of the fake author and the tyrant king, both seeking to exploit the revelation for their own gain. Meanwhile, the second party is driven by a desire to monopolize information and uncover more about the enigmatic revelation. With precision, Minsiob decides to feed each side just enough information, elaborating on earlier plot points in the novel, setting the stage for a game of cat and mouse that will shake the very foundations of the city. As Jung-hyuk delves into adapting the novel, he injects new information and characters, cleverly trying to lure in the enigmatic fake author and the powerful tyrant king. With an air of nonchalance, he notes that it's not necessary to exert too much effort when writing, a hint at his more relaxed approach to this adaptation. However, as he continues, concerns about shocking certain individuals arise, specifically Han Sooyoung or Jae, and Jung-hyuk senses that they will soon discover the world they inhabit is merely part of a novel. He offers reassurance to Minsiob, who's not present in this scene, that there's no need for him to worry. As Minsiob engages in a thought-provoking conversation with Seongbuk, the boundaries between reality and fiction begin to blur. They start by testing the waters, sharing their theory that this world might be part of a novel, only to find that others don't seem to grasp their meaning, as if they are mere NPCs in a video game. The discussion takes an intriguing turn as Seongbuk ponders whether he can spot prophets amidst the crowd, while Minsiob draws parallels between prophets and fictional characters from novels. As the conversation deepens, they delve into the nature of reality, questioning when the real world ended and the world of the novel began. Minsiob suggests that perhaps the first scenario marked the end of the real world, sparking a debate about whether others are genuine individuals or mere characters. This cerebral exchange leaves us with more questions than answers, as we're left to ponder what is real and what's merely part of the story. As Minseob sits in contemplation, the weight of time's passage bears down upon him. He shares his musings with a mysterious confidant, who echoes his sentiments, noting that if serialized, it would have been fleeting. This sparks a plan within Minseob to spread a rumor. The revelation has been leaked. Seeking assistance, he turns to Ding-hoon, leveraging his basement dweller attribute as a potential asset in this endeavor. But which stations, lacking internet connections, could be leveraged for this clandestine operation? The threads of strategy are weaving together in Minseob's mind, hinting at a complex web of intrigue yet to unfold. As the clock ticks down, Minseob and his companions are faced with a daunting task: seize control of Changsan Station within 40 hours or risk their very lives. But before they embark on this perilous journey, they are introduced to Ilhan Kang, a mysterious figure with ties to the tyrannical king. With a profile that reveals his strengths and weaknesses, Ilhan candidly shares his thoughts on being useful despite not aligning with the right celestial bodies. He warns Minseob and Huiwen of the grave dangers they'll face, including the possibility of being enslaved by the tyrant king's cruel whims. The stakes are clear. Failure means certain doom for all involved. As the group receives their mission briefing, they are given a glimpse into the dark world of politics, where power is wielded by 7 kings, each with their own ruthless agenda. Ilhan's words serve as a stark reminder of the consequences of failure, leaving Minseob and his companions no choice but to push forward, driven by desperation and determination. As Minseob gathered with his allies to devise a plan against the formidable tyrant king, the air was thick with strategy and calculation. The conversation began with Minseob's suggestion of killing the tyrant, but he quickly acknowledged the daunting task ahead, citing the powerful supporting constellation that backed him. Huiwen presented 2 options: seize the tyrant king's flag or claim Dabong Station as their own. After careful consideration, Minseob chose to head towards Gwanghwamun first, prompting Huiwen to question the lack of immediate action. Minseob revealed a crucial detail: he had leaked intel and was preparing for a fight, knowing it would take time for the other party to arrive on the scene. Meanwhile, rumors began spreading about the revelation being available through the auction house, courtesy of Minseob's clever manipulation. As the discussion unfolded, Huiwen thanked Ding-hoon for his assistance and acknowledged that Minseob hadn't provided the text files without expecting something in return. The question arose whether Minseob possessed a command attribute, hinting at his remarkable ability to deceive or manipulate. With an ominous tone setting the stage, it seemed only a matter of time before chaos erupted, and the stakes began to rise. As the dust settles after the auction house deal, Minseob reveals his strategic motives behind sharing the revelation, a decision that sent shockwaves through the community. He explains that initially offering it for free was merely a trial run, as he knew its value would skyrocket once people realized how precious this intel was. With everyone already possessing a supporting constellation, Minseob cleverly capitalized on their eagerness to get their hands on the valuable information. The 16,000 coins he received from the sale far exceeded his expectations, and with his newfound wealth, Minseob decides to take some well-deserved rest. However, Ding-hoon's questioning gaze pierces through Minseob's laid-back demeanor, hinting that there may be more to the seemingly calm exterior than meets the eye. As Minseob delves deeper into the mysteries of the revelation, he uncovers a hidden facet of the omniscient reader's viewpoint, allowing him to tap into the minds of others. He begins by accessing Level 1, where he can sense characters' basic feelings and desires. With this newfound understanding, Minseob proceeds to Level 2, gaining insight into their thoughts and motivations. But it's at Level 3 that he truly gains a deeper connection, entering the minds of others and experiencing their emotions firsthand. Emboldened by his new abilities, Minseob uses them to spread rumors about the tyrant king. But what secrets will he uncover next in this tangled web of intrigue? As Minseob's thoughts begin to unravel, he fixates on the puzzle pieces of Level 3 of Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, his mind racing with the conditions necessary to unlock its secrets. He recalls that his own consciousness must be tenuous and unstable, and that both parties involved must be lost in thought about each other. The Tyrant King's name whispers through his mind, a potential key to unlocking the truth. With coins burning a hole in his pocket, Mincio purchases intel on the revelation, wondering if one of the disciples was behind the copy's distribution. A quick scan of the hidden pieces confirms their accuracy, and with a plan forming, he sets his sights on Guanghuaman, determined to claim the station before anyone else can. As Minxiab arrived at the auction house, he was met with an air of anticipation and intrigue. The Tyrant King's sudden announcement had set off a chain reaction, and now Minxiab was summoned to meet with another fake author, one shrouded in mystery. As he entered the establishment, his keen eyes scanned the room, homing in on the figure clad in a black hoodie who had already arrived ahead of schedule. The newcomer's presence sparked a sense of unease within Minxiab as he began to unravel the tangled web of deception and deceit that seemed to surround him at every turn. As Minxiab delves deeper into the mystery, he receives a cryptic message from Younghyuk-yu, hinting that the crucial piece for the third regression lies in Guanghuaman. Puzzled but undeterred, Minxiab presses on, uncovering the presence of several key figures, the kings from Yeongdeungpo, Yongsan, and Xiangnong-gu at this location. With multiple locations to navigate and potential obstacles to overcome, Minxiab acknowledges that they will have their hands full. His frustration grows as he struggles with the limitations of level 3 and the lack of skill gains during this time. Yet, his ultimate goal remains clear: to gain insight by entering the first-person main character's POV. As Minxiab's sleep-tainted words slipped from his lips, Huiwen's curiosity was piqued. She leaned in, her eyes locked onto his, as he revealed his deepest concerns, Younghyuk-yu's intentions, and the revelation that loomed over them like a spectre of uncertainty. The air was thick with tension as Minxiab confessed his doubts, leaving Huiwen to wonder if the truth behind Yu's words lay hidden behind a veil of deception or sincerity. But it wasn't just intellectual curiosity that drove her. She also saw an opportunity to rally against their common foe and requested Minxiab's aid in the impending battle at Guanghuaman, her voice laced with a quiet determination that Minxiab couldn't ignore. In a dimly lit room, Minxiab and Huiwen pored over stacks of papers and research materials, their minds racing with the revelation that had left them reeling. As they delved deeper into the mystery, Minxiab's meticulous analysis began to reveal a shocking connection between the city's hidden secrets and the truth about the Tyrant King. But just as Huiwen's skepticism started to fade, Dinghoon burst in, feigning concern for their safety and offering to help them uncover more information. While Huiwen was easily swayed by his charm, Minxiab remained cautious, sensing something off about Dinghoon's motives. As the scene ended, Minxiab realized he had to tread carefully, knowing that Dinghoon might be hiding ulterior motives, while still driven to continue his research and take down the Tyrant King. Xiangguk reflects on his own well-being. A gentle reminder from an off-screen presence emphasizes the importance of taking care of oneself, both physically and mentally. Meanwhile, Dokja approaches him with skepticism, questioning whether he can truly rely on Xiangguk's ability to assist him due to his reputation for being selective in who he chooses to accompany him. Xiangguk responds by referencing key figures like Han Sooyoung, Huiwen, and Pildu, recalling their crucial roles in defending the group before they parted ways. He then urges Dokja to focus on developing his skills while he's away, conveying a sense of responsibility for the team's collective performance. As Dokja raises the possibility of Sangha and Gilyoung being sent on separate missions, Xiangguk's words hint at future interactions that will shape the trajectory of their journey together. As Xiangguk and Sangha headed towards Guanghuaman, they discussed the mission to find relics and ruins imbued with the power of constellations. Xiangguk requested Sangha's accompaniment, citing her certificate in Korean history as a valuable asset in jogging his memory about their quest. He recalled the items obtained from the statue of the great monk and hinted at similar treasures along the way to Guanghuaman, suggesting they visit monuments, ruins, and the National Museum to gather relics. Sangha agreed to help Xiangguk remember more details, but he emphasized their outnumbered situation and the importance of collecting as many items as possible. He alluded to a proxy war between high constellations, mentioning the Tyrant King and author, before recalling a place related to the great monk's praying beads that remained unclear in his mind. With Sangha's knowledge of history and Seongguk's meticulous nature, their mission was set to unfold, highlighting the importance of teamwork and preparation for the challenges ahead. As Seongguk proposes a visit to a nearby shrine, his keen sense of respect for history and the unknown becomes apparent. He emphasizes the importance of acknowledging the powerful spirits present at the site, particularly in honor of a renowned Chinese general. This moment serves as a testament to Seongguk's attention to detail and willingness to learn from others' cultures. The scene then flashes back to reveal Seongguk and Gil-young paying their respects at the shrine, where they delve deeper into its significance. Seongguk and his companions converge around a cryptic message. Their collective uncertainty about past events becomes palpable. One member laments for what I did with Slit at Tor, prompting Samyong to propose a united front, which Seongguk enthusiastically endorses. With a shared sense of purpose, they set out to pay respects at a nearby shrine dedicated to Guan Yu, a legendary general from the Three Kingdoms era. As they gather within its sacred walls, Seongguk regales his friends with insights on Korean history, highlighting the nation's reverence for foreign heroes like Guan Yu. Meanwhile, another group member is taken aback by the shrine's unexpected presence in modern-day Seoul, underscoring the rich cultural heritage of this bustling metropolis. As Seongguk and Gil-young confer on their strategy to obtain valuable items, a sense of skepticism settles over the former. He laments the absence of a prized find like his green dragon crescent blade, leaving him feeling frustrated and unfulfilled. But amidst this stagnation, the scene takes an enigmatic turn with a series of seemingly unrelated images, hinting at the duo's fruitless search through various objects. Despite this lack of progress, Gil-young remains steadfast in their plans, while Seongguk's contemplative expression suggests his growing frustration and disappointment. As Seongguk strolls alongside Sangha, their tranquil pace is disrupted by an unexpected barrier. Seungmin H. Wang, a member of the four-move stunt team, boldly blocks the king's path. Seongguk's skepticism grows as he compares their actions to those of actors, hinting at a rehearsed performance. The true identity of this mysterious individual remains shrouded in secrecy, leaving Seongguk to ponder the motives behind such a bold move. Meanwhile, the mention of Ji Won-min piques his interest, sparking curiosity about her involvement in this enigmatic scenario. As the scene concludes, an air of mystery lingers, refusing to be resolved. As Seongguk stumbles upon a chance encounter with Ji Won-min, an actress from the novel The King of Beauty, his mind reels in wonder and curiosity. He's struck by the unexpected coincidence, wondering if fate has somehow intertwined their paths. As he learns about her personal skill, his intrigue deepens, and he finds himself struggling to maintain a composed demeanor as she reveals her recognition of him as a fan. As Seongguk receives a cryptic message, he finds himself face to face with Brocade/Queen Jinseong, who claims to be the last queen of Silla. She poses a question: has he come to fulfill the wish of Silla? With his skepticism piqued, Seongguk shares his observations from TWSA, pointing out the parallels between their conversation and ancient events. Queen Jinseong's response is enigmatic, hinting at a connection between the present and the novel's past, mentioning the three districts of Seoul and the war with one kingdom. As doubts linger, Seongguk questions her sincerity, prompting the supporting constellation to test his resolve, asking if he will accept something. As Seongguk walked through the streets, he was suddenly approached by a mysterious woman who offered him a deal, 2,000 coins in exchange for joining her side. Despite his initial hesitation, she refused to elaborate on the details, only fueling Seongguk's curiosity. He inquired about her supporting constellation, hinting at his own connection to Gwanchang, but was met with an unexpected revelation. She was none other than the Queen of Silla herself, who aimed to unite the three kingdoms under her rule. With her proposal came a stark choice: join her and reap the benefits, or risk being left behind as smaller groups in the area were eliminated. The weight of his decision settled heavily on Seongguk's shoulders as he struggled to reconcile his loyalty to his kingdom with the potential rewards of joining forces with the Queen. As the debate raged on, Sang's sudden interest in Korean history took Sang-ok by surprise. She revealed her own expertise, citing her knowledge of Silla's power as a mere fraction of the three kingdoms' combined might. Sang-ok, feeling defensive, pulled out his certification of first grade, boasting about his own historical prowess. But Sanger remained unimpressed, countering each point with calculated precision. The offer to buy her out for 3,000 coins was met with a demand for 3,500, and Sang-ok's resolve began to waver. The stakes were high, the tension palpable as these two strong-willed individuals clashed in a battle of wit and willpower. As the negotiations unfold, Sang-ok reveals his authority by boasting of selling 5 copies of SSSEs, only to be met with Ji-won-min's indifference. Her seeming disregard for his messages sparks frustration in Sang-ok, who counter-offers a whopping 20,000 coins to buy her out, showcasing his genuine interest in acquiring her business. However, this bold move backfires as Ji-won-min takes offense and playfully accuses Sang-ok of being serious about buying more than just her company, hinting at a deeper connection between them. As the tension builds, it becomes clear that their conversation is not just about business, but also about hidden agendas and unresolved feelings. As Sang-ok arrives at a luxurious setting, he finds himself face to face with Ji-won-min, an actress with a reputation for her wealth and influence, alongside Gil-young. The tension is palpable as Sang-ok boldly critiques Ji-won-min's perception of money being the sole solution to life's problems. Ji-won-min responds by emphasizing that not everyone can be like her, flaunting her privileged upbringing and financial freedom. However, Sang-ok refuses to back down, sharing his own harrowing experiences and stressing the importance of inner strength and resourcefulness in overcoming adversity. Gil-young intervenes, adding a crucial perspective, pointing out that there is more to life than just wealth. Ji-won-min shoots back, drawing from her experience as an actress, claiming that not everything can be solved with money. In the end, Sang-ok firmly expresses his disagreement with Ji-won-min's views, underscoring the value of character and integrity. As Sang-ok expressed a hint of disappointment, his gaze seemed to hold a deep-seated frustration, as if an unfulfilled expectation lingered in the air. The whispers began to circulate. Could this be the incarnation of Gwancheng, the tenacious H-Warang who had perished in the Battle of H-Wangsan-Bial? Gil-young's inquiry about Ji-won-min's celebrity status only added to the confusion, as Sang-ok's recognition of her remained shrouded in mystery. The group's curiosity was piqued, sensing that something more significant lay beneath the surface. As Sang-ok is approached by a mysterious figure, they are told to stop gazing at them and come closer instead. The figure reveals their fascination with celebrity actress Ji-won-min and asks if Sang-ok knows her work. With his admiration for her talent already established, Sang-ok shares a personal connection that leaves the figure curious about how he came to know of her. As the conversation unfolds, Sang-ok reveals his impressive attributes, including hypnosis LV3 and comfortable sleep LV1, but just as suddenly, his 9th renouncer attribute disappears, leaving him seemingly perplexed. As Sang-ok navigates through the bustling streets, his mind wanders back in time, lost in thought. Suddenly, his gaze falls upon a poster featuring none other than Ji-won-min, a renowned actress from the novel. His eyes linger on her face, and memories of his past flood back. The image of Gwancheng, a tenacious H-Warang who fought valiantly in the Battle of H-Wangsan-Bial, flashes before him. With a newfound sense of purpose, Sang-ok approaches Gil-young, sharing their mutual passion for Korean history. As they engage in conversation, Sang-ok reveals his recognition of Ji-won-min, piquing Gil-young's curiosity about the nature of their relationship. As the renouncers gaze into the depths of their collective knowledge, it becomes apparent that their understanding of the future is not boundless. Sang-ok's insight stops at earlier chapters of TWSA, a stark contrast to the comprehensive vision shared by others. Ji-won-min ponders the possibility of transcending her current grasp, potentially evolving into one of the characters she has read about. Meanwhile, Hwan Jin-chu's thoughts drift towards a tantalizing prospect, becoming a character himself. As these renouncers delve deeper into the mysteries of their reality, subtle hints of romantic interest begin to surface as Ji Won-min can't help but be drawn to Hwang Jin-chu's enigmatic nature. As Hwang Jin-chu's gaze drifts back through the depths of time, a tidal wave of emotions crashes over him, threatening to upend his very sense of self. Memories long buried resurface, like sediment stirred by the turbulent waters of regret. He recalls the first encounter with Ji Won-min, Yoon-hyuk's iron grip on her collar seared into his mind. And now a chilling suspicion takes hold. Could he have committed a similar atrocity in the past? The weight of this possibility crushes him, leaving him gasping for air as doubt and anxiety ravage his thoughts. As Hwang Jin-chu approaches the entrance of the National Palace Museum of Korea, his anticipation reaches a fever pitch. But it's not until he meets an enigmatic figure that the true treasure hunt begins. The mysterious individual dismisses the museum's relics as mere trinkets, yet whispers hints about a priceless gem hidden among them as this great item rumored to be concealed within Gwanghwamun. Hwang Jin-chu is skeptical, unsure if they'll be able to claim it before others beat them to the punch. But the unknown figure drops a tantalizing clue: the Four-Yin Demon Decapitator, a legendary sword wielded by Yoon-hyuk during his third regression. As they formulate their plan to snag more relics, while Hwang Jin-chu remains unconvinced, the stage is set for thrilling adventure amidst the ancient treasures of Korea's National Palace Museum. As whispers of potential threats begin to circulate through the kingdom, Hwang Jin-chu stands poised, waiting for the signal to make his move. With a hint of anticipation in his voice, he remarks that others will soon take action, indicating an awareness of rivalries brewing within the palace walls. Meanwhile, he expresses pleasure at seeing everyone gathered together, valuing unity and cohesion among the participants. Promising that all good children deserve a prize, Hwang Jin-chu sets the stage for the main event, the king's qualification process, which is about to unfold. As the kingdom comes alive with vibrant colors and bustling activity, the air is electric with anticipation, and Hwang Jin-chu takes center stage to announce the start of this pivotal competition. As Hwang Jin-chu emerges onto the main street of Gwanghwamun, a throne comes into view, its grandeur underscoring the gravity of the task ahead. A mysterious voice echoes through the air, announcing the start of a new scenario, and Hwang Jin-chu's eyes dart about, his brow furrowed in concern as he realizes not all stations are occupied to capture the flag. Yet the voice reassures him not to worry, offering words of comfort that seem to ease his troubled thoughts. The fourth scenario is revealed, a test to elect a worthy king, one who can claim the throne for themselves alone. With this revelation, Hwang Jin-chu's focus sharpens, and he sets out on his path towards becoming the just ruler he believes himself to be. As Hwang Jin-chu and his team convene to devise a plan for occupying at least 20 stations and acquiring the coveted black flag, tensions run high. Frustrated by their lack of progress, Hwang Jin-chu vents his emotions, stressing that they need a minimum of 20 stations under their control. He turns to Inwarvik-jo, asking if he knows anyone who possesses the elusive black flag, hinting at it as a potential solution to their predicament. However, Inwarvik-jo is quick to remind him that no one has the black flag at this point in time. Hwang Jin-chu refuses to be deterred, suggesting they seize another group leader's flag as an alternative strategy. With his determination and leadership skills on full display, he orders his team to disregard their enemies and head towards the museum, setting a bold new course of action. As Hwang Jin-chu gazes out at the barren wasteland before him, a sense of unease settles over his features like a shroud. His thoughts are consumed by the mystery of their surroundings, with whispers of Korea echoing in his mind like a distant memory. A companion's gentle query pierces the silence, "Are you scared?" Hwang Jin-chu's response is laced with a quiet resignation as he contemplates the inevitable fate that awaits all living beings. "Whether I am a salaryman or a survivor," he muses, "death will come for me eventually." Yet even in the face of mortality, Hwang Jin-chu holds fast to his convictions, emphasizing the importance of focusing on one's goals and living life to the fullest, rather than succumbing to the crushing weight of uncertainty. As Hwang Jin-chu sits in contemplation, the weight of his journey settles upon him. He gazes back at the path that has led him to this moment, a sense of accomplishment etched on his face. Feeling he's on the right course, he turns his attention to a new quest, uncovering the secrets of Ganpyeongwi, a mysterious relic believed to hold great significance. With determination in his eyes, he sets out to find it, scouring the Joseon-era building floor by floor, driven by an unrelenting curiosity about what lies ahead. As Wang Junchu ventures deeper into the unknown, he decides to split up with his team, ordering Gil Yong and Senga to separate locations in a bid to cover more ground. But as they search, a sudden barrage of arrows imbued with mana pierces the air, sending alarm bells ringing through their ranks. It becomes clear that someone has seen right through their plan, and Wang Junchu's instincts tell him that this ambush is no mere coincidence. Seong-guk suddenly materializes, his sinister grin taunting Wang Junchu about his failure to protect his comrades. The enemy commander offers a twisted deal: surrender the flag and spare the lives of his men in exchange for sparing his own life. As Wang Junchu walks down the street, he's suddenly confronted by an enigmatic figure who pierces through his disguise with unsettling ease. The stranger's words are laced with a hint of familiarity, striking a chord in Wang Junchu's past. With conviction, the individual condemns Wang Junchu's ruthless tactics, accusing him of exploiting the weak for his own gain. Wang Junchu attempts to deflect the criticism, but the persistent stranger refuses to back down, offering a tantalizing proposal: spare 20,000 coins if he will reconsider his methods. Torn between his desire for financial security and the moral implications of the stranger's words, Wang Junchu is left grappling with the weight of his actions. As the scene fades, it becomes clear that this moment marks a turning point in Wang Junchu's journey, as he struggles to reconcile his sense of justice with the harsh realities of his kingdom. As Wang Junchu stands stunned, an unexpected visitor bursts into his presence, Ji-won-min, with a shocking revelation that sets the tone for their tense encounter. With a barrage of biting words, she lashes out at his kingdom, casting doubt on his very right to lead. Faced with her scathing critique, Wang Junchu's defenses spring up, demanding to know how she arrived at his doorstep and if she has been following him. But just as the conversation teeters on the brink of hostility, Ji-won-min's tone shifts, revealing a surprising motivation, a debt of gratitude for an earlier favor that cannot be repaid with mere coin. The air is charged with the promise of complex dynamics and potentially fraught relationships between these two characters, setting the stage for a dramatic confrontation to unfold. As Wang Junchu stands firm against Jaebik's aggression, the air is thick with tension as the two giants of Hwangsanbeol clash in a battle of wills and strength. With Jaebik taunting his queen and claiming superiority over Wang Junchu, our hero refuses to back down, his loyalty and protectiveness towards his monarch burning bright like a beacon. But Jaebik is unfazed, revealing the backing of a superior constellation that supposedly guarantees his victory. Undeterred, Wang Junchu scoffs at the notion, believing his own abilities are more than enough to take down his opponent. The outcome is far from certain as these two titans prepare for battle, their determination and conviction hanging precariously in the balance. As Wang Junchu stands amidst a group of people connected to their constellations, he conjures up a bold idea to relive the Battle of Hwangsanbeol, proclaiming it a decisive victory for Beach. But Senga is quick to correct him, pointing out that Silla emerged victorious in the actual battle. Undeterred, Wang Junchu dismisses her correction and instead indulges in fantasy, reenacting the battle through imagination. This flash-forward scene reveals Wang Junchu's arrogance and overconfidence, as well as his inability to adapt to opposing viewpoints, highlighting his character flaws. As Wang Junchu sits in silence, surrounded by the dim glow of flickering candles, his gaze drifts to the worn hilt of an ancient sword. Memories long buried begin to surface, transporting him back to a time when he was a renowned warrior in the kingdom of Beach. His thoughts are consumed by the nostalgia and longing that now mingle with the pain and regret of his past. The once steady gaze of the man now falters as the weight of his emotional baggage begins to take its toll on his judgment and actions. As the sun sets on the battlefield, The stage is set for the ultimate showdown between Silla's allied forces, led by the fearless Yusin Kim, and Baek's formidable army under General Jae-beek. The clash of steel on steel echoes across the land as the two armies engage in a fierce battle that will determine the fate of the war. With each blow, the outcome hangs precariously in the balance until the tide finally turns in favor of Silla, thanks to the bravery and sacrifice of the young Hwarang warriors. General Jae-beek falls in the heat of combat, his defeat marking a turning point in the conflict. As the dust settles, Yusin Kim stands tall, rallying his troops with a stirring speech that urges them to remain steadfast in their loyalty and determination. As Yusin Kim gazed out at his soldiers, he issued a swift and decisive order: immediate retreat. His words were laced with urgency, as if the very fate of their campaign hung in the balance. It was clear that he would not have them engage Jae-beek in battle, lest they suffer a crushing defeat. In fact, he went so far as to caution his strategist against allowing Wancheng to face the formidable warrior, warning that such an outcome would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, Yusin Kim's mind was already racing ahead, planning for the next move. He instructed his strategist to set the stage correctly, hinting at a strategy in development. The air was thick with anticipation as the general prepared for solo confrontation with Jae-beek, the stakes higher than ever before. As the concept of dramatization comes to light, we find ourselves transported to a realm where historically significant figures are locked in an eternal struggle. The scene shifts gears as a flashback or augmented reality sequence reveals Constellation, the last hero of Hwangsenbeol, basking in joy and camaraderie with Yusin Kim. But as the illusion shatters, Yusin Kim's words pierce through the veil. They are not actually there, but trapped in an augmented reality. The powerful incarnations, including Jae-beek, have orchestrated their own stage, a masterful display of control and manipulation. With fate hanging in the balance, Yusin Kim presents two stark choices: abandon Wancheng's incarnation to perish from the battlefield, or seek alternative means to counter this unfolding catastrophe. As 15th leader of Hwarang, Yusin Kim stands at a crossroads, haunted by visions of a perfect reenactment of the historic battle against Silla's troops. The weight of his decision hangs heavy in the balance as he ponders the consequences of failure and the potential impact on his kingdom's fate. His brother's warning that Silla's defeat will spell doom for their realm only adds to the pressure, forcing Yusin to confront the harsh reality of his choices. Despite the doubts that assail him, Yusin ultimately decides to activate Ganpyeongguts, a powerful constellation that holds the key to their success or failure. As he navigates this treacherous landscape, Yusin's conflicted emotions and motivations are laid bare, revealing a leader torn between his desire for revenge and his duty to protect his kingdom. As Yusin Kim stands before a magnificent astronomical tool, his confident words echo through the crowd. This marvel was devised in the 17th century, he declares, his charismatic presence commanding attention. The people of Joseon gather around him, eager to learn more about this mysterious device. With a flourish, Yusin reveals that this is no myth, but reality, the true power behind the rumors of the 4-yin daemon decapitator. He vows to demonstrate its might, calling upon a constellation to prove his claim. Min's skepticism seems misplaced in the face of Yusin's unwavering authority as he orders him to step back and reveal his true stature as leader of Hwarang and Hyungmu. With a final declaration, Yusin asserts himself as the leader of the Hwarang, the great King Hyungmu. As night descends upon the Hwarang fleet, the 15th leader, Yusin Kim, paces on a balcony overlooking the vessels, his eyes scanning the documents spread before him. His advisors stand at attention, awaiting his next move as he strategizes the impending battle against Jae-beek's approaching fleet. Suddenly, a messenger bursts in with news of the enemy's proximity, and Yusin Kim's countenance darkens, his determination growing with each passing moment. With a swift command, he orders his troops to prepare for war, their readiness palpable as they spring into action. As the battle looms closer, Yusin Kim stands alone on the balcony, lost in thought, his gaze fixed upon the stars, weighing the challenges that lie ahead. As the 15th leader of Hwarang, Yusin Kim sits in contemplative silence, until an enigmatic figure approaches, familiar with the hero's legendary exploits. The stranger's words pierce the veil of time, probing Yusin Kim's deepest regrets about past events, particularly the sacrifices made by young warriors and Scylla's people. With each question, the weight of history settles upon him like a mantle, forcing Yusin Kim to confront the consequences of his actions. The unknown figure offers a glimmer of hope, suggesting that while the course of history cannot be altered, he can still make a difference for those who remain alive by helping them in the present. And with a resolute determination, Yusin Kim affirms that Hwang Sinbiol may have ended for him, but it is far from over for Scylla's people, whose fate still hangs precariously in the balance. As Yusin Kim stands amidst a turbulent sea of emotions, he turns to Vayan for solace, seeking permission to borrow their voice to unravel the tangled threads of his anguish. With Vayan's agreement, Yusin pours out his heart, confessing feelings of inadequacy and the crushing weight of leadership on his shoulders. As the stormy waves of his inner turmoil crash against the shore, Vayan listens intently, providing a calming presence that allows Yusin to release his pent-up emotions. And in this fleeting moment of vulnerability, Yusin finds temporary peace, his burdened heart momentarily lifted by the soothing balm of friendship and understanding. As Jayabik arrives at the Hwang camp, flanked by his loyal followers, he is met with a stern-faced Yusin Kim, accompanied by other members of the esteemed group. The tension is palpable as Yusin Kim confronts Jayabik about his sudden and unannounced arrival. In a bold move, Jayabik pays mock homage to Yusin Kim, addressing him as general, which only serves to infuriate the 15th leader of Hwang. Confused by the sudden gathering and Jayabik's insolence, Yusin Kim demands answers, but his queries are met with Jayabik's mocking laughter, leaving no doubt that their relationship is fraught with tension and mutual distrust. Here's your requested narration. Yusin Kim, the 15th leader of Hwang, stands resolute as he pens a message in elegant calligraphy, his determination to reconnect with those who have fallen in battle palpable on the page. He signs his name with conviction, proclaiming himself the leader of this noble order. As the camera pans out, we see him standing before the symbol of Yang Ouyangdo, a potent reminder of his connection to Hwang and its storied past. With a scroll unfurled in his hand, Yusin Kim's eyes burn with a fierce intensity as he emphasizes the importance of honoring those who have fallen and setting right the course of history. In the midst of contemplation, Yusin Kim stands before a mirror, his mind weighing the burdens of responsibility as the 15th leader of Hwang. Flashbacks of past sacrifices and battles fought to protect his people and kingdom flood his thoughts, only to be interrupted by an apparition of Rini Ribi, urging him to stand against Jayabik. Torn between desire for revenge and duty to protect his kingdom, Yusin Kim is consumed by the weight of his decision. As he ponders various scenarios and possibilities, the consequences of each choice hang precariously in balance. And then, with a resolute determination, he makes his decision to confront Jayabik and face his own demons once and for all. As Yusin Kim stands, his body seemingly possessed by an unknown entity, the air thickens with foreboding. The entity's voice drips with an otherworldly tone as it warns Yusin of impending doom, threatening to destroy not only him, but also his very incarnation if he were to meet his demise. With a sense of unease growing within him, Yusin is compelled to confront the entity's cryptic words about the rule of plausibility and its connection to Jayabik's immersion in his own world. As the entity reiterates its warning, emphasizing the importance of secrecy regarding this realm, Yusin can't shake off the feeling that a larger conflict or mystery is brewing on the horizon, one that will test his leadership and decision-making abilities like never before. As Yusin Kim reflects on his past battle with Jayabik, he can't help but think about the criticism that still lingers in his mind. He recalls the fake stage setup where they clashed, and how he intentionally avoided a one-on-one fight with Jayabik. It's a decision that still haunts him, as it's recorded that he refused to engage in a duel with his formidable opponent. Despite this, Yusin Kim empathizes with Jayabik's frustration, understanding the sense of disappointment and betrayal that comes from being denied a fair fight. Yet he stands by his actions, believing that his strategic thinking and caution were necessary to ensure his own survival. He knows that some may label him a coward, but for him it was about staying alive and honoring their commitment through other means. General's persistence in urging him to take matters into his own hands only solidifies Yuzin Kim's resolve, as he trusts in the stars to uphold their promise and bring justice to Jayabeek. As Yuzin Kim's eyes scan the mysterious message from Jayabeek, a sense of unease settles over him. The enigmatic words "far side of the galaxy" spark a flurry of thoughts as he tries to decipher the true meaning behind this cryptic warning. With no time to waste, Yuzin Kim seizes the moment, issuing swift orders for his men at Yongwayando to prepare for departure without delay. As Yuzin Kim sits in contemplation, surrounded by the symbols of his leadership, he is suddenly transported back to a pivotal moment with Jayabeek, where the gravity of their conflict and its devastating consequences became starkly clear. Reflecting on his own emotions and motivations, he acknowledges that his desire for revenge is not solely driven by a need to defeat Jayabeek, but also by an intense desire to maintain his own sense of honor and identity. With this newfound self-awareness, Yuzin Kim begins to consider the possibility of finding a way to coexist with Jayabeek rather than perpetuating a destructive conflict that would only lead to more suffering. As he gazes off into the distance, it's clear that he has reached a turning point, his determination evident on his resolute face as he sets his sights on a new path forward.